Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out. People in this case.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me today. Happy closing arguments day. Happy closing arguments today. Happy Tuesday to you as well. We made it through Monday successfully. We're now well into the work week. By well in, I mean, 2/5 of the way into the work week. And today is going to be absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let's see. Let's go there. Just trying to get everything lined up to where we want it. I heard a chirp. Welcome, peeps. We are going to, of course, recognize all those who have birthdays today, all those who have a special occasion. Let's see. Molly Rose says, thanks for everything. Just everything. And she's pretty much covered it, you guys. So y'all don't need to say anything. No thanks for anything. Molly got y'all. So thank you, Molly. Appreciate that. It is awesome. It is awesome to be here. I was
not
thinking,
a camel.
I'm not a camel either. I was just thinking the other day, the judge had some really very interesting comments. And Molly, sorry, let me put your chat on the screen as well. Welcome to the gallery, first of all, Molly. And then let's see if I can make your super chat appear. There we go. Okay, it's almost like I'm a professional. I was thinking yesterday, the judge had a... Judge had a little one-on-one with one of the jurors, juror 181.
Is that correct?
It was a one-on-one with 181, and had a little talk with him, and he raised something that I hadn't really thought of, and that is that with this judge and the juror and the jurors and the other jurors, there comes a very hard stop at the end of this, and then it's like over, and then suddenly everything.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
And for this one juror, just all of a sudden, in a moment, he's yanked out of what he's done for the last 9 weeks, and it's no longer like that. He doesn't get to see them, talk to them, anything else until after the court case is over. And I realize for some of you they're just here for this court case, and that's okay. I'm glad you're just here for this court case. It might be a very similar experience where 9 weeks after 9 weeks together, you're like, well, I've got to go on to something else, or I'm not going to be able to follow the next case, or I have a different case that I'm following that I'm not, and we may part here in the next coming days, probably sometime this week. And I just want to say to those of you who joined us during this trial, thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for being
matter jurisdiction.
Probably not. Thanks for coming in and being a great part of the community. Thanks for bringing your insights and your questions and just your humor and everything else. It has been an amazing experience to watch this court case with you as we watch the Maya trial moving forward, and with all of the roller coaster ups and downs and unexpected bombshells that were dropped. Thank you. I just wanted to say that from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
No, I thought that was a good apology, or a good heartfelt, not apology, but a heartfelt message that I was sharing. So anyway, so thank you for that. I wanted to say that because I know some of us, once this is over, we might not see each other again, or it might be a while. So I just wanted to get that out here, like the judge did to the juror. Just a big thank you. Anyway, Britta Aller finally in the yellow club. Britta, that's awesome. This is an awesome place to be with wonderful people. You know what? I missed. First of all, Laurie Ross, thank you, Recovery Addict, for covering this.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
With such compassion for all that suffer with hidden pain. Laurie, thank you so much for saying that. We've heard this message echoed from every corner of the internet as people have related to this case and these symptoms and the treatment and oftentimes the overlooking.
I'm not a camel.
Of hidden pain. Okay, I'm trying to get to something that's very important. Jennifer Adams, woohoo, 6 months. Great, Jennifer. Yellow Courthouse for you as well. Jess says, missed yesterday. Oh, my goodness, of all the days to miss, Jess. I caught up on the IJ issue, but was there a ruling on the juror motion? There was a ruling on the juror motion. Do you want me to spoil it for you? Is that what you're asking?
Jury.
I'm trying to, hang on one second. There was a ruling, and he's staying. But it was like, he's gone, he's back. It was like he's going, he's back, he's gone. It was like up and down. It was incredible. We were jumping out of our chairs and doing jazz hands. I'm just trying to get to one little thing really quickly. Hang on. And it's this right here. Sherry, I see you've got a blue courthouse by your name, which means you're in the last month you joined us as a new member, and thank you so much for doing that. I'm not sure if you were aware what happens if you are a first person in chat. I don't know if you read the law, the internet laws, the rules of YouTube, everything else, but there is a punishment, a penalty, a prize in some cases for those twisted people that goes along with being first in chat on a live stream. And you today were first in chat. Now, you might have a good defense, and ignorance in this case is not a good defense. So if you weren't aware of the law, you now are. And I still have to sentence you the full maximum penalty, which is internet ownership for the rest of the day, at least until we go live again. So Sherry, thanks for being first in chat. I appreciate you very much. This is the first offense for you, but it does go on your permanent record. Happy Tuesday to you. Good to have you here. Thank you for opening I guess we crack the ice and diving in and letting everyone else know the water's fine and they can all come and chat. So appreciate that on a big day. Let's see. So we have American Dreamer just gifted 5 memberships. Maisla gifted a membership as well, and Michelle M gifted a membership. Oh, Mr. Brooks is just like yelling at me about that. So while that is going, we've got our Zoom feed going right here where you can't see it, right down in there. It is not up yet. It is not up. So we don't have anything happening from the court yet. We're also watching for the live feed from the courtroom. As soon as that happens, I will bring that to you as well. I will say today we have a little bit of business before closing statements. Closing statements are probably going to take an hour or two for each side, and that's pretty long, which will put us into early afternoon, probably at the soonest, for the jury to start deliberating. And then we're going to be here with that. I would like to do a couple things once the jury starts deliberating. First of all, we've got a 327-page document that has some incredible, juicy stuff in it that I'd like to read to you guys.
Bring the jury.
And there's the buffer sound. Okay, Anne gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. Holly Mack says, just say a huge thank you for covering this trial. It's a tough one for many of us, but so happy this is finally being brought to light. Also, thank you to Mrs. R.A. and your children for sharing you with all of us. Thank you very much. Fancy Nancy, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining us as a member. Also, Jennifer Adams gifted a membership, followed by, look at this, Indy Cindy, 5 months. 5 months, best coverage. Thanks, Scott. Seat. Thank you. Now I can scroll down and see what the buffer is and what I'm missing. I think it's a birthday thing. I'm thinking. Let's see. It's going so far. It's going so fast. Birthday wishes already sent to the phone. Okay, here we go. Thank you. I'm going to just set Zoom on hold here for just a minute. Okay.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
All right, I cannot find it. Let's see. I don't see the birthday. Are they on my burner phone? Or on the mod chat? Sorry. Wait for it. I am not seeing it on my phone. My phone is like it's on its last legs. It is so full of chats that have not been read, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to need the birthdays in chat if that's a possibility. Can we do another buffer signal with when that's here? And also, a huge thank you. We did hit 48,000 subscribers yesterday. Thank you to every one of you. It would not be the same without you. I appreciate all the support. It is so much fun to do this with all of y'all. Okay, where are we at? So we are trying to squint and see the fine print over here. that one. We don't have anything going on quite
You're
quite
talking
yet.
about stuff that is not relevant.
Okay, Zoom's still going. All right. What do we have any birthdays today? Any birthdays? Or anyone that, I mean, there might be somebody who has a birthday like, please don't sing to me. I'm not gonna out myself. Please don't sing to me. Uncivil Law did a great recap last night. You're right, Kurt. I think he was on for 4 hours. I also checked in with Melanie Little. She was doing a great recap as well. It's wonderful to have just incredible legal minds out there that can dissect the developments of the day and explain it all in language that all of us can understand. So big shout out, Kurt did an amazing job. I was there for most of the time. I bailed a little bit at the very end. I was trying to catch up on some other court cases. The Corey Richens had a hearing just in the last couple days regarding the walk the dog letter, and since I'm media on that one, I'm trying to stay up to date on that. We've got stuff developing in the ballerina trial. They've got I think they've got a court case coming up on that to finally reschedule the jury trial. That's a crazy case. I think we're going to be following that one. Anyway, lots of stuff going on. BK, the judge sort of ruled on cameras and said we're going to allow cameras for a while, but he goes on and he says, but I'm going to control what people do with the images that come out of court. I'm not sure he understands what the First Amendment is, but we'll address that later. So lots and lots of fun things. Hope little RA's finger is better today. It's got the tiniest like pinprick of a red mark on his finger, and that's all it has. But thanks for the kind words. Amer Vanderpooy. I don't know if I said that right, but welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much, Amy, as well as Corey Hill. Thank you, Corey, for being here, and Fancy Nancy. All three of you coming in together. That is wonderful. All right. What is a ballerina trial about? It's about a ballerina who met and married a man within 13 days and then ended up shooting him twice, apparently in the back, according to the state. Claims that it was self-defense. So it's a murder trial. And it's out of Manatee County, Florida. So that's a good one. It's a good one. All right. Let's see. The BK judge. Yeah, we'll talk about him later. Man, he's Peter Tragos. I did not see Peter Tragos's recap if he did one. He's done a great job all throughout this, and he does it with fabulous hair at the same time, so I'm super jealous. Okay, so we've got birthday Katie. We've got to hurry and do birthdays because we're going to start court here soon. I'm missing, the chat is going so fast, I'm missing the buffer indicator, which is a message from my mods to me. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Thank you, Sharon. We've got Blessed by God, 14th wedding anniversary. Congratulations on 14 years. That is wonderful. Okay, Lynn in South Carolina, 36th wedding anniversary. 2 wedding anniversaries today. And as far as birthdays, we have Diane, Nancy, and Donna. Do we have anyone other than Diane, Nancy, and Donna for birthdays today to be sung to? I'm going to copy that for just a second. Just checking. I'm not seeing anything. If I miss you, okay, Katie has a birthday too. Okay, here we go. Everyone get ready to sing. This is a group thing. It's not just me. So, okay, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dan, Nancy, Donna, and Katie. Happy birthday to you. And it looks like we have Larry as well. Larry came in there at the very end. Happy birthday, Larry. Hope you have a fabulous birthday. Joni Mitchell has a birthday today. Look at that. Lots and lots of birthdays. What a day to celebrate. Happy birthday to me, says Wendy. 63rd. Wendy, have a great birthday. It's closing arguments on a birthday. I don't know what better you could request as a gift. All right, pronounced like Vanderpie. Amy Vanderpie, thank you very much. Good to have you here as well. Happy birthday to all those who are celebrating. I realize that they're Fern as well. Happy birthday, Fern. We're going to be here all day. We've got so many birthdays, which is wonderful. Donna's birthday. Great stuff. Let me tell you, of all the places you could be to celebrate, there are many that will recognize you on this special day, your special day. to all those we named and those that I might have missed, I hope you have a happy birthday. Thanks for being here instead of like going to Denny's and getting your free pancakes instead. I hope that we can in some small way make your birthday a little bit better. And thank you so much for being here. We're going to have a busy day. And I'm falling so far behind. We've got little Larry feeling better. Florida never disappoints, says Nicholas Starov's trial watch. Florida has, the reason why, I've said this before, Florida is not like, they have all the Florida man stories, right? They've got all these stories where, people think that worse things happen in Florida or more bad things happen in Florida because of, whatever the reason. That's not the case. That is not the case. It's just Florida has open records. They are the Sunshine State. They allow everybody to see what's going on in their court system. And so we know about things. There are other states, like, let's say, I live in North Carolina, where it is like pulling teeth and almost illegal to even show dash cam footage of an event that you were involved in. Like, that you were the accused, and you should have the right to the footage. You can't even show that to the media. So some states are very difficult to get information out of, and some, are a little bit better. I apologize. Chat is going so fast and I'm missing super chats and they're falling off before I can click on them. That is not my goal at all. Florida definitely has some crazy cases. LOL, we can keep you busy. We have an amazing channel. You have an amazing channel to cover them. Thank you, Laurie Ross. Appreciate that. I do love a good Florida case, mostly
correct?
because of the availability of the documents. It is so nice to cover something where we can, if we have a question, we can dig in. We can say, what happened here, or what's coming up, or who's involved, and just with a few mouse clicks and without having to pay for it in most cases, we can just have that information readily at our fingertips. Happy birthday, everyone! Really quick, were you ever in a choir? You have such a beautiful voice. My siblings were in choir in high school, and they sang, like, it was a really nice, very famous choir. A high school choir, but my grades were such that I had to focus on more basics to graduate than have some of these electives in there. It was I had a lot of fun in high school, not like a criminal type fun, but I just didn't do much homework, and so I had to at the very end start to doing a lot more homework and taking night school and summer school classes to graduate. Not proud of that moment. Learned a whole ton. Took a couple years off. Went to college and loved it. Absolutely loved it. Won the writing competition there. Just had an excellent GPA. And just absolutely enjoyed the learning experience. Just in high school, I was not ready to learn. I don't know, but thank you. My family sings a lot. As a matter of fact, my family sings the national anthems for Scottish festivals. So Canada, Scotland, which is really just a drinking song. England, America, we sing national anthems for large festivals and things. So that's sort of where I came from. All right. I feel like I'm a mile behind. Buffer Zoom on. I'm watching. The Zoom is live. Oh, that was super loud. And that's about as much of a rebuttal as you can ask for. Judge says 5:45 works for me. Anything else? Miss Carell says, Judge says, can I, let's see if we can get a live stream going. Miss Carell's, you're next, says the judge. Judge says, I just need someone who's ready to go. They say, may we approach? We are requesting, says Mr. Shapiro, an instruction on the Munchausen by proxy. As the plaintiff has indicated in court, they are not seeking damages, nor are they... We've got a feed going here. Okay, here we go.
District.
I just need someone who's ready to go.
Yeah, I am. I'm the approacher. We are requesting an instruction on the Munchausen by proxy diagnosis. As the plaintiff has indicated in court, they are not seeking damages, nor are they seeking damages from the state for Munchausen by proxy, the concern or the suspicion of the diagnoses. As I do not want to make this a theme throughout my closing argument, I thought a special instruction at the front end of this would help cure that, so that way I would only reaffirm that this is coming from the court and not just my argument.
Judge, I see no need for this. I'm not arguing for Munchausen by proxy. I think the jury has had quite enough in the way of instructions, and I don't want to do anything further to confuse what was already a confusing issue. As long as I'm not talking about it, the fact is that the term Munchausen by proxy is littered throughout the documents that they have back there, the exhibits. I think they understand the circumstances.
Okay, I'm not going to give it. The instructions are locked, and if we wanted to consider something like this, it should have been discussed with the court days and days ago. What's next?
Just an update on the exhibits, Judge. I've given 3 pen drives. They all are the same to the other side. Please confirm. It just has the exhibit list on them. I know you only want one, but I wanted them to have one.
I appreciate that, and as soon as we get it, let me know so we can get it to Court IT to scan it and make sure it's,
Who do you want me to give it to?
I want you to give it to me.
Okay. All right. And so I will do that as soon as they confirm it, which should take but a second.
One
and only one. Hard copy of the list, Judge?
I personally would like a hard copy, but certainly the jury's going to need, and there's 6 jurors, so we probably need 6 copies for the jurors. And then the 2 clerks here might want a copy.
I gave the 2 clerks each.
Okay. Mr. Altenburn, you're next.
Yeah. We've discussed the closing argument hourly rate per count before, and I believe that is preserved, but I want to pin down one final thing. First, the PowerPoint screens they showed me had
we had
an
one
error.
objection just now.
It's been corrected. It said $300 an hour for one thing, and it's down to $100
that was from Mr.
an hour. This
Anderson
is what the
objecting
calculations
to
are based on. But
instruction.
I just want to point out one more time, and I don't know that you've seen the calculations.
I have not.
But the calculations that they're going to tell the jury about sometime in the next 75 minutes are going to ask on the personal injury claim for pain and suffering damages for Maya Kowalski somewhere in the range of $100 million, and that the total amount of damages, because primarily of future pain and suffering damages, will be somewhere in the range of $200 million. These numbers are roughly a magnitude higher than the highest range in which a jury can reasonably return a verdict in this case. And this is based on an argument that, as I've argued before, is something that is not something that can be done as a matter of law, because it exceeds the range in which the jury can return a verdict by such a massive amount that it's a legal error. Lawyers have an obligation not to mislead the judge or the jury by any artifice or by any false statement of law, and what they're about to do is an artifice and a false statement of law. And I know you're going to allow it to go forward, but I wanted to preserve the record that I object to this.
Hey, we're at 1776.
Anything, Mr. Anderson? No. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you know I have to follow the law, and I have no hesitation in following the law.
Absolutely.
Even if I don't like it. Or even if I like it. So I mean, the last 2 years, you know that I do that. So if you're going to invite error into something, you might want to make sure it's something that, if ultimately the jury gives you, is something that will be able to be survived within the legal world. Because if not,
every bit of economic damages is thoroughly supported by multiple experts adduced into trial, and on the general damages, Judge, the weight of case law allows for per diem per hour, and none of our rates for that are outlandish in any way, shape, or form. And we simply ask the jury to make a calculation based upon the facts and the proof in the case. We're not asking the jury to just do something out of sympathy or any other emotion other than justice. That's been our position throughout.
I think that preserves it, Your Honor. Thank you.
anything else before I take a few minutes? That's the thumb drive?
Yes, it's been checked by plaintiff's team to confirm it's just the spreadsheet.
Thank you. Sarah's going to come and get it. There you go. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take a few moments of a personal privilege.
Ooh.
We are in our 9th week of this trial since the beginning of jury selection. And I want to go ahead and recognize some superior efforts of many individuals who have supported the court to make this trial possible. This trial has presented some very unique logistical challenges, and it could not have occurred without the team that I'm going to talk about here. And this trial was one of the, if not the longest trial we've had here in Sarasota County. And when I was assigned this case in the summer of 2021, we soon began planning for a trial that was to occur in the spring of 2022 that coincidentally was going to occur 2 weeks after this building opened, which of course is always a difficult challenge when you're walking into a brand new building and you've never seen how the building's going to react. But be that as it may, the trial didn't occur then, but the logistical and organizational planning continued. And it's this team that made it possible, and I appreciate their efforts and necessary contributions to make this trial a reality. And they made it possible to let me focus on the legal issues as well as the conduct of the trial, instead of having to worry about all of the other things that go into making a trial happen. First, I need to recognize Karen Rushing, who is the Sarasota Clerk of Court. And in Florida, the clerk's office is an independent constitutional office, separate from and not working for the court. But despite that structure, Clerk Rushing always supports the court's efforts and always tries to find a way to say yes whenever the court asks her for something. And she does that both here in Sarasota as well as on a statewide basis, where she's one of the state leaders within the clerk's organization. And here in the courtroom, you've seen every day 2 deputy clerks from Clerk Rushing's office, Deputy Pileggi and Deputy Clerk Kitzman. And they have had the gargantuan task of keeping track of the tonnage of the exhibits, including when we routinely redact them on the fly and with just one statement, and they are on it. And they've had no break for the last 9 weeks. And after every day of this trial, they go back and keep working for several more hours, and they routinely work well into the night, logging and organizing the exhibits. Behind the scenes in the clerk's office, there was a group of Clerk Rushing's executive team that included Deputy Clerks Plant, Kernan, Mahennies, and the Clerk's General Counsel, Miss Davey. And Miss Clerk Rushing was also personally involved on this team as we were planning. So I want to thank the clerk's office for making this happen. Next, I want to recognize Kurt Hoffman, who is the sheriff of Sarasota County. Like the clerk, the sheriff is a constitutional officer separate from the court. Again, despite that structure, Sheriff Hoffman supports the court in its functions and does what is necessary to provide a safe and secure environment for all. Now, Sheriff Hoffman is actually an attorney himself and has practiced law in this court. Sheriff Hoffman has a unique perspective, insight, and talent in running a successful security team. Now, from Sheriff Hoffman's office, Lieutenant Doomer has had the overall responsibility for this detail, and in his absence, Lieutenant Tosay has filled in. Lieutenant Doomer and Lieutenant Tosay have been available to me and many times did assist me on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week. It was not unusual for me to pick up the phone, whether it was Saturday or Sunday, to discuss issues that had arisen over the weekend. In the courtroom, you've primarily seen Deputy DiMizio and Deputy Coley, and they have been with us every day. Also, you've seen Deputy Perez, who would have been one of the primary duties had we done this trial last year. Now, they take their role seriously and professionally, and they are always present and working to keep order in this court and keeping the safety of all, from the jurors to the attorneys to the witnesses to the members of the public. And they did it so that we all could observe these court proceedings comfortably while respecting our cherished constitutional rights. Behind the scenes, there were many others within the chain of command in the sheriff's office that participated, notably Captain Walsh, Sergeants Koenig, Shurtlev, and Trask, and they've also contributed their expertise to this detail. The coordination from the sheriff's office was superb, and I also want to thank the sheriff's office and the deputies personally for your continued help. My next set of thank yous goes to Kim Miller, who is the court's trial court administrator and the leader of court administration. Ms. Miller, also an attorney, works for the court directly and supports the court's needs as our go-to person to make things happen. And the court goes to her a lot. Court administration supports 32 judges in 3 counties, and none of us could do what we do without court administration ensuring that the infrastructure exists wherever and whenever we hold court, whether we go down because a power goes out, there's a hurricane, wherever we need to hold court, they ensure that we can do it. And so Ms. Miller has a thankless job, but she does it with skill and grace. Embracing that whatever it takes philosophy that court administration has, the team in court administration that has been dedicated to this trial includes Deputy Court Administrator Hamill, General Counsel Floyd, Procurement Specialist Sotomayor, and Public Information Officer Rhodes. And I also want to say thank you to them for making this happen. Now, also under the court administration department, there are 2 indispensable departments. That one is court counsel, and the other is information technology. Court counsel is a scarce resource. We only have about 7 attorneys available to assist the 32 judges in our circuit. So you can do the math, 7 attorneys to help 32. And they help us with legal research and writing. And, you know, as we are sitting here in court all day, it's difficult for us to be doing all these other things. Now, generally speaking, court counsel's time is prioritized to criminal matters and other due process type cases. And so circuit civil judges like me very rarely are allowed to use court counsel and only get it in isolated instances. Now, for this case, though, the chief judge and the trial court administrator have allowed me greater access to court counsel given the quite a few rulings that we've had to make in this case, and that's probably by a factor of 100, but I'm going to be eternally grateful for court counsel's help during this trial. Mr. Bates from the court counsel team has been on call to me, and it's not uncommon, and I feel bad, but I'd be calling him at 9 o'clock on Saturday evenings to discuss matters about this trial. And so as we work to find the best and most legally accurate and correct ruling possible. So I want to say thank you to Mr. Bates for helping me during these last 9 weeks. Chief Technology Officer McHugh leads a small but mighty group of IT professionals. Now, I know that TV folks have 2 cameras in this courtroom, but all of the other pieces of equipment are under IT's purview, and they maintain all the technological infrastructure, and they make it look easy. And they also do it on a 24-hour, 7-day basis in 3 counties whenever we hold court. So, for instance, when I go to first appearance on a Sunday morning and I've got a problem with the video feed to DeSoto County Jail, my first call is to IT, and they jump right on it on a Sunday morning. Now, in person here in this building, you've seen IT specialist Kasika come in and clean up whenever I fumbled the technology. In the background, though, every single person in this small IT office that we have to cover these 3 counties has been involved in this case, and I also appreciate their efforts because they know I'm the one that's calling them at odd times to get something to work. over these last 9 weeks, and even before this trial began, there's been 1,800 other cases that are in Division C that are assigned to me that continue to need attention. And I'm very blessed to have colleagues on the bench willing to jump in and help ensure that the cases continue to receive the attention that they deserve while I was here with you. And certainly this case is important, and I don't mean to understate that, but so too are each of the other 1,800 cases. Those cases are important to the litigants in those cases, just as this case is important to the litigants in this case. And to me, it's like I don't pick between my children. It's just each one is important, and we need to have the attention for each one. Chief Judge Moreland, Judges McHugh, Rule, Walker, and Williams have each tried jury and non-jury cases for me while I was seated here over the last 9 months. They and others have handled emergencies, they've conducted hearings, and otherwise conducted the business of Division C, while at the same time conducting the business of their division. Just yesterday was my docket sounding case management pretrial conference and initial case management day, and I probably had a docket of 300 cases yesterday that Judges Rule and McHugh tag teamed to help to make sure that that was covered, and that was just yesterday. And their assistance, of course, have made it possible. In addition to these specifically named judges, every judge in this circuit, and actually a number of judges statewide, have been very willing to listen to me and give me advice, let me talk things over, and otherwise said yes whenever I picked up the phone to call them. And I also will be thankful to my colleagues, both in this circuit and statewide, for your help during this trial. Now, no discussion of thank yous would be complete without reference to Ms. Sybak, who works with me as the court's judicial assistant. Not only does she keep me organized here in this trial, but she also staffs and ensures that all the other judges that are helping me get what they need so that when those judges get on the bench, they are fully prepared. So yesterday, and the lead up for yesterday, she was also working on the dockets of those 300 cases. Ms. Sybak is my ambassador to the attorneys, the parties, and the public at large, and she does an amazing job in doing it. She's a great and helpful listener to those who call the office, and she always has a kind and supportive word when one is needed. So thank you, Ms. Sybak, for that. And finally, and most importantly, I want to recognize and thank the most important people who help and support me every day. I'm very fortunate to be partnered with a wife and a son who love me and do not get mad when I devote the time that I normally would be spending with them that I'm spending on this case and the 1,800 other cases. Without their support, I simply could not have done what is necessary in this case and in other cases. And I know that they're very frustrated with me right now, but I appreciate their willingness to share me with others so we could have this trial. I will own every mistake and misstep in this case, but the success in accomplishing this trial rests on this team and the many individuals who work behind the scenes to make this possible. And we all have the singular goal of providing a fair trial to the parties in this case. And it's to this team that deserves the praise of pulling it off. Now, I have a few more observations and then we'll get to the business at hand. Here in the courtroom, we have had daily had multiple reporters and technical individuals from TV stations covering this trial. And I must say they have been very respectful of adhering to the court's procedures while they did their job covering this trial. And they did so without interference with these court proceedings. And I appreciate the substantial professionalism and how they have gone about doing their business, while at the same time allowing us to run this trial without interference. So I appreciate their professionalism and ability to observe these proceedings and report on it without becoming an issue. I also want to thank the parties' IT professionals that are here in the courtroom Mr. Reyes and Mr. Cottrell. They have greatly aided the presentation of the parties, and they've done so quickly and effectively. And I know that I was a little skeptical at first, but they quickly won over my skepticism, and I wish every single trial I could have Mr. Reyes and Mr. Cottrell here for the parties. You have made this trial so much nicer because of your work. So I want to say thank you to the IT professionals for the parties. Behind the scenes in every office are the ones who truly run the show, and that, of course, I mean the paralegals and the assistants. Each team that is in front of me has had any number of paralegals and assistants that have made what the parties need and what the court needed happen. And I'm sure that they've been continuing to work even after the attorneys go to bed, because I can tell by the number of emails and the times that we're receiving them that they're the ones that when the attorneys say, hey, I need this done, they're the ones that get stuck doing all of the work. And my staff, Ms. Syback and I, appreciate your efforts very much. And even if we had all this infrastructure, and even if everyone else was here, if the parties' assistants and paralegals weren't there, nothing would have happened. So thank you. And finally, the attorneys. I must say you are all very dedicated and very passionate about this case. And it goes without saying that both sides' attorneys have given their all. I know we've had our moments, but I have never doubted your all's dedication and desire to make this trial happen. And so I do appreciate, I know how tired you are, and I know you all are very much ready for this case to be over, but I do want to pause and recognize the attorney's efforts in this case, because you basically gave it your all and you left nothing on the bench. You put everything on the playing field, and I think that shows in the amount of time and attention that each side's attorneys. So with that, that's going to conclude my personal privilege. Sorry for it taking so long, but I did want to just pause and recognize everything that was needed to make this trial happen. So unless there's anything further, I'm about ready to bring in the jury. Is there anything we need to...
Just a question. We're going to go look at the exhibits. Is that all right if we do that now and we just exit the back?
Go to a different...
Yes, Your Honor, we will go to one of the mediation rooms.
Go to the mediation rooms over on the side of the building.
Okay.
And so does each side have who's going to go?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
No
stuff to go from our side.
And do you need us to make 6 copies of this, Judge?
I'm sorry?
Do you need us to make 6 copies of this?
No, the verdict form?
No, I'm sorry. Holding up the wrong thing.
Who's going to pay? Who's going to pay for the copy?
Just before we send the jury back, so each juror can have it. And one other thing, I've got the instructions for the dependency court orders. So are we okay with me giving these out at this time to the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. Do y'all need an extra copy of it in paper?
If you have a copy.
Yeah, I've got it.
I would appreciate one copy.
The 5 go to this and the 3 go there. Okay. Ms. Kitzman, are you okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm clear to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury. Yes, sir.
All right, and just like that, we are about to go into opening statements. I believe any sanctions.
15-minute, Mr. Anderson. After you finish, we'll take a break, and then we'll go do Mr. Shapiro. Now, Mr. Shapiro, if you need to take a break in the middle of your, let me know, or we can go straight.
So an hour and 15 in. So buckle up. It's going to be a long. They're going to be long, but it's going to follow pretty well. I think this will be easy to follow. That's what I'm saying. This is closing statements. The sanctions and the DV, which has not been addressed, it might turn into a JNOV instead of a DV, which is a judge's judgment notwithstanding a verdict, which is almost identical to a DV.
Okay, members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that correct?
Correct.
and no one from the media approached you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you have not seen any media coverage of this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Deputy Coley, if you could hand out. This is the dependency court order instruction that I previously gave you during the trial, and I said I would give you a copy for your use back in the deliberation room. This is that. I'm not going to read it to you, but I've already read it to you during the trial. But you can keep that and take that back with you. Now, members of the jury, we are now ready for our closing arguments. Both sides have equal time. Under our procedures, the plaintiff is able to divide their time. The plaintiff will go first, then the defense will go, and then the plaintiff will use the remainder of the plaintiff's time in a rebuttal argument. But both sides have equal time. With that, where did Mr. Anderson go? There you are. I couldn't see you there for a moment. You have the floor, Mr. Anderson.
May it please the court. So this is closing argument summation. And, last night I couldn't sleep very well, obviously, for all the reasons. And I was rolling around, and then I woke up, and it just came to me that we've been spending 9 weeks together. And you know what I know. And I know how I reacted to all the facts. And realizing that, suddenly I just had a great sense of comfort and confidence. And I went to sleep like a baby. Because I don't have to do that much convincing, nor would I try to do that much convincing. I'm going to try up here to make some connections for you, to try to help you back there, to give you some tools to work with. Now, I'm going to be up here the first time for about an hour and 15 minutes, out of which about 20 minutes, Mr. Whitney is going to come up and help with some of the verdict form math. That is not my forte, so we decided to split it up right there and give you the best we could do. And then a couple hours for these guys, and then I'll come up for a final 45 minutes and rebut whatever they're saying and make some closing arguments. So what we have here is a great American family, right? They're hardworking. They are devout. They are patriots. They have done everything a family should do. And none of what happened to them should have happened to them. It should not have happened to them. Your job is to figure out why it happened to them, how it happened to them, and what ends up being justice for them. In this case, for reasons that I still cannot fathom in many ways, Johns Hopkins doctors who are supposed to do no harm just blew up this family. It's beyond me. And I just have a difficult time understanding motivations. I understand more based on what we heard there at the last from Dr. Cochran about some of the whys of how it would happen. And Nick has reminded me, and I want to say this out of the box, for certain reasons legally, when I say none of this or all of this, this that I am talking about is what happened to Maya back with Ms. Beatty. That is what I'm talking about, that period from October 7th through January 14th. That's what I'm saying when I'm saying this, none of this, or all of this. So the problem here is that by what pressures they put on Beata Kowalski, they took her out of the game. And she was, without a doubt, the quarterback of this team. Jack is an amazing man. But Beata was a force of nature. And Beata was capable of incredible amounts of work, tenderness, love, compassion. But she was also of an Eastern European background, and she could be brusque, but she was a lioness protecting her family. And we get into eventually what happened on that October 7th afternoon and evening. And I want you to think about one thing. If Johns Hopkins had not changed its diagnosis that quickly over that particular day, for reasons we'll get into, none of this would have happened. And that's medical malpractice. They did absolutely no research. They did not bring in experts. They did not have anybody who knew what they were doing examine Maya. And from the Kowalski standpoint, 6 days before, they had been back in with the same complaints, which is gastroparesis, which is from CRPS, right? And here they come in 6 days later, and it's completely changed. Now they're somehow treated like criminals. They're treated as though there's something wrong with them, even though, and consider it from their point of view, they've been coming to this hospital since literally before any of the CRPS symptoms started. They'd been going there for 15 months, and they'd never had a problem. They'd had support, and let me tell you, I don't think that everybody at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital was bad, wrong, or evil. There were some good people over there. Some of their outpatient doctors were superb, but something was very wrong with this hospital. And as I was saying, I think Dr. Cochran got to the heart of it with the culture there. It seems to me that any time you put together an organization where no one can speak up, no one can comment on anything that's going to rock the boat, you're going to get this type of situation. You're going to get a situation where a Kathy Beattie can run wild and no one will catch her, no one will slow her down, no one will get her out of this and away from Maya. There simply was no accountability at this place, none. So, what you're trying to do now, and the way I was really thinking about it was, why don't I go through some of Johns Hopkins' defenses? Because I figured that if we got rid of the defenses, then all that would be left would be our case. And then it would be much easier for you to make up your minds about things. So if you look at some of their theories that we heard in the opening statement, one was that Maya had come in emaciated and they saved her because they put weight back on her. If you check out Dr. Wassenauer's weight, she was 27 kilograms 1 week before she went in there, and she was 27 kilograms when she was out 2 weeks later. So that theory's gone. That they had kept her off or gotten her off a bunch of drugs. You can look at the admission to see what meds she was on at the time. You can look at the discharge summary and see how similar it is. Nothing there. Nothing there. They argued that ketamine bad, ketamine scary. Ketamine worked. And they themselves, in their own routines and methodologies, they actually had a ketamine infusion process. So it wasn't the fact of infusing ketamine. What it was dosage. And they tried to scare everybody with the idea that these dosages were extraordinarily high. They worked, didn't they? They worked. And you know this because if you take a look at the progress through January through August of 2016 and the videos we showed you about how well Maya was coming along here, you can see how well they worked. Through all of this, keep in mind there was never a bad lab. Usually, if there's a drug that's going to really mess you up, if you are having some significant problems, one of the things you do is you look for the blood test for the liver primarily. What you're looking for here is to see if there's any substantial changes. Nowhere can they show you any continued or even, I don't think, any abnormal liver tests. That's an objective test that would tell you whether or not this was the wrong medicine or that there was too much medicine. They argued that Maya's recovery was all due to them. Well, no, it really wasn't. And she didn't really recover. She did much better. CRPS, as you know, is a disease that she's going to have the rest of her life. It's something that you manage. And so by taking her back so many steps, they made things so much worse for her. And it was only Maya's self-discipline and will. And I believe the idea in her head is that she wanted to prove to her mom that she could overcome, that she could do this. But it had nothing to do with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and she was not cured, and she did not end up with no symptoms. On November 20th, she ended up with a terrible relapse. You'll see the photos of her with a feeding tube down her nose. And I mean, the one thing that struck out with me was that if you looked at her clavicle right here, she didn't even look like the same girl. That's how bad that relapse was. And then if you look at Dr. Henschke's records, you'll see that she had another one in 2022. It was simply, Maya had not recovered. Everything that she did herself. And in spite of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. So, what else have they tried to say? What are their other defenses? Well, they blame Beata for taking her own life. And although we'll get into a lot of this more, the fact is that Beata was reacting to a maternal instinct that she had almost no, and in fact, no ability to control. It was the same thing as a mother jumping out in front of a truck to push her 2-year-old out of the way, knowing that it would take her life. And when there's a competition between the maternal instinct and the self-preservation instinct, the maternal instinct is going to win each time. Now, let's start on a couple slides here to get rolling. The concept here is that none of Johns Hopkins' defenses that they put out in their opening or tried through the course of the case ever panned out. What they did in this case was pick around the edges and try to convince you that somehow you should doubt this poor girl, that somehow you should doubt Beata. And here she is with a relapse. Let's start at the beginning on the slides if we can. Friday, October 7th, 2016. Before this was an incredibly happy family and a good, strong marriage. And a mom who was overwhelmingly in support of her children. She was proud to be Polish. She was proud to share her heritage. And the focus of her love were her children. She loved Jack, but those children were the center of her life. Jack Kowalski is an amazing man. And one of the things that I really resented through all this is the idea that this man, who is a deputy fire chief, who ran into burning buildings, was somehow a Casper milk toast and wouldn't take any steps to control his wife. That is about the farthest thing from the truth. He's a quiet man. You saw him on the stand here. but in no way, shape, or form does he lack for bravery. We know next one. And then 99 days later, I want to talk about the big overview of this. They go in, a happy family. Maya has CRPS, but Beata found a way. She worked her rear end off, locating the right physicians. Does anybody notice that all of the speculation about conversion disorder all came about before she was diagnosed by Dr. Kirkpatrick? If you look after that point and up until January 7th, nobody accused, nobody thought about that after the proper diagnosis was made. And all of the hospitals that considered, and never even diagnosed, but considered conversion disorder had one thing in common. They missed the CRPS diagnosis, right? So if you look after September 23rd of 2015, after Dr. Kirkpatrick made the appropriate diagnosis, you see that all tapered off because now they knew. Now it made sense. Beata finally got Maya to somebody who knew what they were talking about. She had solved the problem as best as the problem could be solved. CRPS is not something you can solve completely, but you know what? She found a way. She found a way to deal with it for her little girl. She found a way to get through this to the best of her ability and Maya's ability and give Maya the best life she possibly could. She went to doctor after doctor after doctor, searching. All of those that they want to blame on her somehow, that Beata was going to too many physicians. This was all before there was actually a diagnosis made. Of course she's going to do that. She's going to try to find an answer. And she found an answer. And I suggest to you that but for what Johns Hopkins did to this family, it would have been in control.
Those are key
and
words.
They would have
for
gone
the verdict.
on with their lives to the same successes. And they would have overcome this disease. And they could have gone on very, very happily with Beata there and each of them able to live their lives as they wanted to. Afterwards, coming out, what do we know? Well, we know that mom's gone. Daughter is so weak she can barely keep herself upright in the car and needs pillows to be able to support herself. We know her CRPS is immeasurably worse. We know the family is in tatters. They have lost in many ways everything that made them up. They still have the love for each other, but they lost the driving force. Nothing was cured. Nothing was made better. Nothing was done to justify that time in there, except, of course, make Johns Hopkins a little more money, about $534,000 worth. Here you see she still had the dystonia. And you know what? I had 4 doctors come in talking about about CRPS, and I could have called more, but I figured you'd had just about all that you needed to hear about CRPS, right? So I didn't call everybody that possibly treated her. I was on the clock a bit. What I did do was try to get through enough of them so you would understand exactly what was going on here and be able to identify it. And then I used video and audio and photographs to demonstrate all of the symptoms. I don't think there's any question but that Maya has and had CRPS, which then raises the question of why were these doctors on that day? Why did they shift from the diagnosis in all of their records up to that point of CRPS and go back to some psychosomatic thing? Why would you do that? Why go back to something that 4 or 5 different experts why would you abandon something 5 or 6 experts had confirmed and go back to something that you could only find pre-diagnosis and as speculation from a lot of other hospitals? Not even a lot, 2. And if we can continue on, let's go. So on October 1st, as I said, she comes in and she's got the same thing, abdominal pain worsening. The diagnosis is what I was saying, regional pain disorder, which is the same thing as CRPS, right? She has a milkshake. After ketamine treatment, she goes in, and here's what happens. She was only in for about 24 hours, right? And she came out, and they had dealt with it. The same thing would have happened on October 7th, but for whatever went on that afternoon and evening. She would have been in and out and continued on her way to recovery. Next one, please. So what happened on October 7th, 6 days after the last time she was in for exactly the same thing? And keep in mind, she had been into this place over 17 times before this. Don't you think if there was some sort of psychosomatic condition, the over 50 doctors that saw her beforehand would have found that out? Couldn't they have figured that out? The Johns Hopkins doctors. She'd even been admitted twice before this. They were locked in to a confirmation of CRPS. So you've got Jack showing up. It wasn't Beata. It was Jack bringing her in. And she's in extreme pain, over and above the usual CRPS pain. Now, I don't know what went on here through all of this, but I have an idea. They find out from Dr. Hanna that she's getting ketamine booster treatments. Dr. Hanna lets them know, and they already basically knew, and in their records was Dr. Kirkpatrick diagnosing, an expert. Everybody knew. How did it change so much? Let me go again. I will come back in a moment to what I think really happened on that evening. But there was some confrontation. Something happened that changed everything and caused this hospital to come away with the idea that they had to prove that Maya did not have CRPS, she didn't have pain, and do everything they possibly could to try to convince her, a 10-year-old girl, 11-year-old girl, that she wasn't feeling what she was feeling, and to put the maximum amount of pressure on Beata. What would do this? So, leading up to this, one of the things they talk about are the amazing number of infusions. And I want to point out something else. I'm jumping around here a little bit. One of their big reasons for needing to keep Maya there was withdrawal, that somehow ketamine was like an opiate and you had to keep her there to wean her off or she would be physiologically harmed in some way, right? Take a look at the number of times that she had an infusion, which are in green, and all the red are the periods between those infusions. And if you look at the medical records, nothing in those records ever shows a single sign of any withdrawal. There's no shaking and there's no runny nose or jitters. There's no raised blood pressure for no apparent reason. There's nothing to indicate that this child's having withdrawal symptoms. The proof is in the pudding. I don't know why they brought the addictionologist in here, Dr. Levy, because she simply did not understand the disease, and her statements were so far afield, and she absolutely could not explain why Maya was able to get through all these, stop from anywhere from a day up to 37 days, and never have the single sign of withdrawal. And the reason was there are no withdrawals from ketamine. There aren't any. There was no reason to keep her there. There was no reason to keep her in the hospital. Maya should have been in and out, right? Right. So on this January 7th, Beata shows up to support her daughter. And you know what? I don't know what went on with Maya in terms of whether she was using bad language, and I don't care, because nowhere in this record before or after is there any sign whatsoever of her having done anything even remotely like that. And you've spent 8 weeks around her, and ask yourself, is she really the type to do that? Keep in mind also, though, she'd had a steroid course for a significant period of time before this. You ever heard roid rage? And there was no paneling when she went in to figure out what she was on. And then she was put back on a bunch of narcotics. But it doesn't really matter because they weren't looking at the history. Something happened back there between Beata Kowalski and that team, who I still can't figure out. I think it was Tepa Sanchez. I think that Dr. Malik was back there. Some nurses. But something happened back there that ticked them off. They got...
I'm sorry? Are we approach?
There's an objection. Sorry to all you 1776ers. Looks like we just got one more. Maya is showing a little emotion during this as Mr. Anderson is spelling this out, probably in the first full timeline version that we've heard. And going through the proceedings. Each side has 2 hours. They both have equal amounts of time, but because the plaintiff has the burden of proof in this case, the plaintiff is allowed to break theirs up and do it in 2 parts. So we're going to have an hour and 15 minutes, mostly by Mr. Anderson, where we have Mr. Whitney, who's going to come up and help with the math on the whiteboard at one point. And then we're going to...
Objections overruled. You may continue, Mr. Anderson.
All right. So back there, I'm not sure who said what, but I'm pretty sure with Beata's personality that what she did was start to question them and say, we were just here 6 days ago, and by the way, we've been coming here. You're supposed to be our hospital. You're supposed to be our doctors. Why are you putting us through this? Why are you questioning everything that I say here? I don't want Maya to have a blood pressure cuff because do you understand about allodynia? Do you understand about how this disease is? I've been coming here for forever. Why don't you people pick up on this? And that ticked them off because she was challenging them. And there must have been some words back and forth because somehow, somewhere, they decided to completely change over the diagnoses, and whether they did it immediately in the record or whether they simply did it in every way they approached everything and everybody that they told outside of the hospital. There's no question that they tried to change the narrative here. And walking in as a normal family with a child with a debilitating disease, they walked out suddenly with Beata as the enemy and Maya as a liar. That Maya was making all of this up and that Beata was somehow encouraging it. So whatever happened, and I'm pretty sure it was that Beata started to ask people's names. And she started to take down those names, and she started to ask very, very pointed questions. Because remember, within the first 24 hours they were there, they called risk management. Within 24 hours, with the patient they'd had for a year and a half, they called risk management. Something else very interesting here. Remember one of my first witnesses, Debbie Hanna? She was the social worker that was brought in. And it wasn't her regular gig, but she was brought in to help on this. And she sat down with the Kowalskis, and she said that they were like every other family with a child that was in a lot of pain and with a desperate disease. They were incredibly concerned. But she didn't see any signs whatsoever of abnormal behavior. And this is a social worker. This is the one that's supposed to pick up on stuff like this. And there's another thing I want you to keep in the back of your mind. She was never allowed and never did finish her psychosocial evaluation, which is what you put together to see whether there are any psychosocial problems. Are there any psychiatric issues going on here? Is there something going on that maybe we didn't spot over the past 15 months and 50 doctors? She was not allowed to complete that, and risk management took over. It's very strange. Very strange. After that, what did we see? We saw Sally Smith brought in. What the heck was Sally Smith doing there?
Whoops.
Why were they bringing her in? Why did they have her checking records on October 8th, the next day, without the Kowalskis' authority, by the way, and without their consent and without their knowledge? Why was she going in there and looking back at all these records? What was her role here? Sally Smith eventually comes in to see them, and she doesn't identify herself as Sally Smith. Whatever she's trying to say up there, you know she came in a lab coat, and she came in with her doctor's pass. You know she walked in, and she started to try to get information from them without identifying herself. She was trying to set up a case or some complaint or something. She was the hammer. She was the hammer that they might need. They might need down the road. Should the Kowalskis come back, make any complaints? Remember, this was a place where if a person complained, there was retribution. Dr. Corcoran? If a person complained, then there was a chance they could lose their jobs. Nobody was complaining up and down, and no one wanted to hear any complaints about them. And here was Beata taking down names. They panicked, and they decided they weren't going to let this brusque lady with an Eastern European accent coming in and telling them how to do their job and what they could do and not do and what tests they could do and not do, right? They got really, really upset at being bossed around by this lady. And she was a nurse, too, which made it even worse. By the way, why are they so worked up about Beata Kowalski, an infusion nurse, giving her child infusions? I never made the connection there as to what that's supposed to signify to anyone. So after that, you can see here, well, beforehand, you can see the times leading up to it. After this, there's a psychological evaluation on January 6, 2017 by Dr. Duncan. You got that back there. There's no problem found. They bring in Dr. Lewis, who was working for the state. He was not one of their doctors. He was working for the state. You got to look beyond what you're being told to see what was really going on here. Dr. Lewis, whatever Maya's saying, he's putting down what he wants to say to try to support a narrative. But even he can't bring himself to say that this is psychosomatic. He says you got to get a pediatric neurologist to look at this to confirm whether or not there's a physiological basis, right? So Sally Smith is in here, and all of a sudden Sally Smith starts running the show. She was an apparent agent. Under the definition that you're going to get, I want you to check yes on apparent agent if you agree that we've proven through the testimony of Elena Kushner, who also, amazingly enough, had an Eastern European accent, and also had the same experience of Sally Smith coming in a white lab coat and starting to ask questions. No introduction, No, hi, I'm Dr. Smith. I'm here to help you. What can I do? Anything like that. No, probing questions to try to see what could be uncovered. The Kowalskis became the enemies. The Kowalskis had become the enemies, right? And remember, this was a hospital that was under immediate jeopardy of losing its license, right? These people were worked up, and they didn't want anybody rocking the boat. But in any event, they talk the Kowalskis into staying. They tell them, we're going to help here, we're going to help there, and Beata says, no, we're going to go back, like we did on the 1st, to Dr. Hannah, and we're going to complete the ketamine infusions because you guys can't help us. No doubt Beata brought her in to see if there could be an intubation and greater amounts of ketamine to try to get her out of this crisis. And when they couldn't do it, she concluded, why are we here? And tried to leave. And she was told, well, if you leave, then you're AMA and we're going to call security. And that's in the records. So they were forced to stay. And as much as they try to dig around in the records, ask yourself, do you believe they really wanted to stay in that hospital when there was no reason to do so? Maya was not getting the care she wanted and the care that the parents wanted. You know, there's a lot of people watching this. There's a lot of people looking at this. There are CRPS patients. There are parents who have children in crisis trying to figure out what to do. There's a lot of people who are paying attention to what you're doing here. And in this instance...
Sorry. Objection is sustained.
Thank you.
And it's important here to consider what was going on behind the scenes. So, through the course of the time from October 7th up until the 13th, when this order was obtained, they desperately wanted to get out of that place. But were not allowed out of this place, although they tried to talk them into. Johns Hopkins did their best to try to convince the Kowalskis that, well, she's got withdrawal symptoms, she'll have withdrawal symptoms, we need to wean her down, everything you've been doing is wrong. And you know what? The Kowalskis were at least listening to them. They didn't buy it, but they were at least listening to them. They weren't uncooperative about this, but all they wanted to do was get out of there and get someplace where Maya could be properly treated. That's the reason they came in. They had no reason to stay there. They didn't want Maya under this hospital's care if the hospital couldn't do anything more for them. That's called false imprisonment, and that's where you would check yes on that particular one. I'm skipping around here, but in your verdict form, it's interesting, you've got different events listed, okay? And you're going to be asked individual questions about individual events. And so this is one of them. Another one is when when Kathy Beatty and company pinned her down on January 6th. That's another one. Right. He's right. I need to talk about the suicide. I'm interested here in the circumstances living up to Beata. You know, her motto was live with passion, right? And she had everything in the world to live with, live for. And she died with the same passion. Consider the fact that she came from a communist country and saw her father dragged out of the house by the powers that be, right? Beata Kowalski gave her life for her child because she knew Beata was prescient. She knew something was going on in that hospital, and she had been told repeatedly about how her daughter was suffering. And she knew enough to just listen to her daughter. And you heard the phone calls to know what was going on. And every time somebody saw her daughter, any of the neighbors that got in, any of the priest, anyone else who got in, She was pumping them for information. She knew exactly what was going on here. And so as Maya started to get worse and worse and worse, the anxiety of Beata went up and up and up until it came about finally that Beata determined, unless something drastic was done, there's a pretty good chance her daughter was going to die in this hospital. Why? She'd already seen a friend's daughter die from CRPS. CRPS can kill you. And in this instance, where you've got someone who is becoming so weak that they're laying down and they can't even hold themselves up, you're subject to blood clots that can go to the heart and kill. And that's what Beata was concerned about. There was retaliation against me because they knew I was going after the ICU. Filing charges with me with DCF automatically makes them automatically immune. But what it says here is that Beata knew what was going on with her daughter and knew she had to do something drastic. She knew they were retaliating against her. She knew that she was the key. If she was in the picture, Maya was never going to get out of there. And it was likely that Maya was going to end up in some kind of foster care and in some situation where she would be even worse.
Objection.
That's in the
legal basis?
The legal basis is the immunity. We're not responsible for.
No, I've already instructed the jury on that.
Okay.
She knew if she did not take herself out of the picture, that it was likely, it was a probability that her daughter would die. The best hope would be that her daughter lived but was with some foster parents who did not understand the disease, or was placed in a situation where she was going to be in psychiatric care. And the rest of her life, Beata knew, because she was a nurse, that Maya would be followed through her entire life, dogged by these allegations that somehow there was a psychosis going on. Afterwards, Dr. Tepa Sanchez writes and says, she's talking to Dr. Laura Vos at this time, I learned today that Ketamine Girl's mom committed suicide yesterday. Sorry to say my prediction was correct. That means it had happened before. They knew about it, and yet they still kept the pressure on. They still kept the pressure on Beata. Oh my God. They still thought somehow this was the right thing to push Beata to the edge and over. They knew she was on the edge, and they kept up the pressure. There's no question but that this suicide was caused directly by their actions. On the verdict form, what you're going to see is a few things, but one of them is there's two bases. And you heard Dr. Richards testify about both of them. One is, was it a substantial factor? Were their actions a substantial factor in the suicide? I submit, absolutely. The second was, did she operate from an irresistible impulse? The irresistible impulse in this instance was the maternal instinct. There was nothing she could do about it. She knew if she didn't protect her daughter here, she was going to lose her daughter. And Beata knew also, she thought through the effect of her being out of the picture. She knew it'd be tough on Kyle. She knew it would be tough on Maya and Jack. But she figured having Maya alive was better than losing Maya. She knew they could get through somehow. But she could not stand the thought of losing her baby girl. Please take care of Maya. Don't make her suffer anymore. She doesn't deserve that. No child deserves that. Insofar as the verdict on suicide, I request that you check yes, it was caused by them. And it's important, very important, that you answer questions 45, 46, 47, 48, and 55 in the positive if you want a recovery for Jack and for Kyle. These are the causes of action for wrongful death, and they are allowed to recover based on being beneficiaries of the estate. So that if you want to award damages to Jack for the loss of his wife and to Kyle for the loss of his mother, then you have to determine that there was an intentional infliction of emotional distress. And under that definition, by any definition, this was emotional distress that was absolutely outrageous. You just don't do what they did to a little girl like this. You just don't take away a gift. You don't tell her that her mother's crazy. You don't tell her that her mother is in a mental institution. You don't pat her. And you know what? They were patting her. Beatty would come in and pat her on the way in and way out. She was trying to develop evidence so that she could say, oh, she never reacted to that. She must not have had allodynia. That's why she was doing it. You don't put a child on your lap. You do not cuddle with a child, and you sure don't kiss a child. There was no authorization whatsoever, and Maya loathed Kathy Beatty. Remember the attorney, Zimmerman, who said it came off in waves how much she disliked Kathy Beatty. Maya did not consent to anything, and what they did was continue to put the pressure on all the way through this. So let me talk a little bit about your verdict form. There's so much to talk about in these cases, it's easy to get bogged down on it. Under false imprisonment, your claim 1, I submit there's more than enough evidence to show that they were falsely imprisoned. Maya was falsely imprisoned on the occasion of October 7th through October 13th. And then you're asked to put down damages for her pain and suffering and for mental and psychological expenses and the reasonable value of hospitalization. And that question is repeated several times through this on each one of the first two claims. What I suggest you do in trying to determine exactly how much to award is that you make a determination of the gross amount of pain and suffering, loss of capacity to enjoy life, mental anguish, and you determine the big picture, because you're going to have to determine that for intentional infliction of emotional distress and malpractice, okay? And then you go back and you assign a percentage of that to each one of these events, because each one of the events are set out separately, and you're supposed to award damages separately. Now you have in your records there, you've got the $10 million plus for Dr. Bifolco's plan, for his life care plan. And that then is spread out among the first two based on the percentages that you see are the most severe. If you determine, for instance, that the January 6, 2017 incident where she was stripped, pinned down, photographed against her will, if you determine that that one is one of the most severe, you would put the highest percentage for it. So do the math first. Figure out, and Nick's going to give you some ideas about this. Figure out using and we've got the formula in there. Figure out the number of days that she was down. Remember how we had them fill out all of these forms to tell you how many days per week that this was really affecting them? And then you need to talk among yourselves and figure out an hourly rate. Now, we use hourly rates for a lot of different things in our lives. And this is the best way we have come up with for you to measure what happened to them. So you would take the hourly rate that you determine, and Nick's going to go over the remainder of it, but you're going to multiply it out against the amount of years left, which will give you the amount of days. I'll let him talk about it. But then what we want you to do is come back and give a percentage as to each one of the events. And that way you'll be able to capture all of them. And there's an instruction there about don't duplicate. This is a good way of making sure that that does not happen. Is if you use it by percentages after determining the entire amount of pain and suffering, loss of capacity to enjoy life, mental anguish. So you have a series of questions in your first few pages about false imprisonment, and you'll be asked about how to give the numbers for each one of those. Then you've got battery, and it is the battery for the psychological, whether they committed battery on Maya Kowalski on January 6th. I think everyone here agrees from the testimony that Maya was battered. And then, like I said, you have separate questions there, right, for the damages. Then it's a second one on claim 2, battery, hugs, kiss, and pats. In this instance, we're talking about the instances where Kathy Beatty is hugging her, patting her, kissing her, putting her on the lap, but it's broader than that. You just can't be duplicative. That's why I say come up with the percentage after you determine the total. And then there are claims for the total. And it's important that you emphasize the damages for these two to begin with, because they are what we call core events. They are the batteries and the false imprisonments and the things done to them, out of which many of the other causes of action, particularly intentional infliction of emotional distress, which is your big picture one, will be based. So if you're going to award damages, economic damages, they need to be heavily weighted towards the first two causes of action, battery and false imprisonment. Then you get to medical malpractice. In this instance, you heard testimony from Dr. Chopra. You heard testimony from Dr. Eli Neuberger that they deviated from the accepted standard of care. And you'll be asked then, again, to divide out damages for that medical malpractice. But again, that's a much bigger picture. On moving to the, and you have to, by the way, on medical malpractice, you have to go through the conduct of Sally Smith. And for Sally Smith, here's what you need to consider. Sally Smith shouldn't have even been there, but she was an apparent agent. An apparent agent is someone who presents themselves as though they are part of the hospital. You know she did, and there's backup testimony to that. But she's in there, and they're responsible for her. But Sally Smith was telling them to take her all the way off medication, telling them to put her in the room for 48 hours. Those doctors are also responsible because they should have rejected that. They should have said, what are we doing here? By the way, one of the defenses they're going to talk about is, oh, this is all medically authorized because they signed a medical authorization at the start. That's if it was medical. This was not medical, and you haven't heard any evidence of any discussions that it was medical. If you look at the records before and after these dates, the October 18th, 19th, 48 hours, look before and after that. No medical discussion whatsoever. This wasn't for medicine. This was for the purposes of developing evidence against them. If you look again in the January 6th, the Kathy Beatty incident with the photographs, the idea was, well, they're authorized to take the photographs only if it was for a medical reason. This wasn't a medical reason. They did not discuss it before or afterwards. This was not for the reason of trying to diagnose or treat Maya. This was to help them for their other goal in this case, was to frankly take things out on the Kowalskis. On fraudulent billing, claim 4. This has to do with the amount of money that was billed for CRPS when they denied in everything else that she had CRPS. Now they're going to try to mix that in here.
Don't let them. The CRP, in every way outside of that billing, they did not treat it as CRPS. And they represented to the outside world that it was not CRPS. And if you go to the discharge summary, you'll see CRPS is not listed. So what they did is they billed for a bunch of stuff that they actually did not do. They weren't treating her for CRPS. They weren't doing the things you need to do. Keep in mind that Dr. Katzenstein, only gave her 5 hours of therapy through the course of 97 days. Got it. And so checking yes to that, and then as to the damages on this, for various reasons, these are going to be what are known as nominal damages and taken care of later. So these are going to be, if you review the facts and you see the evidence involving any increase in insurance or any copays, you can put that down. If you cannot find specifics on that, you may put $1 as a nominal damage, and that'll be taken care of later. Then we get to count 5, survivor claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress for the estate of Beata Kowalski. This is the manner in which you can compensate Beata and the rest of her family for her loss. If you check yes, then they can be. If you check no, they cannot be. And then you determine, as the best you can, her pain and suffering, mental anguish, and caused by the extreme emotional distress prior to her death. Nick will talk a little bit about this. Claim 6 on the estate. Again, they're going to go through whether or not this was an uncontrollable impulse to die by suicide. We suggest you check yes. And whether it was a substantial factor, it was too, and that you check yes. And of course, the top 136, did Johns Hopkins Hospital, through the acts of the employees, engage in extreme and outrageous conduct? Yes. And then you get into the damages. Now, you've seen the report. The net accumulations are the amount of money that Beata would have made and they would have had for the family, deducting from that their living expenses, which Christy Kirby has already done for you, and it's in her report. And then it's the damages of the surviving spouse, Jack Kowalski. And here, again, we suggest that you use our method for how to compute damages, which is to figure out for hour by hour what the value is for him to have lost his wife. Everything that goes into that. The consortium, the comfort, the support, the waking up at 4 a.m., and having somebody next to you, and then not having somebody next to you. All of those goes into your determination of how to compensate Jack Kowalski. And so what you would do there, and I'm suggesting $100, but there is evidence in the record for this, anywhere from minimum wage, which is like $12, up to, there's evidence in the record of $700 per hour. We put 100 in just to give you an idea. But you can go twice that, 3 times that. Whatever you determine as jurors is the best way to express the loss here to these folks. And so you go through the amount there, and then you get to go finally to the survival damages of Kyle Kowalski. We haven't talked about Kyle a lot here, but he lost his mother. And he's not going to have his mother there for many of the events in his life. She's not going to be there if he gets married. She's not going to be there to send him off to college. She's not going to be there to comfort and support him as he gets out in the real world. There really is no way to adequately compensate him. And the only thing we can do here is dollars. That's the way we do it in the United States, because it's the only way we can show. And remember, this is not a reward. You're not rewarding these people. It's a award, trying to measure their loss. You're trying to express the loss. And then the intentional infliction of emotional distress of Maya Kowalski. All right.
When he just said sit down. It's time. They
Maya
have to keep each other in check here.
Lost her mother. I don't even know how to begin to describe that. Maya will be affected the rest of her life. You have life tables that will tell you how long Beata would have lived and been in her life. She will not be there to help Maya pick out her bridal gown if she ever decides that she wants to get married. She will not be there when the stresses and strains of life are there. She will not be there at the other end of the line to pick up the phone and talk to. She is not going to be there when Maya needs her most. And for that, you have to find out. You have to look at the evidence and use your own life experiences to determine what that value is. And again, I suggest you look at it by the hour, and then you go back and you multiply that by the number of hours per day and the number of days per year against the total life of Beata Kowalski. That means the amount of time in Maya's life. Then you sign and date the verdict form. There is so much to talk about in this case. I haven't spent as much time on liability as I'd like to, let alone about Kathy Beatty. Beatty had mental problems. There was something very wrong with her. And when you say, as she said in one of those statements there, when she was brought up for her behavior, you want to take this outside. What does that mean? That means she's trying to pick a fist fight with another employee. That was on November 20th, 22nd of 2016. Was it really logical and reasonable to have somebody with that type of personality assigned to Maya? And why did Maya need somebody assigned to her to begin with? Why did you have somebody follow her around all the time, floor to floor? What was going on there? They had a plan. And the plan was to force Maya to agree with them that she really didn't have pain, and force Beata to take some action that would make her even more vulnerable. We don't know how. Now we know how she acted out. But they were hoping for some outrageous action out of Beata that would give them even more power over the situation. I submit to you that Beatty wanted Maya for her own.
Mr. Anderson, you have consumed 1 hour.
I'll come back and talk to you a little more. I'm going to let Nick talk for just a second on some numbers. And then the other side gets a chance to talk, and I'll be back to talk to you.
Let me just say, Mr. Anderson deviated from his prepared remarks. That's why the images on the PowerPoint didn't match up with what he was talking about. But I think it was better than if he had just stuck to the PowerPoint. We got emotional. He got carried away, and I think that helps.
Last time I had to do this, he gave me a whiteboard, and I sat right there and had to scribble it out. And this time he gave me about 12 hours notice, so it's time to do some math. And now he's left me 10 minutes to do it with you. So here we go. I'm here to give you, it's a difficult task to decide what justice is here for the Kowalski family. So I'm here to give you some formulas using that $100 an hour figure based on the testimony of Maya and Kyle and Jack. And I'm going to put some big numbers in front of you. That's what justice requires here. So we'll start. First, I want to take a look at the verdict form, claim 2, battery, which is page 8. And I'm looking at question 18. Now, January 6, 2017, you have conclusive, uncontested evidence in the record that on that date, there was a battery of Maya, and over her objection and tears, Catherine Beatty admitted that unfortunately they went ahead and did it at the direction of risk management. And question 18 is where you award damages for each of these categories. That's why I'm focusing on each of these, you make separate calculations. Pain and suffering is its own. Mental anguish is its own. Loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life is its own category. And each of them are going to be calculated for the past and future. And I recognize some of you probably have mathematical skills better than the others. So I'd ask you to lean on those folks as you're back there with a calculator trying to figure this out and do what you need to do to deliver justice. So let's go through some examples of how you would calculate for each of these categories. If you pull up slide 57 to begin. This bucket of different categories I've just described here and pointed out to you, we've called them human damages. And so we're going to talk through not all of them because you have to do this for each claim. There are 2 separate battery claims. There are 3 separate false imprisonment claims. There's intentional infliction of emotional stress for Maya. There's medical malpractice. For each of these, you have to do this calculation. And then as Mr. Anderson was saying, once you come up with your total figure, then you decide, this PTSD and what Maya's suffering with, 50% of this was due to, and it really focused on this battery on January 6th. I don't know. That's your job. That's your job to allocate once you have this final number. If we go to slide 59, please. I'm going to show you the first calculation here. All right. Maya Kowalski testified that she experiences and has experienced mental anguish 15 hours a day on average if you take a good week and a bad week. Since this horrific saga ended at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, it's been 6.82 years. You can check our math on that. That's to the day since she was discharged. And if you apply the rate of $100 an hour to her past mental anguish, you get to this figure of $3.7 million. That's the past figure. That's the past mental anguish. Mental anguish is one of the categories under battery for the question 18. Now we have to do the same thing for the future. And you'll have the life care tables back there with you. They're at the mortality tables. Exhibit 2060, there's page 002, and there's pages 47 to 50. So you can check that our economist, when she came in here, and what we're representing to you is Maya's life expectancy from those mortality tables. So we do the same math. We take the hours per day that Maya experiences mental anguish. We take the days per year. We take the years remaining in Maya's life, and we multiply that by $100. And you get a figure of $34.8 million for Maya's mental anguish. And if you go advance one more here, you'll get a total for her past and future mental anguish. Then you allocate that among the different claims. If you'll back up to slide 55, please. We have, in addition to the human damages, we have economic damages. And these are directly from the testimony of Christy Kirby, the economist, and the life care plan. This is when I was writing on the whiteboard over here. If you go to slide 56, this is the essence of what Christy Kirby told you. At a wage or an annual earnings of approximately $100,000, which we would submit to you underestimates Maya's potential before this all happened to her. The loss of earning capacity is $5 million. And then you have future medical expenses, and this was based on the testimony of Dr. Bafolko, and then Christy Kirby coming in and giving you the present value calculation. $10 million. So now you have economic damages to Maya Kowalski of $15 million. And you'll see this ability to compensate Maya Kowalski for her future medical needs and her future loss of earning capacity in several different places. For example, you'll see the ability to compensate her for future medical expenses in question 17 on the verdict form. Then I need to go to the verdict form for just a moment to look at question 34 and 36. And Mr. Anderson discussed this for a moment, but to unlock your ability to compensate and deliver justice, not just to Maya, but to Beata and Jack and Kyle, you need to answer yes on question 34. That Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, through its extreme and outrageous conduct, inflicted severe emotional distress on Beata, even before her death. You need to answer yes to that question, and then you'll advance to question 36 on the next page. And question 36, you need to answer yes. And if you answer questions 34 and 36 yes, then you have the opportunity to do justice for Jack and Kyle and Beata. If you answer no to those questions, 34 and 36, you'll only be compensating Maya. Having checked yes on questions 34 and 36, now we have to discuss what the wrongful death damages. So if we go to slide 63, please. We're going to talk first about Beata's loss, what's called loss of net accumulations. And this is just legal jargon for if Beata had survived this onslaught, how much would she have earned through her wages as of the time of her death in 2016, adjusted for inflation, adjusted back for present value. This is the number Christy Kirby gave you, $653,000. Then we go to Jack's wrongful death damages, slide 64. There are two categories here, and I'm going to direct you to the jury questions, which are at 40 and 41. If we could put those up for just a moment. Sorry to switch back and forth on you here. All right, right there. Questions 40 and 41. The damages for Jack Kowalski for the loss of Beata. He has two primary categories. The first is the loss of her support and services. This was, again, a number that Christy Kirby calculated for you based on something like a wage of $20 an hour for her helping to get the kids to figure skating or taking them fishing or doing laundry or cooking, those types of things. And that number I'll show you in a moment. I also want to show you that under 41, you get to compensate Jack Kowalski for the loss of Beata's companionship, what Mr. Anderson was just referencing about not being able to wake up next to his wife. So if we go back to slide 65. All right. As I mentioned, Christy Kirby did the math. I said $20 an hour is $20.10 in the past, $24.87 in the future. Total services lost by Mr. Kowalski due to Beata essentially being a good spouse and helping him around the house, $801,000. That's fairly simple. Next slide, loss of Beata's companionship. Now we get into calculations that are similar to what we did with Maya for her human damages. Jack has shorter life expectancy. We're using the same $100 figure. So the numbers are a little bit lower for Jack because, fortunately, he doesn't have as long to live. So if we show here the past calculation, he testified again to 14 hours a day. We get $3.4 million for losing Beata's companionship. And then if we go to the future, and again, this is based on the mortality table, you advance, 19.4 years remaining in his life expectancy, and we get a figure of $9 million for his future loss of Beata's companionship for a total of $13,398,000. Again, the $100 figure is up to you. The hours per day is up to you. You judge the credibility of the Kowalski family, and you go back and you look at your notes as to what they testified to hours per day, and you arrive at the appropriate number. You have to do the same thing. I'm not going to show you another calculation, but in question 41, loss of his wife's companionship is one category. Pain and suffering is a separate category. So you would do a similar calculation for Jack's pain and suffering. Let's advance to slide 68. Having done those calculations at $100 an hour, this is the figure we suggest to you for Jack's wrongful death damages, $26 million. Now I'm going to show you how to do similar calculations for Kyle under the wrongful death claims, which would mirror what you would do for Maya. So if we go to slide 73, and then 74. Now, each of Maya and Kyle have, it's not the loss of just companionship, it's the loss of parental companionship, guidance, and instruction. It's not having their mom around to bake with or take them to figure skating or help them with their homework, teach them piano. This is what Kyle testified to. Kyle's a little more stoic, quiet. He testified to 8 hours per day. So we do the same calculation for the past in much the same manner we did it for Maya Kowalski. And for loss of parental companionship, we get to $2 million in the past. And in the future, over his life expectancy, not having a mom and thinking about those 3 months for the rest of his life, and that day that he saw his mom in the garage, $17 million. And then total for Kyle Kowalski, and this is your only opportunity to compensate Kyle Kowalski in this lawsuit, $19 million. So, and then we could advance to slide 77. I'm sorry, 76, please, if you could. Is this 76? All right. Having performed those calculations for the two categories available to Kyle in this lawsuit, we submit $36 million is a starting point at $100 an hour. Next slide, please. And then we would total up the wrongful death damages. And you know what? I'm going to skip these. Go to slide 78, please. Having used this construct, used this math, used the $100 an hour we suggested, and checking yes on the appropriate questions, you would arrive at a figure of $238 million. We're not here to tell you that's the number you need to put up. We're here to tell you that that's at $100 an hour. There's a movie called Onward. The basic plot is it's an animated Pixar film. I have kids 10 and 7 myself, so I watch more of these films than I hope to. Two boys lost their father, and they spend the movie attempting to bring back their father for a moment through magic and spells and a treasure hunt. And at the end, they're successful. The $100 an hour figure we submit to you, if any of these three had an opportunity to pay $100 for an hour with their mom or their wife, they would do it. They'd pay $1,000 an hour. We don't think $100 an hour is appropriate. We ask you to deliver justice for the Kowalskis.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Are the plaintiffs at this point concluding their first part of their closing argument? Mr. Anderson, Mr. Whitney?
Sir.
Are you concluding your first part of your closing arguments?
I think we're out of time.
Okay, members of the jury, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Your next chunk of time is going to be about 2 hours. So if you need to use the restroom, I would highly encourage your use of it at this time.
All right,
So as I leave, the next chunk of time is Mr. Shapiro for 2 hours, and he has one shot. He has one shot as a final defensive argument in front of the jury. Once he's done, it will go back to the plaintiff, where they have another 45 minutes to put a bow on this, wrap it up in a rebuttal.
The jury's out of our presence. Any issues we need to address before we take our break?
No, Your Honor.
Let's keep this to 10 minutes. We need to keep this going today. 10 minutes.
All rise. Court is in recess.
All right. Interesting that the camera is still showing the court. I do see Jules back there. Jules is present. This is surprising that the camera is still on. That's Sarah Chick. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for joining us. My eyes got real sweaty towards the end there. I apologize. Michelle M. says, his reference to Onward was perfect. I've seen that movie. Having lost my dad, there's no amount I wouldn't pay to have one more day with him. I know that as far as the individuals who are on the jury, the defense, using their preemptive strikes during this trial, did their best to keep young mothers off the jury. That's what observers have said. They use their strikes to keep young mothers off the jury. Let's see, I think we have Jules calling in. Just one second.
From
Jules, we've got a quick break. Thank you so much for calling in. What's on your mind?
Well, they broke me into tears. What do you call it? All the men on the jury were crying. I mean, not just the women, but the men as well. And what I will say is that I don't know if they showed the defense table or not, because I can't see what you guys see. But Hunter looked like he was like a lion ready to leap. And what do you call it? The objections were ridiculous. But as you can see on the other side, well, again, I don't know if you could see. I don't know what you're seeing, but all of Jay Hatch is
I can
here.
see everything, but mostly all the cameras are showing us is Maya. So we get a lot of Maya and a little bit of the attorneys and very little of the judge.
She's dressed. She's got a cute cream color dress on, and she's wearing her mom's earrings. And they're beautiful earrings. We were talking this morning, and I told her, and she said, they're my mom's. And she said, I wear something of my mom's every day that I'm here. But I got to tell you that the behavior of Jay Hatch people, and I meant to tell you this yesterday. I can't remember her name, but the doctor, the one with the curly hair, shoulder length hair, she had testified like pretty early on in the defense part of the case. She was caught twice by Deputy Nick using her phone yesterday, and the second time she actually had the audacity to, in a whisper, but we were watching her like, are you back with him? And she had to leave the courtroom. Well, she's here again today, but the entire that entire side is still with nothing but Jay Hatch people, and the behavior of them are horrible. They're absolutely horrible. They're deplorable. And hold on a minute. Here comes Nick. Hey, don't break me to tears like that again. and it's terrible. I can't read the jury because they were pretty stoic up until Nick got up, and and once Nick started to crack, we all cracked.
Yeah, Nick has been a strong. He's been a rock. Basically, he's been solid throughout this trial, and when he first starts mentioning Kyle, and his voice just wavers just a little bit, we all felt it, and then as he used that analogy with the Onward movie, and so, every one of these, Jules, I'm gonna let you go so you can get some time to be composed. I know you've just got a couple minutes.
Because this is Yeah, I'll call you guys later, right?
Thank you so much, Jules. I appreciate that.
All
We'll
right.
talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, bye.
All right. Well, that's. We still have a hot mic from the courtroom, and I don't want to leave that on right now. Yeah, I'm not going to leave that on because it should not be hot right now. I realize there are other channels that are airing that sound, but according to the judge's instructions, we aren't supposed to. So I'm going to honor the judge in that, even though it might be juicy, but this is one where he's off the bench. We shouldn't be hearing this, and it's also discussions between the other sides. Anyway, we have 2 hours coming up with Mr. Shapiro. I've told you this before. We give him a hard time. He's stepped in it a couple times in court. He's been the fall guy for a couple things through all of this. Let me tell you, I think he's an incredible attorney. I think he's really good. I think he's passionate. I think he's got all the skills, and I think I'm hoping, I've got my fingers crossed. We've seen him before cross witnesses in a sensitive way, specifically family members. And I think he can read the room here. I think he might be able to do this in a way. I don't think he's going to come up and come out swinging, but at the same time, the hospital has their theory of defense, and he has to work within that. So he has his work cut out for him right here, and it's going to be quite interesting. I did not see if the judge cried at all. It was pretty emotional for a lot of people in the courtroom, but let's see. Shapiro is no Anderson. Right. I'll say this. Mr. Anderson, he prepared a PowerPoint that walked him through step by step everything he wanted to say during his time, during his hour. And he quickly deviated from that. He stuck with it, but you saw as we started going further from the timeline, there started being pictures of witnesses on the screen as he's advancing through the next slide, but he wasn't there. Emotionally, he wasn't there. Mentally, he wasn't there, and he instead stuck to going off script, which I think the jurors saw that he was off script. And he was emotional, and it was powerful, and it was touching, and it did skip a little bit from here to there, but what carried through was the authenticity of it, of his feeling, of the passion he has behind his argument, and I think that was effective. And I think personally for me, it's more effective than someone who can stick to reading a PowerPoint, which typically is pretty much devoid of emotion in almost every way. So I think he did a good job. I think it was a good call. I'm not going to fault him at all for that. He used exactly as much time as he planned. He said 1 hour for me, 15 minutes for Whitney. That's where the judge told him it's been an hour. He cut it off. Whitney stepped up. I think the judge, Mr. Whitney, was looking for a little more time than that, so he made that little remark about I'm down to 10 minutes. But I think it was very effective. On cross, we're probably going to see more from Mr. Anderson. If Mr. Anderson is doing on the rebuttal, we're probably going to see more of redirecting or jumping around, probably less thought out, less timeliney, less meticulously planned or pre-written. We're probably going to see him jumping from point to point, just because he doesn't have much time to prepare. He's basically writing it as Mr. Shapiro gives it. So this is not something he worked on over the weekend. He might have like a few, like an opener that he wants to use on the rebuttal, and he might have a closing that he would like to use. But beyond that, it's pretty much, it depends what Mr. Shapiro says. So that's where that's going to be on that one. This, as you know, this is not evidence. Bravo Chick says, thank you, Ari, for this. I love this community. It's absolutely amazing. Bravo Chick, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Good to have you as a supporter, and thank you for the huge super chat. Jennifer Cochran Fent says, after all these years, I can't imagine how they will feel to finally be at this point. It has been a long time to get here, for sure. A long, long time. I will say we've got a lot of people in chat, and it's a very emotional time. I've asked the mods if there are any problems, just to issue timeouts, just so you know. If you get a timeout, you might not be the one who caused the problem, but you might have been involved in some way, or it might have been completely accidental. Just a little moment of introspection if you get a timeout, and just drop whatever the conversation was and let's move on. It sometimes gets really difficult to follow the proceedings with a group this size if there's a lot of back and forth on between a couple people. So just we'd ask for your patience there and understanding. So, let's see. Brianna Pinky says, Whitney telling the jury he estimates $100 an hour is nothing for what a parent entails. That is going to stick with the jury for what they decide to award. And that was his whole goal. That was his whole purpose for getting up there. First of all, he says, look, we've done the math for you. Just to let you know, these are numbers we think are good. They should be higher. Okay. And you guys do what you think is right. But, and just telling them, and realize they've got some members on the jury that are older, members on the jury who are, as they're hearing this, they're thinking of their own family members they've lost. Okay. And they're saying, this family, Jack, Maya, and Kyle, they would give much more than $100 for one more hour with Beata. And the jurors are relating to that. And I think that was a very, very powerful way to do that. Mary Tedeschi gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Mary, for that. Super generous. Let's see. Judge is back. We're just he's coming back in right now. K-Rab, thanks for the super sticker.
Can you raise those? Just to like a couple inches? Yeah.
They can't give more.
The jury's not here, so you need to approach even though the jury's not here? Okay. I suspect I would need Mr. Anderson and Mr. Whitney and Miss Lawrence if she's coming.
I'm not sure if you're going to hear this, but I'll say it. What's the issue, Mr. Hunter? Counsel didn't make arguments on punitive damages. Mr. Anderson saying he did. We're good, says the judge. Thank you. So it was an objection of some sort. Judge says, now for everyone here in the audience, I understand that a lot of you have very, very strong views each way, and I totally get that, and I appreciate that. And no one is going to fault you for having whatever views you may have. What I cannot have happen, though, is you all accosting each other or somehow taking out your views on the other. So please, let's remain respectful.
I understand that a lot of you have very strong views each way, and I totally get that, and I appreciate that, and no one is going to fault you for having whatever views you may have. What I cannot have happen, though, is you all accosting each other or somehow taking out your views on the other people. So let's please remain respectful of everyone's views. This is a place of safety, and I don't want us to change that. We've had a really, really good run for these 9 weeks, and I don't want to change that. So please just respect everybody's views. I know that each side has very strong views, but please keep them to yourself, or if you need to exercise your First Amendment, we do have an area that you can go right outside of the courthouse that is right in the view of the courthouse. If you wish to express your First Amendment rights, I would invite you to do that, but please, you can't take it out here in the courtroom or in the hallway outside the courtroom. So with that, I think that's sufficient at this time. Anything else we need to address before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, anything else before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury.
It sounds like during the break, maybe it looks like in the courtroom there that the aisle down the middle is dividing the two sides. Everyone on the other side appears to be from J-Hatch, according to Jules, and everyone on this side is for the family, and there probably were some words spoken between people at some point. So the judge is addressing that. We had the mics off because that was the judge's order, and we respect that.
Everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, I just want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did not do any investigation, and you received no information.
Correct.
Okay. Also want to confirm that no one approached you about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you have not seen any media coverage about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Shapiro, you have the floor, sir.
May it please the court. Good morning. I want to just start with a couple of thank yous, if you'll indulge me. I want to thank the court for conducting this trial in a civil manner. This is a civil justice system, and I think it's a testament to that. I wanted to thank Deputy DeMizio and Deputy Coley for keeping this courtroom safe and process. I'd like to thank the Kowalskis for listening patiently and respectfully. I know that a lot of the things I've had to say have been tough for them to listen, but they've listened with grace and integrity, and I thank them for that. I'd like to thank my trial team sitting behind me, too numerous to name, but we've all been here. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your service. This has been a long 9 weeks, and indeed we started in the summer. But you've listened patiently, you've asked great questions throughout the process, and we appreciate your active engagement. But most importantly, I want to thank these people, the people of All Children's Hospital, and they've given me the privilege of standing before you to be able to tell their story. And that's what I plan to do during my time. They want you to know that All Children's did not harm this family. Not just the people here, but the people back working at the hospital. They want you to know that. We are here because we believe on behalf of the hospital practiced safe, evidence-based medicine, and we're here to defend the hospital's right to practice that medicine. And I've put up a list here of the witnesses because you've heard from a lot of people, so when we talk about witnesses, if this helps orient you to who's who, this on this side is who I represent. On the other side are people you've heard from that I do not represent and who we are not responsible for. It's almost Thanksgiving, so I put up the pie, and I don't know if this is an interesting memory, but way back when we did jury selection, you may remember we had a little bit of fun. We talked about pie and what your favorite pie was, and I've learned that some people don't like pumpkin pie, which is incredible to me, but that will be an interesting topic at Thanksgiving. But the reason why we had that moment was because there was an incredibly important question that followed it. Can you judge this case fairly based on the evidence? Can you hold the plaintiffs to their burden? They have the burden to prove the claims. And in fairness, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Whitney have welcomed that burden. And most importantly, can you reach your decision here based on the facts and the law and not on sympathy? And that's important because this is a sympathetic case. Nobody is denying that this is a sympathetic case. In fact, if you didn't feel sympathy in your heart, you wouldn't be human. But the judge has instructed you, and everyone here took an oath to make sure that their verdict is reached on the law and the evidence and not on sympathy. In order to know how we got to All Children's, we need to take a little bit of a step back, and I think it's going to be very helpful if I can walk you through the treatment and what happened leading up to All Children's, because we It was almost like a Quentin Tarantino movie where you saw a bit at the end, then a bit of the middle, then something in the middle, then something at the end. And what I intend to do with you is walk you through. And actually, the case begins before the 4th of July. You heard from Dr. Wyndham in his deposition testimony. He spoke fast, but these records are in evidence. And by the way, if you look in the lower right-hand corner, if there's a document you want to see in the jury room, I've tried to reference every single one. So, for example, this would be Defense Exhibit 3050, 1 through 4, if that helps you, if it's something you want to see on your own. Before the 4th of July, before the incident, the Kowalskis went to Dr. Wyndham with the cough that you heard the audio of, and Dr. Wyndham said there's nothing that I can see wrong with the lungs. The pulse ox is normal. And he says something really is not right. This is not just asthma. He advised the Kowalskis to watch the steroid use and noted at the end that the parents were arguing about taking her to the emergency department and questioned the role of family dynamics. We know from this picture that on July 3rd, Maya and her brother were participating, healthy and normal, in the local July 4th parade. We also learned about CRPS. We learned a lot about CRPS. We learned from almost every expert here that it starts with an injury. But what we saw when the Kowalskis presented to the Sarasota Memorial Emergency Department, that the onset of this was getting worked up about the 4th of July, and when the fireworks began going off, there was some trouble with breathing. We know in the note that Beata Kowalski gave the prednisone, an IM, intramuscular, a shot of Benadryl with no resolve. And then even at this very first visit, this emergency doctor, Dr. Brett Williams, noted his concern of a potential psych component. Let me orient you to the several presentations of the All Children's Emergency Department. The first one was July 6th to July 11th.
They both used the same photo.
And by this point,
of the
Maya
hospital.
had presented in a wheelchair. Less than 72 hours after the initial onset. Of significance, she was seen by a pediatric neurologist. Very early on in the presentation, Dr. Joseph Casadante of the All Children's Pediatric Neurology Service wrote that this was an unusual presentation. It's associated with what he believed was a habit cough, putting his impression in agreement with Dr. Wyndham. Physical therapy was consulted because of the presentation in a wheelchair. And at this point, we start to see what starts to appear more and more in the records, which is that Maya, patient, wants to make sure therapy stops, physical therapy, occupational therapy stops when she says so, and that, according to mom, Maya needs more pain medication. Maya was discharged from this hospitalization on July 10th, and the initial diagnosis was chronic steroid use and a habit cough. Less than a week later, Maya comes back with her family to All Children's. Now we're on July 17th to 20th, 2015, so this is still more than a year before she comes to All Children's. And when I want you, this is an important piece of information. This is from Joint Exhibit 100854. When the plaintiff said to you in their case, nobody at All Children's ever suspected conversion disorder or somatization. Remember, he said that to you prior to October 2016. It's right here from Dr. Kilgore. In the history and physical from July 17th, 2015, her differential diagnosis included psychological pain, conversion disorder, and somatization. And it's important because in opening argument, you may remember the plaintiff told you that at the end of this admission, this is right before they go to Lurie's, the doctors threw up their hands and said, Mr. Kowalski, we have no idea what's going on. The record says otherwise. The record says even at this early date back in July of 2017, the differential diagnosis of a psychological pain conversion disorder was in their records. Now, again, conversion disorder does not mean that Maya is not feeling real pain. Let's make that very clear. But there's a psychological component to this that does not require ketamine, and we'll talk about that. Now, what we unfortunately start to see a pattern of is what the defense would respectfully suggest is a history of unnecessary medications given at dangerous doses. unnecessary medications that are given at dangerous doses. And it started back at this admission on July 20th, 2015. And it started when the discharging nurse noted Mrs. Kowalski was adamant that they would need a PICC line, peripheral inserted central catheter for transfer, but the All Children's team warned that doing that with a commercial flight was both inappropriate and dangerous. The Kowalskis made their way to Lurie Children's Hospital. For a second opinion, totally appropriate. They're going back to their trusted children's hospital in Chicago. World-class hospital. And we heard from the emergency department physician, Dr. Petzenberger, that upon his first visit with Maya in the emergency department, Maya was able to show good upper and lower extremity strength by kicking with both legs. And now his diagnosis is fitting that of Dr. Kilgore, that the behaviors were concerning for a psychiatric component, possible conversion disorder. And again, this is not a question of somebody saying that Maya is faking it. This is real, but it calls for a different treatment pattern. Now, a lot of what you heard during cross-examination was, are you an expert in CRPS? You remember this. Every doctor, are you an expert in CRS? Well, they met one, and you heard from him. Dr. Gatti Revivo from Lurie Children's Hospital, board certified in adult and pediatric medicine. He testified he has significant experience with CRPS. He told you it was regional, and he used the Budapest criteria. And back then, he started what we believe is the evidence-based medicine, and it's simply this.
Hey guys, please be respectful of everybody,
CRPS,
including our attorneys
or
who
conversion
don't agree
disorder,
with them.
the treatment is physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy. And at Lurie's, ketamine, intrathecal clonidine pumps are not what they use. Then there was one of those things where we call sort of a dramatic moment at trial where my partner, Mr. Hughes, put up the picture of one of the scratches at All Children's that the plaintiff claims is a CRPS lesion, and asked him, what do you think? He said it was a scratch. That was his opinion, which is going to go, we're going to come back to that when we get to the All Children's admission. She was seen by a pediatric psychologist, Dr. Lowry, who also noted an exam inconsistent with the history. And again, their belief at this world-class hospital was conversion disorder. But importantly, her recommendation, as she told you under oath, was for non-pharmacologic intervention for the pain. You also heard testimony from Dr. Elizabeth Byrne. She was a pediatric hospitalist that at that time was also assessing complete and normal strength in upper and lower extremities and believed this was triggered by conversion disorder and wrote it in her note at Defense Exhibit 3032-127. And she specifically wrote on that date back on July 24th, 2015, that the exam was not consistent with the history, which raised the concern for a psychiatric component. And this is the important part. She will likely benefit from a therapeutic program that combines physical and psychological therapy to address both weakness and pain access, and with the appropriate therapy, she's going to return to baseline. Remember that, because this is the exact recommendation that's made at All Children's, as we're going to see, and not just All Children's. The family returns back to the Tampa Bay area and checks into Tampa General Hospital under the care of Dr. Kornberg. Dr. Kornberg, on his very first visit, writes in his note, and again, this is at Defense Exhibit 3047-21, that there were some inconsistencies in his exam. That's okay, but his impression is now exactly the same as what Dr. Kilgore wrote at All Children's, which is exactly the same as what Dr. Byrne wrote at Lurie's, that this is psychological factors affecting physical condition. His first impression of the case. Then we get to Bonnie Rice. It's an interesting comment about Bonnie Rice in opening argument. You may remember it, you may not. It's been a while. But the plaintiff said, this is the Kathy Beattie of Tampa General. Like there's a county-wide or Florida state-wide conspiracy among providers who have never met each other. But they said it because they don't like what she had to testify to. Because what Bonnie Rice testified to was that there was a psychological component, and then talked about some of the family dynamics that Dr. Wyndham talked about. And I don't mean to bring this up to cause any more, embarrassment, but this is an important issue because what Bonnie Rice said was that Maya was telling her about how her mom was working and how she was trying to get her attention. She talked about the feet going inward and outward volitionally. And she talked about how mom was respectfully asked to leave to see if the condition would improve, and it did. And that there were multiple stories about falls that Maya had told them at Tampa General, and they put her on video monitoring. Dr. Kornberg does his own independent reassessment a week later, and notes volitional movement in all extremities, but their performance is variable, and documents that Maya is now asking for more oxycodone when mom is present with her. Saying the same thing as nurse practitioner Rice. And then we get to what I believe you found was dramatic testimony from Dr. Jennifer McCain, who came here and testified before you and repeated a lot of the same statements that nurse practitioner Rice saw. And the neuropsychologist, the director of pediatric neuropsychology at Tampa General, testified to what she wrote in real time about Maya being upset with her mom while was working, about Maya having difficulty with movement in that discussion. And respectfully and honestly, Mr. Kowalski, according to her record, had told her he saw a lot of the same. A lot of the behaviors were filled with exaggerations. And then there was a comment that didn't probably appear as important at the time, but becomes important later when we get to 2016, about Maya not being motivated to return to school while she's recovering. And what was Dr. McCain's diagnosis? Psychological factors affecting physical condition. This is what we mean when we talk about standard of care, right? This is what we mean. We're going to look at the jury instruction later. What do similarly situated healthcare providers do under similar situations? You can see the pattern here. And back in 2015, Dr. McCain was recommending follow-up for mental health professional services, including psychological and psychiatric. And so when you're thinking about damages in this case, and when the Kowalskis are asking for, we'll talk about it, but money for future psychological care, this recommendation is being made far before Maya comes to All Children's. And then there was another dramatic moment at trial, and I think you remember it because it was sort of one of those silence is deafening moments where they showed Dr. McCain the video of Maya trying in therapy and the giddy up horsey. We've seen it a few times, and Mr. Anderson flat out asked her on the witness stand, "You still think this is conversion disorder?" She said she still believes it. We heard from a wonderful therapist, Marissa Higgins, and she loved Maya. Absolutely. She came here to advocate for Maya. She should. She's her therapist. But she had to also acknowledge the uncomfortable fact, it's that Defense Exhibit 3047, 3055, page 7, that there was a difference in behavior when Maya was with her mom versus when Maya was on her own. And she noted attitude of family, attitude of self. And if you're wondering, why am I going through all this? Because Mr. Anderson just sat up here and told you, why did All Children suddenly have alarms raised? Where did this come from? The pattern is building. It wasn't just then. On the discharge summary from Dr. Kornberg, who you heard from, who, by the way, we had to read him. No one was wearing wigs to have a moment of fun, but we had to read his testimony. He flatly denied saying he was going to break Maya's legs, and his nurse practitioner said that's not anything this kind doctor would do. But now, after being seen by pediatric intensivists, neuropsychology, psychiatry, neurology, dietitians, undergoing an EMG study where they're putting needles, arms, back, everywhere, which was fully tolerated without any sense of pain, this was the discharge diagnosis at Tampa General. Suspected conversion disorder versus factitious disorder. And all they recommended at Tampa General was this. If you go through physical therapy, occupational therapy, it's going to be painful, right? You're going to have to work through this. Non-narcotic medication, maybe some medication for pain control, you're going to improve and recover. That's what Dr. McCain testified to when she was on the stand. My belief is this child is going to recover and be back in school in August. And Dr. Kornberg reinforced it when he said to the Kowalskis, stop taking these medications, including the oxycodone. I'm going to try to orient you to some of these events by what I call little charts, because it's a lot of information to take, and this is just my sort of demonstrative to show you that in what's less than 2 months, from July 4th, we go from wheelchair to hospital, 3 diagnoses at All Children's, Lurie Children's, and Tampa General, 3 world-class institutions, multiple specialists seen by pediatric neurologists. They've all coalesced around the same diagnosis. Suspected conversion disorder. That doesn't mean your pain isn't real. It just means what you need is physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy. And you should return to normal. And by the way, not just them, right? Not just them. Defense exhibit, actually this is joint exhibit, the J is joint. Joint exhibit 1066, number 3. Dr. Wassenaar, their trusted pediatrician, what did he say? When he saw Maya after being released from Tampa General, he wrote in his record too, there's significant behavioral overlays complicating the assessment, and noted his concern that despite seeing the note from Dr. Kornberg to stop taking the oxycodone, that Maya is still using 2 milliliters of liquid oxycodone several times a day. And what did he write in his impression before anyone thought we would be here in court? Joint exhibit 1066, his impression. Behavioral disturbance with possible conversion disorder. The same diagnosis being made at 3 other hospitals, their pediatrician. And somehow all these people missed what they believe is the diagnosis of CRPS. You know where this first appears? I think you caught this, because everyone here is taking great notes and taking great attention. Mr. Hunter noted this. This is where this appears. The first time you see RSD in the record is from a note from Dr. Kriesman. He's a pulmonologist at All Children's. And he notes in his record that reflex sympathetic disorder is the most current diagnosis. She got this from a Facebook group. Talking, I think the testimony was she had a friend, Beata had a friend who had RSD, and she came up with this diagnosis despite 3 world-class hospitals and their own pediatricians steering them towards what the proper therapy and diagnosis was. And even again, Dr. Kriesman is encouraging the family to continue psychotherapy and plant some seeds to continue therapy. Then we get to Dr. Kirkpatrick. No board certifications, no hospital privileges, meaning he's not submitting his credentials to a hospital committee to say, can I practice there? We've heard from Dr. Bifolco what he charges. Actually, I think it's $12,000 now for cash for 4 days of ketamine. And he testified that Maya had a poor response to his treatment, so he had to send her to Mexico. But look what he wrote in his note. Joint exhibit 1056. He wrote, it's also been suggested there's a psychogenic component to her pain. Was it reasonable for him, knowing that, to start pushing ketamine? And look what he also wrote. He recommended evaluation by a pediatric internist. And then he discussed the risks of ketamine, which have been tried to be downplayed in this courtroom. But fortunately for all of us, Beata Kowalski took excellent notes, didn't she? You've seen a lot of her emails. She took excellent notes. Let's hear from her. Here's her Facebook post. 10/12/2015. This is after Dr. Kirkpatrick. Tuesday was a lot harder than I expected it to be. She had hallucinations with monsters, which made her feel very scared and terrified. Mumbled, double vision. It was just Maya, ketamine, and me taking this curvy, bumpy road to fight RSD. This is really important what's written next. This is really important what's written next. STM, short-term memory. Short-term memory challenges were hard to handle. Couldn't remember my name, where she was, state she lives in. Here's what's also important. Ketamine's no big deal, right? At the end of the infusion, her saturations went down into the 70s, and she couldn't breathe well on her own. This is being given in an office, not in an ICU setting. She got very close to becoming intubated. This is what I mean when the defense says unnecessary medications being given at dangerous levels. And so here's the timeline for 2 more months. She's back at All Children's getting the MRI. We see the record from Dr. Kreisman. We see the diagnosis from Dr. Kirkpatrick on the first visit. And then 4 infusions, the refill of oxycodone from Dr. Wassner, and she's already in All Children's Hospital for abdominal pain. And Dr. Kirkpatrick had to write her not 1, but 2 refills for a hydromorphone pump. And by the way, this is before she could even get to Mexico. Was the ketamine working? Did they need a hydromorphone pump? This is at Defense Exhibit 3402A. You're going to see this exhibit contains not just the hydromorphone, but all the oral ketamine that was being drank in the meantime. They go to see Dr. Cantu. Cash pay. If you look for his records, you're going to find few. I can't direct you to them. Apparently there's some labs in there, but I can find very little. To his credit, one of you asked an excellent question. An excellent question. Among all the great questions, I thought this was one of the better ones.
Maybe juror number 1.
Dr. Cantu, is this coma controversial? Because it's obviously they don't do this in the United States. And he said, yes, it is controversial. We do this as a last resort when everything else fails. Right? That's what he said. This is being done to Maya less than, 6 weeks after Kirkpatrick gave her the diagnosis? And again, Beata Kowalski, to everyone's benefit, wrote exactly what's going on at this point. I'm the youngest child in history who's developed severe generalized RSD, and I'm the youngest child who's going to be placed in a high-dose coma. Acknowledging this procedure is high risk due to all of these complications, and they're at risk of total body failure and death. Coma day 2. Gagging in her throat with, thank God my mommy was right there, she helped me to suction my mouth to prevent death. There's the recollection of ketamine giving magical powers. And when you look at actually what happened, what they were worried about the front end, remember the sepsis and the death? It's right here. Last night was rough for me. My temperature went up again. I became tachycardic, heart racing, and restless. The sputum gram stain came back positive for gram cocci. Now they have to give the antibiotics. And then the statement at the bottom, she's got a high tolerance for drugs. The amount they were giving her, if she was a horse, she would be comatose or dead. It continued throughout the coma. I don't mean to belabor this. This was not a spa day in Monterey. This was a very dangerous procedure that almost ended her life. All of these are back in evidence at Defense Exhibit 3148. Upon return to the United States, they saw allergist and immunologist Dr. Alvin Mendez. He came and testified to you. Remember his testimony. He talked about that, again, just like Dr. Wyndham, he didn't see the asthma, normal lung function. He also expressed his concern about all the steroids she's getting, unnecessary medications at dangerous levels, and that, as he wrote in his note, he was concerned about a psychological component to this. He said Munchausen's by proxy. So when the plaintiff said, after Dr. Kirkpatrick got involved, nobody ever suspected anything other than CRPS, not true. Not true. Dr. Mendez did, and he put this on a letter to Dr. Wassner. It's at Defense Exhibit 3031, number 10. Let's look at our timeline. Now just November and December. Remember, this is only 5 months after the 4th of July, riding the bike normally on July 3rd. Not just a coma in Mexico, but we're back to Mexico again for booster and booster and booster. And they want to tell you the ketamine's working. Well, let's see if it worked. Beata Kowalski to Beata Kowalski. Relapse January 13th. Blurred vision, massive headache. The pain in my head is so intense I could hardly say anything. Worse each day. Relapse. And by the way, look at the last line. I was taking the ketamine ATC around the clock, every 3.5 hours. So when you look at the chart of infusions, Does it include the ketamine she's drinking, the anesthetic that she's drinking? This is in addition to that. We get to Dr. Hanna, and again, no hospital privileges. Advertises his services at ivketamine.com and nopainhana.com. No referral, told you he didn't know whether any psychological counseling is going on. He's the one who prescribed the oral ketamine. And fortunately for all of us, Dr. Hanna puts in his records these, you've seen these. He does it almost for every visit. January 25th, 2016, quality of life is 2. After the coma, after all those boosters, after Kirkpatrick, and then we get to Dr. Barr. Him and Mr. Hunter got a little testy, but he ultimately told you he wasn't the one who made the diagnosis of CRPS. But then we got to, again, wonderful jury questions from one or more of you. And if you remember why, he came on right after Dr. Chopra, right? I think it was the next day. Somebody here asked the brilliant questions because Dr. Chopra tried to downplay ketamine. Dr. Barr, thank you for your service. Let me ask you this question. Do you think ketamine has these symptoms? Withdrawal? Yes. Nausea, vomiting, heart racing? Yes. Is there a risk of addiction? He said yes, depending on the length of treatment. And then the ultimate question, do you use it? No. I recommend the evidence-based approach of non-narcotic pain control, physical therapy, and occupational therapy. And then he wrote in his note, which is at Joint Exhibit 1039, that her pain was throughout her body. It's like fire. Is this ketamine working? Well, let's go back to Dr. Hanna. Quality of life 3, March 25th. Month later, quality of life 3, April 25th. Look at the timeline. Over 30 infusions just from January through April. Going back to All Children's Hospital in January for abdominal pain. This doesn't even include all the oral ketamine, which we can't track. Then we get to Dr. Spiegel. Dr. Spiegel is giving hyperbaric oxygen therapy. No one here is criticizing it. If the Kowalskis wanted to pursue it, ultimately it's, I think as you heard, it's a relatively benign treatment, whether it helps or hurts. But his consultation note is what's interesting here. Because he was unable to examine Maya when Mom was present, but when Mr. Kowalski was there, he could. Is the ketamine working when a neurologist writes in his record on May 13th, 2016, that she has whole body pain and was a vegetable due to severe pain? Is it working? What about his exam of the extremities? No change in temperature, no change in color, no swelling. That's what edema is. And then you remember you saw this medication list? This is an evidence. 2 full pages of it. Let's go back to Dr. Hanna and see if the ketamine's working.
Mr. Shapiro is speaking to one or
May 13th,
two jurors.
2016. Still a 3.
That's why he's saying such good questions. One of you.
June 24th, 2016. Still a 3. Let's hear from Beata Kowalski again. Week of 7/10/16. In addition to the 5 treatments of hyperbaric oxygen and 3 days of ketamine, 3,000 milligrams, I've been very forgetful from the ketamine. Short-term memory is definitely a problem. Sometimes I can't tell if it's AM or PM. Did I even eat breakfast or not? Did I have my ketamine yet? Did I go into the chamber? Everything is just a blur to me. Back to Dr. Wassner, and you heard the testimony that Maya was asked to go back to school, and the Kowalskis challenged that. What did he verify as a signed statement to the school on the hospital homebound form of August 24th, 2016? Is Maya under medical care for an injury that is acute, catastrophic, or chronic? Yes. Remember that statement when they're going to come back and ask my client to pay them $30 million for future CRPS care, $10 million or whatever the number was. This is 2 months before she comes in, and she's too sick to go to school. In fact, Dr. Wassner said she cannot even attend school with an accommodation, and she has to be hospital homebound. Is the ketamine working? Back to Dr. Hanna. Here's the letter he wrote to the school district. Maya case suffers from horrific disease, RSD, CRPS. Look at the pain scores. Look at the pain scores. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, migraine 10 out of 10, severe weakness, nausea, vomiting, and then this statement. She's unable to eat or drink for 3.5 days. This is serious for a child this age. Here's the timeline. May through September. 19 more infusions plus who knows how much oral ketamine. And Dr. Wassner is saying she can't go back to school. It all culminates in this. On October 5th, 2016, Dr. Hanna at Joint Exhibit, I don't have the Joint Exhibit, I apologize, it's in his records. He writes a script for the malnourishment. Nutritional consult needed due to patient being malnourished, low body weight, iron deficiency, anemia, and chronic nausea. And we learned on the last day of rebuttal testimony from Mr. Kowalski when he took the stand. I wasn't aware of this. Mrs. Kowalski was at this appointment. She wasn't taken to the doctor that day. Mr. Kowalski went back to Dr. Hanna's office. And here we are. And here we are. 55 infusions, a ketamine coma in Mexico, boosters in Mexico, oral ketamine occasionally around the clock, days of not eating, days of not drinking, short-term memory problems, and her quality of life is a 0. And if you want to know why all children's intervened, it's because of this. Look at what it's, by the way, this isn't just ketamine. This is 100 milligrams of Versed needed to control agitation on October 6th. 2 vials of ketamine, 14 vials of Versed, 8 vials of Zofran for nausea and vomiting. You can find this record at Joint Exhibit 1040. You know what's even more shocking is the weight. You can check his records. She didn't gain a pound from when he started seeing her in January until he finished seeing her in October. Look at what, this is the old meme, how it started, how's it going? January 14th, 2016, his infusion started over 4 hours with 1 vial of ketamine, 8 vials of Versed, 4 milligrams of Zofran, and by the time he's done, 2 vials of ketamine, 14 vials of Versed, doubled the Zofran to keep the nausea and vomiting down, magnesium sulfate, and now we're up to 100 milligrams of Benadryl to control for the allergic reaction. This is what this looks like. This is what this looks like. Look where Dr. Patrick started. These are high doses, by the way. The green line at the bottom is what Dr. Crane testified to, the low dose that they use for refractory CRPS occasionally. These are the doses. In fact, I ran out of room on the right. 24.1 milligrams per kilogram per hour. I think the testimony is 30 to 200 times the dose given in an office. And to Dr. Hanna's credit, he did say, I sent her to All Children's because I failed to help her. This is not ketamine working. He failed to help her. He could not control her pain with maximum doses, and he was not comfortable going higher. You have heard a lot about the hurricane, right? Like why are the Kowalskis so insistent on saying when we went up for a hurricane, we know they were staying at the Ronald McDonald House? Because they know if this is true, what Dr. Hanna said, it's an admission that the ketamine failed. It's an admission that the ketamine failed. And now we get to my client's institution, the hospital that I have the privilege to represent.
Shapiro's used 37 minutes.
No signs of withdrawal. What was the very first thing Dr. Bayar Posey said in the emergency department? Her differential diagnosis, she testified to by video. Differential diagnosis, number 1, withdrawal, including the abdominal issues, and having to cancel exams because they wouldn't give 1,500 milligrams of ketamine in the ER. Dr. Tepa Sanchez spoke to you. Board-certified pediatric critical care medicine. She was kind, but she talked to you about what she saw. Mom demanding a ketamine coma with intubation. This allegation that we're trying to falsely imprison her, we were trying to transfer her from moment 1 because we are not an acute care, a chronic care facility that at that time was able to treat whether it was psychosomatic disorder or whether this was complex regional pain syndrome. That required long-term treatment. She testified to you under oath the family never asked to leave. How about Dr. Dolan? She testified with you too. And by the way, I think it's important to note the diagnosis that appears in our record that you see at the bottom, chronic diagnosis, complex regional pain syndrome diagnosed by outpatient physicians. It wasn't our diagnosis. We respected it. My clients respected it, tried to treat it. This was not a diagnosis we came up with. This was a diagnosis that came from an outside provider. Dr. Dolan noted the same thing again, first day of admission. Mom requesting a ketamine coma. Dr. Dolan told you that she was shocked by this. Dr. Dolan also told you she reached out to Dr. Hanna. They weren't ignoring the outside consultants. They were getting her input. So why did All Children's intervene? Why did All Children's tell the Kowalskis, we would like you to stay? They did not tell them you cannot leave. They told you we would like you to stay. It's safe to stay here because of this. Because of Nurse Thatcher, her notes. Mom asked me to prime the lines with propofol? Giving rewards of Valium for tolerating a CT scan? And the hospital's supposed to look the other way on this? That's the coward's way out.
Wasn't that a while after?
What about these notes from the ICU? What about the one given by Nurse Klink? I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie. They're supposed to ignore that? Remember that statement because it repeats itself in Dr. Lewis's report. How about this statement? Maya hasn't eaten in 5 days because she's not allowed? And then this is the ultimate one. Mom says if we can't get her pain controlled, we may as well consult hospice so she can finally get enough medication and just let her die. The coward's way out is to let them leave. People who care about children do not let that child walk out the door without talking to the family. This is alarming. And you know what? They did. They did. And what was even more alarming about this is you hear these statements about a hospice consult, and at the same time, some of the nurses are saying she's totally fine and resting comfortably when Mom's not in the room. You remember this. And if you think I'm making it up, let's listen to Mr. Kowalski.
When nobody else was in the room but Maya and the staff, she acted completely normal. When Mom would walk in the room, she was instantly
I heard that many times.
There's no other explanation for that.
Yeah, I noticed it too with myself being home, and then Mom comes home from work.
And all of a sudden she's back.
There'll be changes. Yes.
So you're at home, your guys are doing well, you're playing.
No complaints about pain.
No complaints about pain.
But then when Mom gets home,
she's in pain.
Let's talk about the period where they're alleging my clients imprisoned them from October 7th through 13th. This is a relatively straightforward one because my clients took meticulous notes during this time period. Dr. Dolan, discussing the weaning plan, recommending transfer to other facilities. For a hospital that wants to imprison someone, this is awfully bizarre behavior. This is that Joint Exhibit 1001-633. Look at the bottom. We had a long conversation with the parents. Look at what they're recommending in the second paragraph. Recommend CBT, psych involvement for treatment, as this is part of the standard of care for CRPS. Respecting the diagnosis that this could be CRPS. What she needs is long-term cognitive behavioral therapy and physical therapy. And they're trying to find the services for it. And not just Dr. Dolan, but Dr. Elliott. Long discussion with the parents twice. Parents in agreement with plan of care. That's October 11th. How about Dr. Smith? She came and testified to you. Discussing the weaning schedule with the mom, it was all agreed to. How about Dr. Smith the next day? Again, keeping the parents completely involved in the discussion who agree with the plan of care. Now, if only we had an email to put all this to rest, right? Wouldn't it be nice to hear from Mrs. Kowalski? What'd you think? That would help settle this, wouldn't it? Beata Kowalski to Jack Kowalski, talking about being accused of trying to take my AMA against medical advice home. That's a lie. That's Plaintiff's Exhibit 2408-1739. It's in her own writing, written to Jack Kowalski, and there's no reply in the state saying, actually, I do want to take her out. And you know why? Let's listen to Jack Kowalski again.
I mean, when we were in the meeting with the doctors one day, and Beata wanted to take Maya out, sign her out, and I said, hold on, time out. And this wasn't in the, wasn't written down, which I was kind of mad about, but I asked the doctors, I said, what's the time frame you're talking about? And they explained. I said, that's doable. And was my wife happy with what I said? No, absolutely not.
Okay.
So you have to, there's times I'm going to go the other way.
Okay. And thank you for sharing that.
I don't know why they didn't write that down.
I don't know why they didn't write that down, my agreement to stay. Let's talk about the EEG room. This is her second allegation of false imprisonment. You heard from Dr. Paula Deese, who ordered this study, and she told you she ordered it for clinical purposes, and we know that because she testified to the inconsistencies noted in the record. Those are real. The inconsistencies are not something that originated with Dr. Deese in her mind. We went back in time and showed you all of the records from Tampa General Lurie's. We don't need to go backwards. But she had a resident order it in the seizure monitoring unit, and she believed she had consent. And by the way, she noted in her record that there were no acute events overnight regarding room 709. Dr. Deese told you she believed she already had consent from a signed consent from Mr. Kowalski, who's testified to you he never revoked it. And as part of the consent, which is at Defense Exhibit 3002-001, there was an understanding that this could include videotapes, photographs, and closed-circuit television monitoring of patient care. Let's look at the room. Defense Exhibit 3304-001. This is the dungeon. This is a room like every other room. There's no difference in the room other than in the top left corner, unlike the other rooms, this one's got a camera. It's equipped so they can watch children having seizures. It's also equipped to do monitoring if the doctors have concerns about seeing inconsistent efforts. We have video of what went on. It's all been provided. Dr. Deese wanted to know if this was possible. Could Maya tolerate the blood pressure cuff? The room where she has her teddy bears and blankets? Is this the dungeon they're talking about? Where they're brushing her hair? In her dress? And by the way, there's been a wild allegation that Maya was left in her feces and urine. They've had that video for 5 years. If that was true, you would have seen it. If that was true, you would have been shown evidence of it. It didn't happen. If you want to know whether this is standard of care, look back at Tampa General, Defense Exhibit 3047-0674. They did the same video surveillance monitoring there too. The Kowalskis are not suing for invasion of privacy. They're suing you for false imprisonment and wanting to know, the jury instruction on this, and go to your package, is whether all children had authority and consent. Where's the restraint? Where is the restraint on this? Where would punitive damages even be considered involving a false imprisonment of intentional misconduct when they're putting Maya in the same room as any other room to check her true abilities, combing her hair, bringing her in and out of the room for different therapies? On the balance of probabilities, the only thing you've ever heard is Mr. Kowalski tell you that some unidentified person threatened him with arrest. That's it. And on the other side of the scale, you have the signed consent form, 5, 6, 7, 8 notes agreeing with the plan of care, but you don't have to listen to our records. You have Beata's email and evidence. You have Mr. Kowalski's voice and evidence. And this EEG room is identical to others, and that's important because when you look at the judge's instruction on what false imprisonment is, the person has to know they're being restrained. The person has to know they're being restrained. And if Maya doesn't see a difference in the room like any other room they can't prevail on this count. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Sally Smith. This part's undisputed. She has no orders in the chart. And by the way, this is actually quite important, so let's make sure everyone understands. There's obviously, and you've seen so many sidebar conferences about the dependency court's not part of this action, right? You've been told over and over again, All Children's Hospital is not responsible for the separation of Maya from her family. We are not being sued for anything that Sally Smith did in her role on the child protective side. It's only if you think that she did something on the medical care and treatment in a hospital you can hold us liable for. So if you're in the deliberation room wondering if you're checking the box for Dr. Sally Smith, and I would implore you not to, and I'll show you why, it would have nothing to do with went on in dependency. That's not part of this. She never directed treatment. She made suggestions for what she needed, and you heard from Dr. Alexander that All Children's absolutely has to cooperate with the CPT investigator. That at all times, Dr. Sally Smith was acting in her role as a CPT investigator. The idea that there's something improper about our hospital, our employees who care, calling Dr. Smith on a, what do you think? Given what we saw in the ICU, including the statements of talking about terminal hospice, that they're going to pick up the phone and say, hey, you've been at this for a while, what do you think? Would they prefer the standard of care be like just call the abuse hotline every time? This is exactly what you want people to do in this situation. And again, on the question of a parent agency, we got to document. So this is going to be helpful. Again, Plaintiff's Exhibit 2408. They've told you we had no idea who Dr. Smith worked for. Beata Kowalski to Beata Kowalski and Jack Kowalski. October 11th, I had another supersized visit from MD Dr. Smith, who was sent by Child Protective Services to investigate. The question of a parent agency arises in terms of what the hospital held out and what the Kowalskis understood. It's right there. This is an easy one for you to check the box on. Let me transition back to the medical care. If there's a document that I believe you should spend time on, it's the neuropsych report of Dr. Lewis, because it answers a lot of questions. Not the doctor from All Children's Hospital. Okay? He met with Maya and submitted a psychological report on October 18th, 2016. We can walk through this. Maya denies a lot of statements in here, although in fairness to Maya, she said she didn't read it. The plaintiffs have tried to contradict this, and they have to, right? They have to, because what's written in here tells a story. I'll leave it at that. Joint Exhibit 1046-0007. The first thing that I thought was important to recap here is, well, Maya was drugged up, so the statements she made couldn't possibly be true. Remember that? Except in the very first part, they talk about the 3-hour session going on, and it was noteworthy that Maya wasn't in pain because she hadn't taken any pain medication that morning. Maya talks about some of the abuse that, we're not here to over-dramatize, but it's there. And then she talks about childhood memories and her fear of being told about the ketamine coma and the 50% chance of it killing her. And when you're asking the question, has Maya suffered trauma in her life? The answer is yes. Did All Children's cause this? The answer is no. Remember that statement, my life is a lie, and they went after Nurse, I believe it was Nurse Klink on the witness stand saying, where'd you get this from? You're making this up out of whole cloth. Look what Maya said to Dr. Lewis on October 18th, 2016. I really don't want to have the RSD, and I really don't want to go back on all those pills or have the ketamine anymore, but I am afraid to tell my mom how I really feel because I don't want her to be more sad or upset than she really is. She talks about in the last paragraph about getting back on the medicines that could have killed her. What did Dr. Lewis say about the effects of ketamine on her developing brain? he discussed psychomotor slowing, a known consequence of prolonged use of benzodiazepines, Valium, and dissociative anesthetics such as ketamine. He didn't say this in preparation for a lawsuit. He wrote this in real time out of grave concern for Maya. And then he wrote that Maya has numerous findings in her clinical diagnostic interview of trauma, and that this and the depressed mood need to be a focus of individual trauma therapy. The recommendation for trauma therapy occurred before All Children's ever got involved. He met Dr. Jennifer Katzenstein, a neuropsychologist with All Children's Hospital. Her diagnosis is identical to Dr. McCain's at Tampa General, identical to Dr. Lowry's at Lurie Children's. Psychological factors affecting medical condition. And by the way, she had a very pleasant interaction with the Kowalskis, and I would suggest to you that, Maya's behavior at All Children's was wonderful after they got out of the ICU. That was the two differences in the witnesses that you saw of people talking about the chaotic scene in the ICU is real, right? It's documented. But by the time Dr. Katzenstein gets involved, and the weaning had been done and the withdrawal symptoms had been done, and then the Kowalskis say, well, how dare you, All Children's? You didn't do all the cognitive behavioral therapy that is necessary. This is why they were trying to transfer. And indeed, Dr. Kilgore wrote that the treatment for her physical symptoms and inability to walk from conversion disorder is intensive cognitive behavioral therapy, and we do not have the staffing here to accomplish it. This is why they were trying to transfer Maya to an institution where she could get the rehabilitation. And nevertheless, despite, as written here, Dr. Katzenstein having a full patient load, she walked over to All Children's Hospital, I believe it was somewhere between 15 and 20 times, gave 5 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy, and would have given more, except she rightfully respected, some of the times, Mr. Kowalski was visiting with her daughter and said, that time's more important to you. But this is why they're trying to transfer. And this is on defendants 3115. And when you listen to this, you tell me if you think that Miss Beatty is speaking with anything other than kindness.
Can I help you?
Hi, Maya's mom. This is Kathy Beatty with All Children's Hospital. I'm the social worker. I'm here for Maya.
Okay. How can I help you, Kathy?
We have the, excuse me, I'm sorry. We have the acceptance from the board, and we are getting ready to transfer her to the board, but we need your consent to do so.
We have a meeting today in regards to Maya's future plans. So we'll have a meeting today in regards to that at, I believe, at 3 or 3:30. And we're meeting with our attorneys today regarding that issue.
Okay.
So
are you giving us consent or are you declining consent?
I'm not doing either till I speak with the attorney and the coalition. We have 2 meetings today.
The wild allegation that Kathy was trying to be her mother at the same time she's trying to transfer her to a hospital in Orlando makes no sense when you see that Miss Beatty is doing everything she can to get Maya to the right level of care. And if you want to know why they really weren't anxious to get Maya out of the hospital.
My bigger question is, why would a parent go to these extremes?
Because I'm told this is the last resort.
But you're saying it's not. And this is not, I mean, all it would have taken was a question from you somewhere along the line that are we doing the right thing? Maybe we should go back and talk to another doctor, do something more conventional, not something that's likely to kill her.
I'm receptive of keeping her here. That's what I told you. And if they think something else, I'm supportive of keeping her here and looking.
That was on November 18th, 2016. And by the way, this is important. It came up earlier, and the plaintiffs haven't argued it, but they are not seeking damages in this case for allegations of Munchausen by proxy. You can put that out of your mind. Not from this hospital. Despite Maya staying at All Children's, and despite not having the cognitive behavioral therapy in the amount that was necessary, Maya was still seen dozens of times by Billy Cecil, who you met. He told you about his significant experience with CRPS, and he told you about the improvements that he saw. He told you by the end of his sessions that Maya was able to sit in a wheelchair with no back support, no arm support. And one of the jurors asked him, is this still evidence-based medicine? You saw her in 2016. Is this still what they do for CRPS? And he told you yes. The physical therapy is the evidence-based practice. I want to transition to something that's very important because it was a big deal until the defense got the case. You remember in the trial there was a lot of objections. You know, they did this. Objection, watch your pronouns, right? Watch your pronouns. The Kowalski's anger, rightfully or wrongly, is that the people in yellow, the people that took the communion, the people that blocked visits rightly or wrongly, they owned it. Now, I've given you a timeline. I don't want you to rely on this, okay? It's not going back in evidence. The judge has given you an order, the orders on visitation. They're very important to watch. But here's what you need to realize. When you're being told or when you're assessing evidence of whether a visitation was denied, whether something was taken, I need you to ask this question to deliberation. When and by whom? When and by whom? Was it during a period that no one was allowed in? Was something taken by somebody that was sent by DCF, not by All Children's? Because you heard from Charlotte Laporte that all communications had to be supervised and that she stopped some correspondence from going to the hospital. She told you Kathy wasn't part of the calls, and she confirmed that the voice on the recording was hers.
I would love to see a son. I would love to see a son. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as he makes the decision, then I'll be able to see you. Okay?
Yeah. We're not about the case, okay? Maya, honey, we're going to talk about what you've been doing, if you need any Shopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but we can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
That's not Kathy's voice. They know this isn't Kathy's voice. They needed to have you believe this was Kathy's voice because they've got to find something outrageous that, not that an interruption of a call would get to that level. She's talking about Shopkins. She's from the upper Midwest. But the thing about this is, we don't have to guess, because again, I got an email for you. Look, and just so we're on the same page here, November 15th, 2016, look at the email the next day. Charlotte Laporte to Beata Kowalski. Also, yesterday when you were on the phone, I had to redirect you due to the case being brought up and mentioning of the judge and his decisions. This is Thank you, Your Honor. This is Trial Exhibit 3217 at 573. The interruption of the phone call wasn't Kathy. I don't know. I'll leave it at that. But the need for redirection, whether it was by Charlotte Laporte or whether it was at a time, and again, you have to ask who and when All Children's was allowed to supervise calls, was because of this.
Because I know Mom talked to her once, and that was supervised. And I guess she got shut down many times because she was falling off the track.
She could.
That's new audio. That's new audio we haven't heard before, and I don't think that's in evidence. That's why we need to approach right now. So let's see what happens here. I will say Mr. Shapiro's doing a good job. He's sticking to a timeline. He's sticking to a factual response or a list of the facts as he sees them, as the hospital sees them, because all he has to prove is, all he needs is one juror to believe that the hospital acted in a reasonable way in everything and that they had legal authority to do it. If that is the case, then they've won. So that's why you see him appealing to the jurors, saying, "Yeah, that was a really good question, and you were on it right there. This is the thought process you need to follow." want to see the body language here, so wrapping up the sidebar.
You heard from Tori Nias. She was a Save Children's Coalition
You had to skip it.
person. She took the stand. She took ownership of the situation, didn't she? She told you that she was advised by Charlotte Laporte and Lizzie Massica about what items could come in and what could stay. She told you she was the one who removed the communion, the iPad, the food from the fridge. She allowed some items. And again, whether you think that was overzealous, whether you think that was justified, is not an issue in this trial against All Children's Hospital. No one's alleging she's our agent. You heard from Lindsay Massica. She told you she was the one responsible for DCF background checks and visitors and what she prohibited, razors and communion, about what she allowed. And again, whether you think that was right or wrong, she's not All Children's. So that's why you have to ask who and when did these incidents go on. Now, there were religious visits, and take a look at the top note. Who helped arrange them? Kathy Beatty, 11-8. Social worker worked with pastoral care for Maya to get communion. We know from Father Costello, he came and had a visit with Maya. If he was denied a visit, you have to ask by whom and when. We know from the notes that both Father Herbert and Father Coover also visited, provided Holy Communion, emotional support. So why is Kathy Beatty being vilified in this situation? Well, because of this. For better or for worse, social work is assigned as the liaison between DCF and the hospital. The same way social work is assigned as the liaison when you're getting discharged. If anyone here has ever been discharged or worked with one for your mom or dad to get to long-term care, they're the ones who help coordinate it. She was the bearer of bad news on October 13th and became the face to the Kowalskis of the communication. She's been accused of a lot of things that are just false. I'll just tell you they're false. Remember the dress? There was a request to bring dresses to the office, and she told Mr. Kowalski, this is in evidence 3217-0784. Thanks for the update. She'll be happy with her dresses. And you heard from, there was a big deal about she never got her dresses. And then you heard from social worker Padron, who didn't just testify to it, she wrote it in the record. This worker dropped off Maya's dresses plural. Maya appeared in good spirits and showed a lot of excitement for the dresses. We have photos of the dresses. More photos of the dresses. These are all in evidence. We have photos of the birthday cards. The reason why the original card didn't get through was because they had to be scanned to Charlotte Laporte, who then sent them to Kathy to print and give to Maya. So if the Kowalskis still have the card with the lipstick on it, that's why. This is at Defense Exhibit 3217-718. The scanned card was printed and delivered according to the sworn testimony of Miss Beatty. But unfortunately for Miss Beatty, she became the face of the bad news. She testified, I was the one who had to tell Maya that she couldn't go home for Christmas. Again, they're not blaming us for her not going home for Christmas. That's a totally separate issue. But she prayed with Maya. She admitted to you that she had Maya on her lap. Not running from that. But I question where we are, that we've gotten to the point where a social worker comforting a child that she's not going to home for Christmas and puts a child on her lap is now a battery? And look at the jury instructions at page 20, because the judge is going to instruct you on a battery. It's not what I want the instruction to be or the Kowalskis. It's what would a reasonable person consider a battery. And I don't want to misquote the instruction. Read it. It's at page 20. The judge is giving you excellent instructions. Would a reasonable person consider putting a child on their lap in that moment to be a battery? Is that where we are? Oh, by the way, let's talk about next, what I know has made some of you uncomfortable, so let's talk about this head on, the photos, okay? There was no personal cameras used. There was a reason why the photographs were taken, right? So this is January 6, 2017, Dr. Kristen Danielson at the bottom. There was the concern about, quote, in air quotes, skin lesions on the forehead, which appeared to be self-inflicted. Dr. Major wrote the same concern a week later. So the hospital set about documenting photographs of these for the reasons that were written by Dr. Danielson and Dr. Major. And that leads us to the photos that they're upset about and that I know some of you are upset about. This. I'm not going to gaslight you on this and tell you that Maya looks happy. She looks miserable. She does. She's not being held down, though. They're documenting her skin condition twice before she leaves for court and when she comes back from court. And Kathy Beatty told you that's part of her procedure in this situation, okay? We see the nurse's hands holding her hands, not holding her down. This is part of what they believe is their protocol. And you're wrestling with this. I get it. If they just photographed her face, maybe it's not as important to you. They lifted her shirt. There's no Kathy Beatty and Nurse Alcida, who came and testified to you, absolutely denied that she was stripped naked in front of everyone and violated her dignity and privacy. But they took the photos. And we don't need to guess whether these were, well, the Kowalskis need you to believe this is one set of photos, because if it's one set of photos all taken at once, then they're saying you have no justification, you're photographing her for reasons, right? It's a different bed, it's a different time, because they know if you come to the conclusion, which is what the evidence, the overwhelming evidence shows, that these are two sets of photos taken at two different times, there's a reason for it, right? Whether it's a justifiable reason to take it without the shirt, with the sports bra, or whether they should have just hands, it's a reason. And we know there were two sets of photos taken because, again, we have a document of it. Defense Exhibit 3217-0850, 6:17 p.m. on January 6th. She's getting back, getting ready to take the picture. If you hear nothing from me, all is good. I'll lock the camera in my office over the weekend. Not a personal phone. It was done and locked in the office. And we know exactly when the photo was taken because it was taken between 6:17 p.m. and 7 p.m. when Miss Beatty documented that the photos were done. The pictures were taken with the help of the bedside nurse. With the help of the bedside nurse, and Maya wanted to pray. And in the last line, Miss Beatty went and got some grapes and cut red peppers from the cafeteria for Maya. Sometime between 6:17 and 7 p.m. on January 6th, the second set of photos were taken. But the Kowalskis want you to believe this is the second photo. With the sun pouring in. With the sun pouring in, long after sunset on January 6th. They need you to believe there's one set of photos. Because when we show you there's two, there was a reason why this was done. Again, Maya did not like the photos. I'm not trying to sell you that this was a pleasant experience for her. It wasn't. But you heard from Tashana Duncan, who saw her in court after the first photos were taken. Dr. Duncan said Maya never complained to her. Again, I'm not trying to minimize that Maya didn't like the photos, but she didn't go to the psychologist that day and say that she was traumatized by the photos. She didn't tell her uncle Scott. You heard his brief testimony on the last day trial of the defense case. He said she looked happy and normal. Talk about whether Maya had an advocate during her time at All Children's. Well, in addition to her parents, in addition to their attorneys, she had a guardian ad litem. And I think the guardian ad litem who was there only to advocate for Maya, answered a lot of the questions towards the end. She described Maya as a nice girl to talk to. She described her room set up with dolls, that she was happy, laughing, giggling. They went and played piano together. And she was asked, did you ever hear anyone at the hospital say anything bad about Mrs. Kowalski? No. You heard from Sylvia Ballwig on the last day of the defense case. Nurse Ballwig with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stars from the Care Journal. She loved Maya. 17 shifts. She talked about a religious relationship. She worked the EEG room. She worked the EEG room. You think she would have left Maya in a filthy condition? Her? She loved Maya. You heard from Amanda Cook. And by the way, this is who All Children's is. It's these people with a healing touch. Nurse Cook talked about bringing the mission of Jesus to her work every day and bringing the healing touch of Christ to her parents, to her patients. She brought Maya gifts. Maya wrote a little heart behind her name. This is who All Children's is. This is who All Children's is. Lisa Rack, a bedside nurse, the spa days, the nail days, Halloween, helping her with Harley Quinn makeup. She brought her laundry home to make sure Maya had clean clothes. She was nominated by Maya for a Daisy Award. This is who All Children's is. This is who All Children's is. Does Maya look happy in these photos? They tried to make this awful experience as humane and comfortable for this child that they loved. This is who All Children's is.
He has 45 minutes remaining.
Not just these four. Not just these four. They all loved Maya. Look at the date. It shows you Maya's bravery and perseverance too, doesn't it? That even on January 9th, after she lost her mother, Maya took pen to paper and thanked Nurse Lindsay for her exceptional care in the hospital. Nominated her for the Daisy Award. That's who All Children's is. And this is who All Children's is. Maya Angelou has a beautiful quote about human nature that I live by. People will forget what you said, and they'll forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. This is who All Children's is. People dedicated to try to make Maya's life in the hospital a little more comfortable than it needed to be. And that's the people I represent. Maya was discharged on January 13th from the hospital. I make a big deal about the medication sheet. It's in evidence. It's a lot. It looks like a lot, doesn't it? Aquaphor, a cream, an ointment, acetaminophen, Tylenol, vitamins, heartburn, the lisinoprostol is heartburn medication, albuterol for asthma. You know what's not on this list? No opioids, no narcotics, no ketamine. All Children's is proud of making sure Maya went home without these drugs. The judge at page 7 is going to give you his description in the jury instructions about Maya being released from shelter at this date. And at this point, Maya's with her parents and released from any other restrictions. Let's talk about experts. And I can't cover them all because I don't have time, and there were a lot of them, but I want to talk about a couple. This is an instruction that the judge is going to give you about the believability of witnesses. You want to talk about the intelligence of witnesses, but I want to focus you on the bottom part about the reasonableness of the testimony in light of your own experience and common sense. Because a lot of what you heard, we didn't need experts for. Some of it we did. Perhaps the most boring and confusing topic came from Jason Banger, who was the billing director of Billing Cycle. He talked about the DRG codes because the plaintiff made a huge deal of the fact that All Children's billed $500,000 for CRPS care, except what did he tell you? That it was all part of a DRG diagnostic-related group code. The pre-authorization was approved, and the entity that, if they didn't think we were providing the care for what we were billing for, was Aetna. They had 500,000 reasons to say, hey, guys, you're billing for CRPS along with all these other things, and you ain't providing the services. But what did he tell you? Every one of them was approved except $11. That's how meticulous Aetna was. They matched the services with what was being billed. And the reason is because what All Children's was providing was, as Mr. Banker told you, the primary driver was room and board and the therapies. And there's been no expert testimony to the contrary. We'll talk to you about Dr. Chopra. They brought him in. Again, no hospital privileges. It's a pattern. He told you ketamine's non-addictive, no nausea, no problems. I believe that was contradicted by Dr. Barr. But he told you something super important. Super important. CRPS is a lifelong condition that never goes away, right? If that's true, why on earth does All Children's Hospital owe $10 million for future care for CRPS? We didn't cause it, if she has it. You heard from Dr. Elliot Crane. CRPS, no known cause, rare and regional, thus the name chronic regional pain syndrome. Takes years to spread. Although, in fairness to Dr. Chopra, when he came back, he did say, in his cases of seeing whole body CRPS, it takes some time to spread, not 72 hours. But he told you the foundation of treatment, the evidence-based medicine of treatment, physical therapy, occupational therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and if needed, occasional medicines for breakthrough pain. He told you that what he saw from Dr. Hanna was 10 times the anesthetic dose. 10 times the anesthetic dose, what they would give you if they were going to knock you out and take out your appendix. And he ultimately told you that All Children's complied with the standard of care. He did that in support of fine doctors like Dr. Richard Elliott, who testified to what Mr. Hunter told you at the start of this case, that the treatment for CRPS and conversion disorder is the same. It's get you out of the wheelchair and let's get you functional. Let's get you moving. He testified that Dr. Hanna's doses were infinitely higher than what All Children's recommended. He also told you that CRPS is not associated with the gastroparesis, the constipation, the food not moving through. Because it doesn't matter what the diagnosis is, the treatment is what matters. This is the treatment that was recommended way back over a year ago at Lurie Children's Tampa General. It's the same. And so when you're answering the question on standard of care, it's in the judge's instructions, reasonable care is the part of a healthcare provider which, in light of relevant and surrounding circumstances, is recognized as acceptable and appropriate by similar and reasonable careful healthcare providers. Well, we provided you this, but the list is much bigger. The list is much bigger. This is what we mean when we talk about an instruction of what do similar healthcare providers recommend. Had this course of treatment been followed back in 2015, we wouldn't have been here. The judge has instructed you that stress from the lawsuit is not a matter for which you can award recovery. Okay, this has been a stressful process for everybody. I get it. It's very natural. The 2020 hospitalization, this is at Joint Exhibit 1030-0014. Okay? Maya Kowalski went to the hospital for what they claim was a relapse. If you look at the records for what this was, it was a recent episode of epigastric abdominal pain, decreased appetite, and the assessment was a 14-year-old female with significant weight loss likely related to stress. The musculoskeletal exam, no joint swelling, no limb deformity, no rashes, no lesions, no jaundice. This concept of All Children's cause some type of relapse, the only evidence in this case of any hospital visit in that period of time, other than a broken finger, which they're obviously not claiming was the fault of anybody, for which she sought medical care, I believe, 48 hours after the injury. Other than that, The only hospitalization was related to stress. So when we talk about causation, for the plaintiff, they first have to prove on medical malpractice we were negligent. And we believe the overwhelming evidence is that all children's practice, the evidence-based medicine that was proven to work at multiple institutions. But they have to do what is in your jury instructions as the but-for instruction, right? Makes sense. They have to be able to tell you that had it not been for all children's, Maya would have been better. They brought Dr. Bifolco. And if you check your notes and if you were listening carefully, Dr. Bifolco made 3 critical concessions that, from the defense's standpoint, cannot support any verdict against All Children's Hospital on medical malpractice. Not just because we didn't commit medical malpractice, but because he was asked directly. And he could not testify what Maya was going to need but for her All Children's hospitalization. He could not testify as what she would need from a psychological standpoint, but for All Children's. He made no determination about what she needed. He was just saying, she's got CRPS, this is what she needs. Dr. Chopra told you it's a lifetime condition if she has it. And then, at the bottom, he made the recommendation for $3.7 million in ketamine, and I said, Dr. Bifolco, where's that coming from? Dr. Kirkpatrick. Why are we going backwards? Why would we, with all of the progress that Maya's made, her bravery, right? I mean, truly, in the face of tragedy and losing her mom and going home, and through, the shepherding of Mr. Kowalski to help get her healthy, we'll talk about that a little more, why are we going back on ketamine? Do not award millions of dollars for ketamine. Dr. Levy was brought to answer that question. She is the director of adolescence and substance abuse addiction at Harvard. You didn't need to hear from her about whether ketamine can cause hallucinations and mood disturbance. You heard it from Beata. You didn't need to hear from her about the short-term memory issues. You heard it from Beata. But she told you what would happen to the developing brain if you started exposing it to ketamine again and again and again, as in Dr. Bifolco's life care plan recommended by Dr. Kirkpatrick at $12,000 for a week. It would cause addiction problems and potential neurotoxicity. And by the way, when we talk about memory disturbances, if you look back at what they are alleging at All Children's Hospital, and this is really important, almost everything, if not everything, that they're alleging against Ms. Beatty is based on Maya's memory, isn't it? I mean, Mr. Kowalski testified that he didn't personally observe anything untoward. The people who came into the hospital, whether it was the teacher or the guardian ad litem or the people that are not affiliated with the hospital, no one saw anything. It's all based on the memories of a 9 to 10-year-old child in the hospital who, by her own admission, was, when she disclaimed the care book, told you I would say anything I needed to get out, including telling these nurses that I liked them, even though I didn't like them, which is understandable. Who would want to be in the hospital away from their family? But that's what it was based on, those memories from that time. I'm going to handle a topic as sensitively as I can. The plaintiffs called an expert, Dr. Scott Richards. We had a little bit of fun, right? Maybe it wasn't fun, but yours, Mr. Anderson's frat brother, swim team mate, and he told me, well, we listened to different music. We were in different parts of the frat. But he's the sacrifice he's talking about. When I tell you, when you listen to experts and you can use your common sense, right? It doesn't go out the window. The suicide, for better or for worse, was a result, was it not? Doesn't your common sense tell you about her being separated from Maya, for which this hospital is not responsible? You don't need an expert, especially someone who's never evaluated Beata. When you're looking at the instruction, when they're trying to hold my client liable for a suicide, when all we were trying to do was protect Maya, when all we were trying to do was provide evidence-based approaches for therapies that we believed could heal her, what was the extreme and outrageous conduct that they proved through their burden that all children did? What was it? When you're back in the deliberation room, what was it? The phone call that was Charlotte Laporte, the confiscation of communion that was Tori Neas, having a child on your lap, that's a factor that can be used to say suicide. The uncontrollable impulse, and because there's family here, I'm going to be brief. You've seen how that act was carried out. It wasn't instant in terms of the setup, but there's notes, and the most important one is the one that's at Exhibit 3212. Beata Kowalski, moments after the judge denied her the right to hug her child. We're not here to argue about the dependency court. It's a separate issue. Okay? This note was penned now, what, 3.5 months, I think the plaintiff said 99 days or 107 days, after no contact with her daughter. It's not from placing a child on her lap. The letters to the judge. Oh, and by the way, the response at the end, I hope you will take responsibility for my daughter's physical conditioning, worsening of her CRPS that will eventually lead to her slow and painful death. Where'd you get that? Remember? Remember? Dr. Kirkpatrick. Who put that idea in her mind? Not all children's. And by the way, he tried to backpedal, didn't he? Pulmonary embolus? You know what that is. Gone. That's what he's talking about. Put in Mrs. Kowalski's mind that if she didn't get his ketamine, this would happen. Shame. And then the final note that was now written. This one's now, if you look, just in terms of the time, and I don't want to belabor this point any more than I have or I need to. January 6th, 3:57. Now we're to January 7th at 10:59. 30 plus hours have passed. This is not an irresistible impulse. I need to talk to you about damages, and I'm going to do it briefly. All children's would not be here if we thought we owed the damages in this case. Okay?
Mr. Stray, you've consumed an hour and a half.
Thank you. But I told you in voir dire, we don't argue damages in separate sections. We don't see if you award liability and come back. We do it all in one part for your efficiency. If you don't agree with me, here's what I would suggest. For medical malpractice, the only thing that Maya would need is a tune-up on physical therapy. You heard from Dr. I don't know if it was Ms. Kirby pricing it out. You can use your common sense. If physical therapy costs $150 a session and she needs another year of it and needs it twice a week, $300 a week times 50 weeks would be $15,000. That would, if you really believe we interrupted her care by not giving her the ketamine and we're somehow liable for medical malpractice, that would be what would be reasonable. I want to talk about the photos because this is important because I know you guys are going to wrestle with this. I get it. You have the batteries were either 2 days in a room, same room as anything else, or we have my shirt being lifted and being taken photos, 10 minutes, 15 minutes on the front end, 10 minutes, 15 minutes on the back end. If you don't like it and you disagree with me and believe she owed some money for that, then you should award something for that. And the judge's instructions, in the instructions, give instructions, and don't rely on this, because these are different instructions for medical malpractice, but the general verbiage are awards should be fair and just in light of the evidence. Awards should fairly adequately compensate for the loss. They're compensation damages for that. If you believe because of the photos that Maya Kowalski needs therapy, and by the way, we think she does too. We think anybody who lost their mother in this circumstance believe that she would benefit from psychotherapy. Whether we are responsible for any of it or responsible for part of it, then award it. You heard from Ms. Kirby that inpatient therapy is $30,000 to $57,000 if you think that she needs psychotherapy for the next period of time. You know, if it's $100 twice a week, if you think that it would take $200,000 in therapy, or you want to award $250,000, those are numbers that are realistic. That's real money. And finally, I'll just talk to you about the unfortunate act of suicide. And I want to tell you that there's the numbers they've put on the board. We have to tie it to real money, not monopoly money. These would be real dollars, written checks to the Kowalskis. If you think we're really liable for a suicide, that we would suggest that numbers from $500,000 to $1 million or $1.5 million, even per person, would be something that would be fair and adequate to compensate for the situation if you owe it. And in terms of totals, whether that's $3 million or $4 million, I think that would be more than fair. But I do want to talk to you face to face about this, because that is a charge that All Children's is here to absolutely deny. We did not do anything that caused extreme emotional distress. The idea that this hospital system engaged in some system-wide conspiracy to try to aggravate Beata when all we were trying to do was get Maya on the correct course. On those boxes where you are required to find outrageous conduct that pushed her to that, I implore you to check the box now. I'm going to touch on this and then we're going to move forward, because almost all of these damages are this idea that Maya was doing wonderfully well before and now she's in a bad spot. And that's why I spent a lot of time going through the previous history to show the quality of life of zero, the ketamine comas, the short-term memory problem. We got into it, right? Me and Mr. Trump, about the freight train heading to college. And his insinuation that the unfortunate, not her fault, right? Mine was not. The comas, the treatments, the memory, the hallucinations, the quality of life of zero. That's what we inherited. Where's she now?
25 minutes.
How are we liable for future vocational losses? How would All Children's, use your common sense, how would we be liable for any of those catastrophic numbers when, because of the care and treatment, and because of Maya's perseverance, as shepherded by her father, we saw this, May 26th. This is now a little more than 4 months after getting out of All Children's.
Gotta watch for music.
You know what Kyle does? He just lays down and then she comes.
How are we liable for worsening a condition? Let's hear what Dr. Hannah said. She went back to him. Joint Exhibit 1040, number 7. This is on June 8th, so what is this? February, March, April, May, June. 5 months after she gets out of All Children's. This decrepit condition we left her in, not a drop of ketamine, right? Let's look at it. Overall, the patient has had 60 to 70% relief since his last visit. What is he comparing to? October 6th, quality of life of 0, and now, through the therapies of All Children's and the dedication of Maya working with Rachel DeYoung, her outpatient therapist, only warm water therapy and physical therapy, she's got 60 to 70% relief. Look at the next box. Negative allodynia, negative hyperesthesia, negative hypersensitivity, negative, 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 negative. What's she doing? Patient reports no hypersensitivity or allodynia. She's doing pool therapy and physical therapy twice a week. That's their doctor. Let's fast forward to July 6th. Agility physical therapy. Less than 6 months after she gets out of All Children's, off the ketamine, off the drugs. Patient and father state the patient went swimming in the ocean over the weekend. Mr. Kowalski reports that Maya has a new bedroom set with a bunk bed on the top and is able to get up and down the ladder without help. August 14th, back to school. First time in 2 years. August 22nd, last day of physical therapy. September 5th, back to Dr. Wassner. You want to know what he said? Let's look. Maya's doing markedly better. She's been able to get out of her wheelchair and goes to school full-time with use of her crutches. Father is extremely pleased with her progress. She has not had any recent asthma flares. This is what we mean by progress. October 20th, 2017. (2018-2019) is easy because we heard from Mr. Kowalski. We played his deposition for you on November 6, 2019. Now, Maya is the president of the Honor Society, president of the chorus, class president, followed by Duke Tip. And what was his sworn testimony to you? No evident signs of CRPS, no complaints of pain, and no signs of lesions. What did we complicate? Or what did we help Maya get on the path to? Recovery. I have nothing to fill in here. Thank God. Maya testified she was proud of her progress, as she should be. 8th grade picked PE as an elective, participating in all school sports. She told you 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, no flare-ups, and she talked about a daily routine that should be the envy of any healthy child. 5.5-mile running routine, high interval intensity training. What about the medications? Flonase and Claritin only. Had not touched narcotic pain medicine since she left All Children's. That's the dream we had for Maya. And then I had a chance to talk with Maya again on March 22nd, 2022. Claritin and only. Still playing piano, still ice skating, lifting weights, cardio, bike rides. She made a statement that she should be very proud of, that she told you under oath that her pain is better now than it was in 2015 or 2016. She's able to get back on the ice. And able to get to the point where she's able to enjoy milestones. Healthy milestones, something people dreamt for her. Homecoming 2022, being able to be in a limousine to go to Homecoming 2023 during the trial. And from what I can tell, in the photo on the right, Maya looks happy. I'm asking for your verdict, and I'll tell you why. One of the most unfortunate parts of this case is the caption. Kowalski's versus All Children's. We were never against the Kowalski family. We were never against the Kowalski family. The reason why All Children's did what it did, the reason why All Children's tried to comfort Maya, the reason why All Children's tried to get her on a safe medical path is because the loving and caring providers at my client's hospital believed in a better future for her if they could get her off the unnecessary drugs given at dangerous levels. Period, end of story. And time can tell, right? Sometimes we can tell whether they were right or whether they were wrong. On all of these counts, false imprisonment, whether there's any clear and convincing evidence of any punitive damages, and if you think there's an element in this case where she deserves compensation, then that's what you're here for on one of these counts. We disagree. There's nothing outrageous that the hospital ever did. There's no reason to be considering punitive damages. Your work can end with your deliberations. We don't need to come back if you believe you can fairly and adequately compensate the Kowalskis, specifically Maya, if you believe there's anything else. And that's important on all these counts, because you know what we really need in this courtroom is closure for everybody. we now, I don't get another chance to talk to you. That's, as the judge told you, and I'm almost out of time, that it's normal, right? But I want you to have this in your mind when either Mr. Anderson or Mr. Whitney come back and talk. And they're talking to you about this aggravation of pre-existing injury. What would Shapiro say? Well, she had it before. If they're talking about violations of rights, well, what would Shapiro say? Well, when and who? If they're talking to you about, here's what Kathy Beatty did, what would Shapiro say? Well, what's your evidence of this? What evidence do you have of this that you're accusing my client's children's hospital? At the bottom of your form, after you complete the verdict form, and it's long, after you complete your service as juries, for which we all in this courtroom tremendously thank you for, you're going to date and sign this. This has been a long process for you. It's been even a longer process for the Kowalskis and my client. It is time to bring closure to this phase. I would ask that your verdict be fair and just. I would ask for it to be in my client. And when you do it, be proud of your verdict, that you're bringing justice to the Venice County Courthouse, to the Sarasota County Courthouse, so that everyone can go home and heal and rest. I thank you so much for your service, and I thank you for listening.
And he ended 15 minutes early. Took 1 hour and 44 minutes and 30
Members
seconds.
of the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute break. What's going to happen next is the plaintiffs will come back for their rebuttal argument, and then I'm going to talk with you some more, and you'll be able to, at that point, begin your deliberations. So you're still an hour and 15 minutes away from that. 10 minutes, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves, do not do any investigation, and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
All right, so as the jury is leaving now, they're not allowed to deliberate yet. There is a little more instruction the judge is going to give them prior to deliberation starting. But right now, what stops right now is our total objection counter. We stop at 1,780. This is the point where we go ahead and check the
Our presence, any issues we need to address before we take our break?
Yes, Your Honor, we should probably approach on it.
Okay, so Anderson says approach. They've got the volume off on Zoom as well, so we don't know what's going on here while they're talking. We'll see what's happened. So here we go. I'm going to back up just a tiny bit so you can see who almost won. Is that? Let's see. We're on downstream keyer 2. There we go. All right. So here's where we are. 1780. We had some incredible, great guesses at 1776. So close. But it's right here. 1777, 1778, 1781. Look at this. 1781, we have only one person, which is only one person within one guess, within one number, which means you don't have to do a drawing. It's Kel's MC. It's Kel's MC. Oh, wait, they still have a short rebuttal. Everyone's saying still a short rebuttal. Okay, so as long as there are no more objections during the short rebuttal, then we're good to go. So I got a little hasty. Buffer, we still have rebuttal. Okay, so where we're at? Sorry, I thought it was time. It's Kel's MC, and then we go to Hippie Chicky Chick. Options are Drew's Alone, Tasia Richter, Joyce Mitchell, and maybe as far as Christy, aka Sugar Mama, but we'll see. So do we count the approach right now? So chat, can you tell me, do we count the one right now? There's no Sir rebuttal. It's just going to be the final 15 minutes of no, because it was just an approach. Here's the thing. This is an approach outside of the time. Oh, Jules is calling. Hang on. Just one second.
Call from Jules.
Jules, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
I don't have long though. I only have like 3 minutes. When I was on the phone with you, I was right outside the courtroom, but like about maybe, I don't know, 30 feet, not even, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Apparently, one of the spectators that was on our, wait, here comes Shapiro. Hold on. Okay. That sit on our side of the courtroom. These two have never been here. I mean, they've been here, but like not every day, like maybe once a week.
Okay.
And they went and confronted the J Hatch people right outside the courtroom doors.
And that's what the judge was talking about.
Yes, and the deputies were all over the freaking place. I mean, it was totally uncalled for. I don't know what is wrong with people. So I wanted to tell you about that. And, you know, I have to be honest. I'll call a spade a spade. Shapiro did a good closing.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
It was very logical. It was mapped out. It was efficient use of time. He had 15 minutes left when he ended. So it was pretty good.
Yeah. He did. I don't know how it's going to play, but he did do a good closing.
It seemed like he was trying to reach out to a couple jurors with the, hey, this is a really good question. One of you asked a really good question thing, trying to connect with the juror a little bit. But it seemed at the very end also there was almost a concession where he's like, hey, I know you guys are struggling with this, so just don't whoop us too badly on the numbers. That seemed to be how he ended. It was like, look,
His
I realize
wife and kids are here. His wife and kids are here.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. His wife and kids are here.
They're there to support him. So I don't fault him for that. But.
Yeah. Also, Mr. Hughes, he was at, I can't, I'll have to tell you later. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
I'll call you back.
Sounds
Bye.
good. See you. Bye. All right, Jules in the courtroom there, giving some information, saying what we all saw is that Mr. Shapiro is really good at what he does, and that he gave a very good closing. So that was effective. We're not going to talk much about the family members of people in court, just because we don't out them. We don't. Unless it becomes an issue in court, we don't really talk about that. So I have no idea about his kids and anything else. I'm not going to try to, and we'll, if people are trying to identify him, I think we'll probably remove those comments. We don't want people to, they did nothing. Okay, they have no role in this as far as the judge is concerned. Let's see. Let's see. Claims to be decided: false imprisonment, clear and convincing evidence of punitive damages. Battery, clear and convincing evidence of punitive damages, medical negligence. Becca, you're typing like crazy to get all those in. Let's see. I don't know. Shapiro skipped 4 intentional infliction of emotional distress, wrongful death, medical negligence, 5 intentional infliction of emotional distress. I can tell you the notes that I've got. There are 7 claims out there. There are 7 claims that are still on the table. The first one is false imprisonment, intentional restraint. The second one is the battery, and that occurred in 2 times. Well, first when Kathy Beatty, a bedside nurse, with Kathy Beatty, unwanted personal contact, and then Kathy Beatty and the bedside nurse with the photo shoot. So those are the 2 battery times. Negligent medical treatment of Maya. This is Sally Smith, failure to use reasonable care. Fraudulent billing. This is billing for CRPS, but not treating for it. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. This is sort of a broad charge about all the different behaviors and actions, and you have to find for that one if you're going to go and also find the extreme and outrageous behavior as the cause of Beata taking her life, as well as for Maya for damages for her, punitive damages for her, and on count 7. So that's what we have left on that one. We're minutes away. So you guys said no on the we don't count this objection because it's just a sidebar. It wasn't an objection. It was raised as a sidebar outside of that. So I think you're right. We don't count this one. So we're at 1780, which means it's Kel's MC. You have 1780, 1781, and 1782 are all possibilities for you to win. It's Kelsmel. So you've got like 3 chances. One, if it stays the same, you still win if we get one more objection, and then if it goes to the next one up, then you'd have a chance, 1 in 3 chance of winning because we've got 3 people. If it goes to 1782, it would be tied between you and the 2 people here. So, all right, that's where we are for that one. Excuse me. Let's see. Is it the Price is Right rules? No. It's whoever's closest. Whoever's closest. And if there's a tie, we'll do a drawing. Looks like everyone's starting to file back into the courtroom now. We've got about 2 more minutes left on the clock as far as the judge's time frame for the break. Once this is done, we're also going to do a poll, and I want some help on the wording of the poll. We always wait until the end of closing arguments to do a poll as far as guilt and innocence in a criminal trial. And because they have 7 charges and very few options and even more limited word spaces, I think we're going to have to group all these together and say, will the jury find for the family or for the hospital? And just in doing this, I think any verdict that comes back with the family prevailing in this case, regardless of the amount the jury attaches to it, I think would have to be a win for the hospital. And I'd expect that the poll would be extremely high of people who expect the jury to come back with some sort of a win for the family. So I don't know how else to make it simple. I'll start typing it out here, and we'll see how to go. But it's the issue I have with this is it's not going to be a true poll, because there's some people who say, yes, I definitely see it on the battery side, but all the rest of it's out, or I can see the intentional infliction of emotional harm, but I can't see the fraudulent billing. We don't have enough options in this poll to do this. Jury has to be unanimous, but they don't have to be unanimous. I mean, they don't have to find for every count in order for any to count.
Before we bring the jury back, let's go over a few things. I've got the flash drive with the list. Do we have the 6 copies of the Excel spreadsheet?
We're working on that now, Judge, printing them.
So, Alex, can I give this to you? Okay, so that will go back with the jury. I saw that both sides were working with the clerk for an hour and a half this morning on exhibits. Do we now agree that all of the exhibits are correct and there's nothing wrong with any of the exhibits? Or do we still need more work on them?
I was hoping we have just one exhibit printing versus using reports. 2819A being printed.
And how much longer is that going to be?
Less than 10 minutes.
So besides that one issue, everything else is okay?
Yes, sir.
And there's nothing inappropriate with any of the exhibits, and there's no unauthorized material or anything like that. Is that correct? And Alex, do we have everything on
Both plaintiffs and defense look through the exhibits.
So we have everything on a cart ready to go?
We have 2 carts.
2 carts, okay. Now, if the jury wishes to end at some point this evening without a verdict, the plan of action is going to be as follows. I have an envelope, and what we're going to do is we're going to have the jurors put the verdict form in the envelope. They will then initial When I say initial, they'll put their jury numbers on it, and then we'll bring them in. We'll hand it to the clerk. The clerk will run tape over the seal, and the clerk will maintain the verdict form in this envelope. There's nothing in the envelope. It's just an envelope. So is that procedure acceptable for everybody?
Yes, Your Honor, for plaintiff.
That's fine with the defense.
After the plaintiff's rebuttal closing arguments, the first thing I'm going to do with the jury is I'm going to make those 3 corrections in the jury packet. I'm just going to have them write it on there, and then I'm going to discharge the alternates. What I intend on doing is have the 6 jurors who are going to deliberate stay. I'm going to have the 5 alternates that will be discharged go back and collect their materials, and then I need the sheriff's office to transport them off-site. When they are out of the building, can you radio back so we can then let the jury begin to deliberate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but the moment I discharge them, I can't have those 2 groups interacting with each other anymore. Any questions about what we're going to do and how this is going to go down as soon as the plaintiff's rebuttal is over?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring back the jury.
Let's bring back this jury. Okay, it's we're down to the crunch time. We're going to find out exactly who was deliberating, and I know Jules will be taking frantic notes during that time as we find out who is remaining and who is not, and we'll see just see where this goes.
All rise. Jurors entering.
Juror number 1 was not dismissed. They resolved that yesterday afternoon. There is a small possibility of a verdict today. We'll do a poll about that as well.
Okay, please be
but
seated.
It is possible. Yes.
Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, and you did not receive any information about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And no one's approached you about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've not seen any media coverage about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, my fault. I forgot to tell you before you went on that last break that that's going to be your last opportunity to make a telephone call before you start deliberations. Is there anyone on this jury that needs to take a couple of moments to make any last-minute telephone call, because effectively this will be your last opportunity until the time that you go home today? So does anyone need, and I apologize for not reminding you about that. Okay, it looks like we're fine. So, Mr. Anderson, you have the floor.
Please, the court. What you heard was exactly why we need punitive damages in this case. They still don't get it. Well, I think I heard that they agree with some of our liability positions. They still do not understand institutionally, as voiced through their attorneys, how awful this was, how terrible it was, the things that they did here. This is Johns Hopkins. This is Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. This is who they really are. This is a place where they call little girls who just lost their mom ketamine girl, and appear to have absolutely no problem with the fact that they knew this was coming and said nothing and did nothing. This is who Johns Hopkins is. They say, I wouldn't put anything past her mother. Put what past her mother? Trying to take care of her child? She can't perform this charade effectively 24/7. They're talking about a 10-year-old. Maya feels we, ACH, is lying. Wonder why that is. What kind of doctor-patient relationship is that? What kind of pediatric relationship is that? Why would you want to keep a child there when the child doesn't want to be there and just wants to be away from you in this first week? Maya feels J or ACH is lying to her about her mother, that the doctors are lying about her parents. This should never even begin to start up in a pediatrician-child relationship. It should never, ever be. This is who Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is. It's a place that retaliates against its own employees for bringing things out that are negative, and retaliates against anyone, any parent, who decides they want to do something different. All I heard on the other side was, it's our standard of care. It's our standard of care. It's our standard of care. Who cares if it's your standard of care? A parent has a right to decide their child's own treatment. They don't get to choose it. And that's a lot about what this case is about. It's about an organization that is so screwed up that it actually thinks it's a good idea to force parents to accept their way of doing things. And if the parents don't, then they've got to find different ways to punish them. That's where all this stuff came out of on the 7th. They disagreed. Beata, a registered nurse, an infusion nurse, knew what she was talking about and had 15, 16 months of experience as to what worked and didn't work, made the greatest mistake you could ever make to these people. She said no. They still don't freaking get it. They still don't freaking get it. Here are the punitive damages questions. 5, 10, 15, 20. Those are 4 opportunities, if you agree with the plaintiffs, that this is completely and utterly intolerable. Punitive damages are for willful, wanton, and malicious character, behavior. There's absolutely no question that risk management, with the concurrence and knowledge of the General Counsel, which is as high as you can get in this, planned and instituted this entire idea of stripping this child down, taking photographs of her, not letting the parents know, against the child's will. They knew. They instituted this from the very top of this organization. What does that tell you about what's going on here? What kind of ultimate lack of humanity? There needs to be some captain of this ship, and there never was. It was totally dysfunctional, the way this hospital operated. No one was checking. No one was making sure to see how this child was being taken care of. No one was looking to see how their own employees were behaving. And it wasn't just one. Yes, it has to be clear and convincing, but when you have internal memoranda from the highest up in the hospital down to a Kathy Beattie telling her to do something like that, that's clear and convincing. That's from the highest part of the hospital down to do something despicable. You don't do that. I heard a lot about attacking Beata. I never figured out why. If they really... Okay, again, pardon me if I'm confused on this. If these doctors, who are all licensed and specialists in CRPS and pain control, prescribed what they think was too much medication, why go after mom? Why not go after the doctors? Where have you seen anywhere where anything that Johns Hopkins did questioned the actual doctors writing the prescriptions? No, that's too hard. That's too hard. That might cause problems. Now, it's easier to go after Beata. Plus, she insulted them by not agreeing with what their routine was. Think about this, though. If the whole point here is that Beata, who is just trying to take care of her child, by the way, is taking her child to places and trying to get treatment, and these doctors are prescribing all of these excess medications, or this won't work, or that won't work, why are you attacking the mother? What possible good does that do? After the Mexico trip, one of their pulmonologists, who actually was a very nice man, Dr. Kreisman, saw Maya, having seen her 2 times before Mexico, and now 5 months after Mexico, and says, talking about the treatment in Mexico, the long-term ketamine infusions, this is a new child. Do we have that? This is a new child. She's bright. She no longer appears to be in pain. On physical examination, she's examined in her wheelchair. She is a completely different child from the last exam, which was 2 months before Mexico. By that I mean she is not in any pain. She is not moaning. She is smiling. She is interactive. She is very engaged. Oxygen saturation is 100%. Weight 25 kilograms. This is an experienced Johns Hopkins doctors. Remember I said there's a lot of the outside doctors I thought were trying to do their job. Apparently Dr. Kreisman was. And 5 months after, here he is saying this is a different child. That's their own physician saying that. And please keep in mind, around this time, their surgeons also put the port into her chest to facilitate the ketamine infusions. What you are seeing here is an incredible example of revisionist history, picking little bits and pieces out of the record and trying to fashion them into some blame. What did the Kowalskis do wrong here? What was the purpose of all this, other than arrogance and the belief that ultimately they could get away with it? Forcing the parents to agree with your own version when you don't even have the doctors with the right specific skill set to disagree reeks of arrogance. It reeks of people who are not getting out enough medically, who are not keeping up with the latest trends. If they're going to be Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, which is supposed to be the Johns Hopkins name, one would think that they would be right on top of the very latest treatments, right? They weren't. And they relied on this Sally Smith character to come in, and she's a pediatrician. There's nothing against pediatricians. I'm not down on pediatricians. I'm down on pediatricians who think that they're neurologists or anesthesiologists with a subspecialty in CRPS and a subspecialty in ketamine treatment and treatment for what is known as chronic CRPS. See, Maya had already been through all of those things that Johns Hopkins was suggesting, and Beata knew it. Beata knew the only thing they had within that first few hours they were questioning them. That's why tensions were getting a little high. Are you going to be able to increase the amount of ketamine for my kid or not? No? We're out of here. Oh, wait a second now. This might be dangerous. There might be something wrong here. Now, we want to leave. Okay. Well, just let us hold on for a second. We'll see what we can do. Ask yourself this. Where were their psychiatrists? They brought in little bits and pieces of other hospitals, psychiatrists, or in one case, a nurse's assistant, a pediatric a physician's assistant who's a nurse to make a diagnosis or a potential diagnosis. And they brought in another instance, a nurse in another hospital who thinks this might be conversion disorder. Ladies and gentlemen, where did you see their expert come in and confirm any diagnosis of conversion disorder or any psychosomatic condition that outweighed that it was CRPS? They're Johns Hopkins. They can't find a psychiatrist to come in and agree with them? Nope. Attacking Beata. Why go after Beata? I guess it was easy pickings. I guess they figured, I don't know whether it was her accent or just the way she acted or what it was, but they sure did hone down on her. I can't put anything past her mother. I'm trying to, and have tried to, through this case, use videos and photographs to try to express to you how the child was doing at different stages, because I believed that you would trust your eyes. You would trust what you could see and watch. And that's still true for after she got out of there. It still took her 10 months to get back to even close to a baseline, and another 6 months of transitioning off to get off of those crutches. And she did it through hard work. And instead of it being looked at as a good thing, this is a sign somehow that they're right. They're actually taking credit for all of the incredible hard work Maya did on her own. And we all pretty much know why she was doing this. She wanted to prove something. She wanted to prove to them she could do it. It hurt like hell. She had no ketamine, no pain meds, scared out of her wits, the family. And when you read those orders, you'll see that for the last 10 days to 12 days, the judge said, and no ketamine. Do you really think that this family was going to go back and try the ketamine that put them right back there in that power system? You think they're really going to go back to that? No. And that's why they didn't go back on the ketamine. The ketamine worked. It would have made her life so much easier. But Johns Hopkins, they ended that. You know, in the Civil War, they would cut off soldiers' arms and legs with a shot of whiskey as the anesthetic. That didn't make it good. That didn't make it state of the art. That's just all they had back then. The ketamine was there to help her get better and to help her reach the best that she could be. And they took that tool away from her.
Your Honor, I object. This is immunity issues.
This could be sustained.
Sustained.
Think of it this way. They believed, I gather, that Maya had recovered because of their treatment. What she did was have a remission. And we've spent the past 8 weeks explaining CRPS to you. It's a devilish disease.
It's used 15 minutes.
You can go for months, weeks, months, years, you can have a change like that. Exactly what happened in November of 2020, and then again in 2022. And think about this. This is during the period of her life where her immune system is at its absolute best. What's going to happen when life starts to take a few chunks out of her? It's not a very good thought, but she's brave. I think she'll get through it, but it's going to be a lot harder on her, and it shouldn't have been, because let me get to a point on this causation thing that the defense was talking about.
We've consumed an hour and a half total.
Say it again, Your Honor.
An hour and a half total you've consumed. 30 minutes left.
Thank you, Judge. in your jury instructions, you will see an instruction on causation. And what it's going to say is that it doesn't have to be the only cause for you to award damage. It has to be one of the causes, and in the terms of suicide, a substantial cause. So you can have two forces acting and still award damages for it. And if it is the aggravation of a pre-existing condition, which in this instance would be the CRPS, you can look at the way she was before, and then you can look at after the tortfeasor, in this case Johns Hopkins, aggravated it, to see how she was after. Now here's the key. You can divide that up if you have the evidence to do so. Typically the evidence is where a doctor comes in, qualified physician, and says, okay, 50% of this, 60% of this is pre-existing CRPS, and 40% of this is the aggravation part. You don't have that evidence here. You don't have that testimony in the record. Under the instructions you have, then, whatever CRPS she had before it was complicated with PTSD, depression, and a failure for the first round of treatment to succeed, whatever that ended up to be, unless you can find a way to divide it up without medical testimony, 100% of what she ends up with is on them.
The object is a misstatement of the jury.
It's not.
Overruled.
So, when you're considering back there, well, she did have CRPS beforehand, and that's a difficult disease, and I don't know if we can really blame Johns Hopkins. Well, you can't blame him for her having CRPS walking in, but you darn sure can for what happened walking out. And the fact is that with the post-traumatic stress disorder, absolutely, I don't want to say earned, but imposed on her, and the depression from a variety of factors, not the least of which is losing her mother, that aggravated it and will continue to aggravate it down the road. And here's the problem. What you've seen in the November of 2020 relapse was because of a psychological factor. That's what triggered it. That was not a physical factor. When she had the relapse, right before she went in during October of 2016, that was a psychological factor. So you have what's known as a clinical history of psychological factors aggravating her CRPS, right? You had the CRPS, and now you've got an overlay of a CRPS that has been complicated because the first round of treatment was not completed. The glial cells that Dr. Chopra talked about, that was not completed. That made her more susceptible to longer, more intense, more frequent of these relapses. And then you had an overlay on it of psychological issues, not her own, caused by them, that are going to aggravate her situation the rest of her life. And like I said, she's at the top of her game now biochemically. Wait till you get out in the real world and you start to age a little bit, and you start to have some things, life take bites out of you here and there. You're going to have some psychological issues come up. And she's not going to be as equipped to deal with them as she could have been. Because Beata had a good plan. Beata had figured out, very smart lady, how to deal with this. And although Maya would much prefer never to have this loathsome condition, her mom had figured out how to allow her to be the best she could be. Now that was taken from her. And so when you are back there considering the damages, I want you to consider, from Maya's perspective, how great she can be, could be, with the talent she has, her intelligence, her abilities. But to get there, what kind of stresses is she going to have to put herself through in order to get there? And then, from there, how is her aggravated illness going to react? this child hasn't even taken her SATs. She's in halfway through her senior year in high school. She hasn't applied to any universities. Yeah, back in 2019, she's ready to rock. She's ready to go. Life has a funny way of affecting you, doesn't it? And after you start thinking about what you went through and you start having a relapse, you lose a little bit of initiative, a little bit of drive. If she does overcome that, though, if she does try, think about the psychological challenges of going to the type of school that she should, by all rights, go to, a top university. Think about the challenges she faces in the type of jobs that she should be able to do. That's where those big numbers come from. And they're not made up at all in any way. And I'll tell you how I know. If they had their own Dr. Bifulco life care planner, where was it? No psychiatrist? No life care planner? If they had their own Dr. Tremp talking about the freight way to college, which is what he was talking about before all this happened to her, if they had their own Dr. Tremp, where is he? If they had their own economist to figure this out, where is she? Or him? If the kind of defense they put together, if there was somebody who truly was going to disagree with those numbers, don't you think they'd be in here testifying about it? Instead of having their lawyer come in and attempt to pick here and there at the sidelines of what really happened to this family. And it's not just Kathy Beatty or Sally Smith or some of those nurses, and there were some good nurses there. I'll talk about that in a moment, but this was a problem endemic to the entire operation, and that's why they were in imminent jeopardy, IG, of losing their accreditation to be able to continue to receive federal funding and get approval from the agency that was overarching all hospitals, the industry leader there. This was an organization that was teetering and was trying to get its act together because its culture of people reporting problems was so toxic that they had to have multiple meetings and consultants and ideas of just how to fix it. And all that came well after the poor Kowalski family was involved. This went straight to the top. This ship never had a captain. And that's how you end up with these situations. It was a totally dysfunctional organization, and the Kowalskis paid the price. Paid the price. We didn't take. Nick did a great job, didn't he, on the numbers? I'm not so hot on the numbers, as we know, but they tried to minimize some of the effects of this. They tried to talk things down like, well, it was only 15 minutes that she was pinned down, stripped, photographed against her will. This is a 10-year-old girl. She's ill. She has a disease that will not allow her to escape in any way. She's in a wheelchair. She's in a place that she despises, around people she doesn't trust. And she's being photographed naked. And the way you know that is the other nurse came in and testified. Do we recall? Alcia H.C. I've got her name here. The other nurse that's seen in the picture. And she said, yes, Maya was stripped. Maya was naked. Yes, we did hold her down. And Beatty...
Sterilization evidence. Overruled.
And we also know, because you saw the deposition testimony of Kathy Beatty, in which she said, unfortunately, we did. That's not something you say if you're particularly proud of what went on. Which begs the issue, then, if Ms. Beatty is willing, if you believed the other nurse, who frankly did not seem capable to me of misrepresenting anything, if you believed the other nurse that in fact Maya was stripped down, and if you believe that she was confirming what Maya testified to, and they never caught Maya in a single inconsistency in her depositions, did they? Not once. If you believe those two, that means that Kathy Beatty was willing to get in here in front of you and completely and utterly misrepresent a key fact in the case. How reliable is that testimony as to anything she has to say? Or was this the type of person getting caught who's willing to say almost anything to get themselves out of it, or what they perceive out of it? And for Jack, again, I apologize to him for him ever having to hear Detective Graham's voice again. Lord knows that's traumatizing enough for him. Detective Graham's techniques in attempting to flip Jack by telling him, among other things, that I'll put you away for 20 years if I think you're harming that child, and trying to get him to say things against his own wife were completely and utterly despicable. Jack was faced with a circumstance where, if he didn't cooperate with this lady, he truly feared, A, he could go to jail, B, that they were going to work some way to make sure Maya never got out of there. And even then, he did his best to protect his wife. But you know what? It did have an effect. It did have an effect, because it drove a wedge between Beata and Jack. It caused Jack to question the actions of his wife. And by the end, when you read those suicide notes, you'll see, for instance, that Beata actually gave the rights to her parental rights to her sister. By the end, and this gets into what happened with Beata, even her marriage to her appeared to be brittle and with problems. Child is away from her. She believes her child to be in desperate trouble. She believes that her child could end up as another CRPS fatality. She believes that her husband, while loving her, there's a rift. She feels isolated. She feels alone. And she is motivated internally by about the strongest urge, the maternal instinct, that we know, even in all mammals, let alone human beings. When you're looking to see whether you should check yes, that it was what Johns Hopkins did, whether they were a substantial factor or that she acted on an impulse, please consider how powerful the maternal instinct is.
You have 15 minutes.
But I don't think these folks here get it. I still don't think they get it. Okay. Let's play then 2695. This was a mom who loved her daughter. What I found interesting also while we're looking at it is that the defense took...
Hold on a second. Is your video monitors not working? Okay, Mr. Reyes, I'm going to turn it off and turn it back on, see if that cycles it.
This is one of the most effective bits of advice you'll ever receive from a tech support. Is to turn it off and turn it back on.
Is it there now?
That's it, no?
Having said that,
let me try this.
I love that Mr. Reyes' his tie matches his Alienware LED lighting today. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Did it come on now?
Well,
is it there now?
Judge is going to pick up the bat phone here in just a second and call those amazing tech support people he talked about. Give them
Mr.
one
Reyes,
more
I'm
chance.
going to turn it over to the left table. We'll try that. And Mr. Anderson, I'll give you a couple extra minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alienware is now in charge. Judge is not going to hold this time against them. He'll have a couple minutes.
Just to note while we're waiting here, check out Exhibit 3115, which was that recording with Beatty jumping in, and then compare it to their recording about can't talk about the case. It was Kathy Beatty. No, if we
So
can play
the jury, do it on your own. Listen to these audio recordings back in the deliberation.
What I'm trying to show here is two things. First, the relationship here between mother and daughter, and a little bit about what each of them lost.
That's better. I love you.
Can you see it?
You can see that.
No.
Now go down slowly.
Big one.
Go down slowly. Good job. Good job. Very good. Excellent.
It's on the monitor in the courtroom, so hopefully they can see it as well.
Is she supposed to still be faking there? I'm losing my timeline on whether or not they think Maya had CRPS or not.
Okay, I need to, if they're going to play music, I need to turn it off. Because I get copyright strikes. I've already got one from Megan Trainor during this trial. Okay, we're gonna. I'm sorry about this, guys. I wish I could play this for you, but even if you play the piano and it matches the sound, it's Maya playing. But if it matches, we have a problem.
Playing piano for my mom.
There we go. Sorry about that.
I don't think I'm going to try to go through every single tidbit that they pulled out. I go back to, again, when I woke up at 1:30, which is, I've been in the same courtroom with all y'all. So we all heard the evidence, and you all wrote a novel for about every witness. So I have great confidence that you will put everything they said into the perspective of things. One thing that really upset me was this idea that when she was in room 709, she could either escape or it wasn't that big of a deal. Somehow I believe that having to defecate on yourself is a pretty big deal. And if she couldn't get a nurse in to even help her over to the commode, it is really difficult to believe how Maya would be able to escape that room.
Good point.
I think that what we're dealing with here are a number of attempts to just pick at the edges of what was going on. I don't think they've rebutted anything that we've said. They've come in and tried to show you inconsistencies. But here's the thing about human beings and trying to recreate history this long ago back. This family's been seeking justice for 5 years now, 7 years since this happened. Pretty brave family. And you're never going to have everybody agree on everything. Moreover, if you did, such as what I think happened with a lot of the defense's witness, they sounded remarkably the same in a lot of things they were saying. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that as jurors, you're able to tell when another human being is being candid with you, frank with you, and really trying to tell you what's going on, or when they're telling you something they are trying to get you to believe and talk you into something. I brought in as many live witnesses as I could because I believed each one of you would prefer to have the human being here in front of you so that you could judge for yourself all of their different reactions to things, so that you would be able to know when somebody was just not comfortable or not. And the nurses at the end, yeah, some of them were nice, but some of them just seemed like they were trying a little too hard. The shockness thing drove me freaking nuts. And so I just don't think it was effective to have people come in with sort of a canned speech about this. Because I kept saying to myself, if you cared so much for this child, where were you? She had to be trying to express some things. What Maya said, and it's pretty smart for a 10, 11-year-old, she thought, look, maybe if I'm super nice, they'll let me out of here. That's why she was going through all these things. We're talking about a child who's trying to survive in a very bad place. She's trying.
I'm sorry, did the video monitors come back on? Now they're on. I apologize.
It's okay, Judge.
Tech support with a win.
And in the end there, I thought with putting up the photographs of Maya just trying to go out for an hour at her homecoming, I don't know what they're trying to say there. Is that evidence she's somehow fine? Maya waits to the end of the day before picking a dress, not knowing if she could even go because of where her pain was in. And she didn't have her mom for this important rite of passage. No mom, daughter prom shopping, no pre-prom makeup, no nail sessions with mom, no mom for the excitement of pre-prom photographs. And after it's all over, she comes in here and sees that they've found on somebody else's, a friend's, social media, a picture of her. I don't understand the relevance of that. Did they not hear through all of this that this disease is such that you can have a wonderful day and then have 4 bad days and then 2 weeks or maybe a month of a great relief, only a 2 or 3, and then end up with 4 days in your room in a fetal position? Did nobody pick up on that over there? I'm hoping that you will see. Yes.
He has 5 minutes.
I know you're ready to get back there and do your job. I know you are. I try to wrap up. It's a tough time for a jury because they're like, when you get back there, okay, you told me all this stuff, I'm ready. But please, when you go back there, think about how life really works. Think about what it took for them to get here. Think about how important these ideas that they were fighting for are. When you're considering damages, think about this. She looks a heck of a lot like her mom. And I think every time she looks in the mirror the rest of her life, she's going to get reminded of all of this. That's a long time to continue to live through something like this. again and again. Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're not quite finished with jury instructions. So what I'm going to ask that you do is go back to the packet of jury instructions that we were discussing yesterday. And I know you all have your pins out. There's a couple of areas where my typing wasn't the best that we need to fix. So we're going to do that first. Okay, I want you to first go to page 13. And Mr. Reyes, do I need to go back to the other one, or you can, okay. Go to page 13. Under the little letter A, the fourth line down, where it says experienced in the past, and then there's a period mark, we need to add the words or in the future. So let's add the words or in the future. So it'll be or loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life experienced in the past or in the future. Okay. We all made that first change? Great. Our next is to go to page 19. Okay, down at the bottom, there's a paragraph that starts, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital admits. Immediately before that, we need to add the word, or the sentence, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital denies these claims. And so if you were to go back and reread the prior two paragraphs, which talks about Maya Kowalski's claims with respect to battery, we then need to add the sentence that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital denies these claims. And we all made that change. And the last page we're going to go to is page 41. And there are going to be 3 changes on this page. In the third line, you see the sentence, but if you find for Mr. Kowalski, you should award them. Them should be him. On the 5th line, will fairly and adequately compensate them. The them should be him. And in little letter A, where it says co-pays incurred by the plaintiffs, the plaintiffs is Mr. Kowalski, because this is Mr. Kowalski's individual claim. Did we all get that, or do you need me to go over that again? Okay. Now that we made those changes, we're going to move on to page 64. That's where we're going to start talking about the instructions again. 64. And do you all have the video monitor up? Great. Okay, members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence, my instruction on the law that you must apply in reaching your verdict, and the closing arguments of the attorneys. You will shortly retire to the jury room to decide this case. Before you do, I have a few last instructions for you. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. That means if someone's in the restroom, you need to stop deliberating. You have to have everybody in the room. You will have in the jury room all the evidence that was received during the trial. In reaching your decision, do not do any research on your own or as a group. Do not use dictionaries, the internet, or any other reference materials. Do not investigate the case or conduct any experiments. Do not visit or view the scene of any event involved in this case or look at maps or pictures on the internet. If you happen to pass by the scene, do not stop to investigate. All jurors must see or hear the same evidence at the same time. Do not read, listen to, or watch any news accounts of this trial. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you, such as a family accountant, doctor, or lawyer. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Any notes you have taken during the trial may be taken to the jury room for use during your discussions. Your notes are simply an aid to your own memory, and neither your notes nor those of any other juror are binding or conclusive. Your notes are not a substitute for your own memory or that of other jurors. Instead, your verdict must result from the collective memory and judgment of all jurors based on the evidence and testimony presented during the trial. At the conclusion of the trial, the court deputy will collect all of your notes and will give them to me, and I will destroy them. No one, including me, will ever read your notes. In reaching your verdict, do not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, public opinion, or any other sentiment for or against any party to influence your decision. Your verdict must be based on the evidence that has been received in the law on which I have instructed you. Reaching a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way, and you should not guess what I think your verdict should be from what I may have said or done. You should not think that I prefer one verdict over another. Therefore, in reaching your verdict, you should not consider anything I have said or done except my specific instructions to you. Pay careful attention to all the instructions that I gave you, for that is the law that you must follow. You will have a copy of my instructions with you when you go to the jury room to deliberate. All of the instructions are important, and you must consider all of them together. There are no other laws that apply to this case, and even if you do not agree with these laws, you must use them in reaching your decision in this case. When you go to the jury room, the first thing you should do is choose a presiding juror to act as a foreperson during your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are orderly and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is your duty to talk with one another in the jury room and to consider the views of all jurors. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you have considered the evidence with the other members of the jury. Feel free to change your mind if you are convinced that your position should be different. You should all try to agree, but do not give up your honest beliefs just because the others think differently. Keep an open mind so that you and your fellow jurors can easily share ideas about the case. I will give a verdict form with the questions you must answer. I have already instructed you on the law that you are to use in answering these questions. You must follow my instructions and the form carefully. You must consider each question separately. Please answer the questions in the order they appear. After you answer a question, the form will tell you what to do next. Now, I'm going to now go over the verdict form. You do not have that. Mr. Reyes, I believe, is going to put it up on the screen.
I hate to interrupt your flow. I have one minor insertion on the verdict form before we do that.
Attorneys, please approach.
Let's try to get the sound fixed there. Okay, while they're doing that, we do have the deliberation time counter set up for when the verdict, the jurors start deliberating. Let me just say, let's see, hang on, let me turn that off so we don't have an echo. There we go. We did have a winner, or we have two winners. Let me show you what we have as far as that goes. Hippie Chicky Chick, and options are Drew's Alone. Both guessed 1783. I need both of you to contact me on the burner phone. We will resolve this in a nice, fair, fun way to see who will receive a great prize for just guessing right. Not as a reward, but just out of the goodness of my heart, since you guessed right. Then that's why I'm doing that. I think that's how I legally have to couch that. Lady in Gray says, thank you, Ari, for a great channel to watch trials. Thank you, mods, for keeping it real. Thank you all. I appreciate it. If you do like the live stream and you appreciate this channel, I'd appreciate it if you just click the like button while you're here. That's all we ask, and it would be wonderful. It means a lot to me. Let's see what the judge has to say here.
9th grade typing teacher would be very upset at me. I made a hand change on the verdict form. It's the verdict form that you will have in the back, so I'll tell you where it is. But this is the verdict form. It's up. Okay. We, the jury, return the following verdict. So ask you to go to the next page. 1. Did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital falsely imprison Maya Kowalski without legal authority under circumstances that were unreasonable and unwarranted between October 7th and October 13th, 2016? You will answer either yes or no. And the form will tell you what to do next. For instance, if your answer to question 1 is yes, please answer question 2. If your answer to question 1 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this subclaim, and then you will skip questions 2 through 5 and go to and answer question 6. Question 2, what is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for medical and psychological expenses to be incurred in the future after she reaches the age of 18 based on the false imprisonment occurring between October 7 and October 13, 2016. You put your answer there on that line. Please answer question 3. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering, mental anguish, inconvenience, and loss of capacity for enjoyment of life sustained in the past? And then this is where I had to hand write in, and to be sustained in the future. So you don't see it on your screen right now because I have just added it, but it is on the verdict form. I have handwritten it in this blue ink. Okay, so I'll read the whole question again. Number 3, what is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering, mental anguish, inconvenience, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life sustained in the past and to be sustained in the future based on the false imprisonment occurring between October 7 and 13, 2016? The form tells you to answer question 4. What is the reasonable value or expense of hospitalization and medical, psychological, and nursing care and treatment necessarily or reasonably obtained by Jack Kowalski for his child, Maya Kowalski, in the past, or to be so obtained in the future until Maya Kowalski reaches the age of 18, based on the false imprisonment occurring between October 7 and October 13, 2016? Please answer question 5. Under the circumstances of this case, state whether you find by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted for the false imprisonment occurring between October 7 and October 13, 2016. You will either answer yes or no. Please go to question 6. Now, question 6 is the second subclaim for false imprisonment. Number 6, did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital falsely imprison Maya Kowalski without legal authority under circumstances that were unreasonable and unwarranted between October 18th and October 20th, 2016? You will answer yes or no. And again, the verdict form tells you what to do. If you answer 6 yes, you will go to question 7. If your answer to 6 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on that subclaim. You will skip questions 7 through 10, and you will go and answer question 11. Number 7. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for medical and psychological expenses to be incurred in the future after she reaches the age of 18 based on the false imprisonment occurring between October 18 and October 20th, 2016? You will note I put a instruction. In awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in question 2. There's a line for your response, and the form tells you to answer question 8. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering, mental anguish, inconvenience, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life sustained in the past and to be sustained in the future based on the false imprisonment occurring between October 18th and 20th, 2016? There's a space for your answer. Please answer question 9. 9. What is the reasonable value or expense of hospitalization in medical, psychological, and nursing care and treatment necessarily or reasonably obtained by Jack Kowalski for his child Maya Kowalski in the past or to be so obtained in the future based or until Maya Kowalski reaches the age of 18 based on the false imprisonment occurring between October 18th and October 20th, 2016. Again, there's an instruction not to duplicate any damages you awarded in question 4. There's a place for you to answer, and the form tells you to answer question 10. Under the circumstances of this case, state whether you find by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted for the false imprisonment occurring between October 18 and 20, 2016. You will answer either yes or no. The form tells you to go to question 11. This is the beginning of the third subclaim for false imprisonment. Question 11. Did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital falsely imprison Maya Kowalski without legal authority under circumstances that were unreasonable and unwarranted on January 6, 2017? You will either check yes or no. If you answer question 11 yes, please answer question 12. If you answer question 11 no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this subclaim, and you'll skip questions 12 through 15 and go to and answer question 16. Question 12. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for medical and psychological expenses to be incurred in the future after she reaches the age of 18 based on the false imprisonment occurring on January 6, 2017? In awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in either questions 2 or 7. There's a place for your answer. Please answer question 13. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering, mental anguish, inconvenience, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life sustained in the past and to be sustained in the future based on the false imprisonment occurring on January 6, 2017? There's a line for your answer and an instruction to answer question 14. What is the reasonable value of expense? Was the reasonable value or expense of hospitalization and medical, psychological, and nursing care and treatment necessarily or reasonably obtained by Jack Kowalski for his child Maya Kowalski in the past or to be obtained in the future until Maya Kowalski reaches the age of 18 based on the false imprisonment occurring on January 6, 2017. In awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in questions 4 or 9. There's a space for your answer. Please answer question 15. Under the circumstances of the case, state whether you find by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted for the false imprisonment occurring on January 6, 2017. You will answer either yes or no. Please answer question 16. Now we're moving on to claim 2, which is battery, which is in 2 subparts. Question 16. Did Catherine Beatty and any bedside nurse committed battery on Maya Kowalski on January 6, 2017? You will either answer yes or no. The form tells you that if your answer to question 16 is yes, please answer question 17. If your answer to question 16 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this subclaim. Please skip questions 17 through 20 and go to and answer question 21. 17. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for psychological treatment incurred in the future after she reaches the age of 18 based on the battery occurring on January 6, 2017? Again, the form tells you in awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in questions 2, 17, in questions 2, 7, or 12. There's a space for your answer, and then the form tells you to answer question 18. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering, disability, physical impairment, mental anguish, inconvenience, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life sustained in the past and to be sustained in the future based on the battery occurring on January 6, 2017? In awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in question 13. There's a space for your answer. Please answer question 19. What is the reasonable value or expense of hospitalization in medical, psychological, and nursing care and treatment necessarily or reasonably obtained by Jack Kowalski for his child Maya Kowalski in the past or to be so obtained in the future based on Maya Kowalski reaches... I read that wrong. Let me read 19 again. What is the reasonable value or expense of hospitalization and medical, psychological, and nursing care and treatment necessarily or reasonably obtained by Jack Kowalski for his child Maya Kowalski in the past or to be so obtained in the future until Maya Kowalski reaches the age of 18 based on the battery occurring on January 6, 2017? In awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in questions 4, 9, or 14. Please answer question 20. Under the circumstances of this case, state whether you find by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted for the battery occurring on January 6, 2017. You will either answer yes or no. The form tells you to answer question 21. This is the second subclaim for battery. Question 21. Did Catherine Beatty commit one or more batteries on Maya Kowalski through hugging, patting, kissing, and placing Maya Kowalski on her lap? You'll answer yes or no. If your answer to question 21 is yes, please answer question 22. If your answer to question 21 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this subclaim. Please skip questions 22 through 24 and go to and answer question 25. Question 22. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for psychological treatment incurred in the future after she reaches the age of 18 based on Catherine Beatty's hugging, patting, kissing, and placing Maya Kowalski on her lap? In awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in questions 2, 7, 12, or 17. The form tells you to answer question 23. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering, disability, physical impairment, physical or mental anguish, inconvenience, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life sustained in the past and to be sustained in the future based on Catherine Beatty's hugging, patting, kissing, and placing Maya Kowalski on her lap? There's a line for your answer and an instruction to answer question 24. What is the reasonable value or expense of hospitalization and medical, psychological, and nursing care and treatment necessarily or reasonably obtained by Jack Kowalski for his child, Maya Kowalski, in the past, or to be so obtained in the future until Maya Kowalski reaches the age of 18, based on Catherine Beatty's hugging, patting, kissing, and placing Maya Kowalski on her lap. In awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in questions 4, 9, 14, or 19. There's a place for your answer and an instruction to answer question 25. We are now moving on to the claim 3, which is medical negligence. 25. Was Dr. Sally Smith an apparent agent of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital at the time and place of any treatment she provided to Maya Kowalski? You will answer either yes or no. If your answer to question 25 is yes, then Dr. Sally Smith is a healthcare provider for whom Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is legally responsible. Please answer question 26. If, however, your answer to question 25 is no, then Dr. Sally Smith is not a healthcare provider for whom Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is legally responsible. You will skip question 26 and go to and answer question 27. Question 26. Was Dr. Sally Smith negligent in the medical care of Maya Kowalski, and was that negligence a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage to Maya Kowalski? You will answer either yes or no. You will then go to 27. Question 27. Excluding and not considering the conduct of Dr. Sally Smith, were one or more healthcare providers negligent in the medical care of Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and was their negligence a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage to Maya Kowalski? You will check yes or no. Now, if your answer to either question 26 or 27, or to both of those questions, is yes, you will then answer question 28. If your answer to both questions 26 and 27 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this claim. You will then skip questions 28 and 29, and you will go to and answer question 30. Now, if your answer to question 27 is no, and you did not have to answer question 26, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. You will skip questions 28 and 29, and you will go to and answer question 30. Question 28. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for loss of earnings in the past, loss of earning capacity in the future, medical, psychological, and nursing care and treatment expenses to be incurred in the future? There's a line for your answer, and you'll direction to answer question 29. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering, disability or physical impairment, mental anguish, inconvenience, aggravation of a disease or physical defect, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life sustained in the past and to be sustained in the future? There's a line for your answer and a direction to answer question 30. We're now moving on to claim 4, which is the fraudulent billing claim. Question 30. Did All Children's Hospital fraudulently misrepresent a material matter in its invoices to Jack Kowalski or his insurers? You'll answer that yes or no. If your answer to question 30 is yes, please answer question 31. If your answer to question 30 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this claim. You'll skip questions 31 through 33, and you will go to and answer question 34. Question 31. Did Jack Kowalski or his insurance company rely to their detriment on the fraudulent misrepresentation you found in answer to question 30? You'll answer that yes or no. And if you answer question 31 yes, you'll answer question 32. If your answer to question 31 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this claim. You'll skip questions 32 and 33, and you will go to and answer questions 34. 32. What is the total amount of Jack Kowalski's damages for any deductibles or copays incurred as a result of Maya Kowalski's sheltering at Johns Hopkins or increases in the cost of insurance coverage in the past or in the future, including increased premiums, copays, and higher deductibles? A line for your answer. Please answer question 33. What is the total amount of Jack Kowalski's damages for the difficulty of finding insurance in the future? There's a line for your answer and a direction to go to question 34. We are now on claim 5, which is the survivor claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress for the estate of Beata Kowalski. Question 34. Did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, through the acts of its employees, engage in extreme and outrageous conduct, intending that conduct to cause or with reckless disregard of the high probability of causing severe emotional distress to Beata Kowalski prior to her death? You will answer that yes or no. If your answer to question 34 is yes, please answer question 35. If your answer to question 34 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on both this survivor claim as well as claim 6, which is for wrongful death. You will skip questions 35 through 45, and then you will go to and answer question 46. Question 35. What is the total amount of Beata Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering or mental anguish caused by the extreme emotional distress prior to her death on January 7, 2017? Please answer question 36. Question 36, we're now in the claim 6, which is the wrongful death claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress causing death brought by the estate of Beata Kowalski. Question 36. Did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, through the acts of its employees, engage in extreme and outrageous conduct, intending that conduct to cause or with reckless disregard of the high probability of causing severe emotional distress to Beata Kowalski that was sufficient to be a legal cause of Beata Kowalski's death by suicide? You will either answer that yes or no. If your answer to question 36 is yes, please answer question 37. If, however, your answer to question 36 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this claim. You will skip questions 37 through 45, and you will go to and answer question 46. Question 37. Did the conduct that you found in question 36 create in Beata Kowalski an uncontrollable impulse to die by suicide? You will either check yes or no. Please answer question 38. Was the conduct that you found in question 36 a substantial factor in Beata Kowalski's death by suicide? You will either check yes or no. Then you'll answer question 39. Question 39 addresses the damages of the estate. What is the total amount of any damages sustained by the estate for loss of net accumulations? There's a place for your answer. Please answer question 40. Now, questions 40 and 41 address damages of the surviving spouse, Jack Kowalski. Question 40. What is the amount of any damages sustained by Jack Kowalski for the loss of Beata Kowalski's support and services and funeral expenses resulting from Beata Kowalski's death paid by Jack Kowalski? There's a line for your answer. Please answer question 41. What is the total amount of damages sustained by Jack Kowalski for the loss of his wife's companionship and protection and for his pain and suffering as a result of Beata Kowalski's death? There's a line for your answer, and you'll go to question 42. Now, questions 42 and 43 address the survivor damages of Maya Kowalski. Question 42. What is the total amount of damages sustained by Maya Kowalski for the loss of Beata Kowalski's support and services? There's a line for your answer and a direction to answer question 43. What is the total amount of damages sustained by Maya Kowalski for the loss of parental companionship, instruction and guidance, and Maya Kowalski's pain and suffering as a result of Beata Kowalski's injury and death? There's a line for your answer. Please answer question 44. Now, questions 44 and questions 45 address the survivor damages of Kyle Kowalski. 44. What is the total amount of damages sustained by Kyle Kowalski for the loss of Beata Kowalski's support and services? There's a place for your answer. Please answer question 45. What is the total amount of damages sustained by Kyle Kowalski for the loss of parental companionship, instruction and guidance, and Kyle Kowalski's pain and suffering as a result of Beata Kowalski's injury and death? There's a line for your answer and a direction to answer question 46. Question 46, we're now in the seventh claim, which is the intentional infliction of emotional distress claim brought by Maya Kowalski. 46. Did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, through the acts of its employees, engage in extreme and outrageous conduct, intending that conduct to cause or with reckless disregard of the high probability of causing severe emotional distress to Maya Kowalski? You will answer that yes or no. If your answer to question 46 is yes, you will answer question 47. If your answer to 46 is no, your verdict is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this claim. Do not answer any more questions. The verdict form is complete. The foreperson must sign and date the verdict form on page 21. Question 47. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for lost earnings in the past, loss of earning capacity in the future, medical expenses occurred in the past, and medical expenses to be incurred in the future? Now, in awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you have awarded in questions 2, 4, 7, 9, 12, 14, 17, 19, 22, 24, 28, or 42. There's a line for your answer and a direction to answer question 48. What is the total amount of Maya Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering, disability or physical impairment, mental anguish, inconvenience, aggravation of a disease or physical defect, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life, sustained in the past and to be sustained in the future? In awarding damages, please do not duplicate any damages you awarded in questions 3, 8, 13, 18, 23, or 29. Place for your answer and an instruction that your verdict form is complete and that the foreperson must date and sign the verdict form. Okay, we are now going to return to the jury instruction packet. We are on page 68. Your verdict must be unanimous. That is, your verdict must be agreed to by each of you. When you have agreed on your verdict, finished filling out the form, your foreperson must write the date and sign it at the bottom. At that point, please notify the court deputy that there is a verdict. You will remain in the deliberation room until I am able to assemble everyone to return to the courtroom, which may take some time. Once I ask for the jury to return to the courtroom, the foreperson will bring the completed verdict form. If any of you need to communicate with me for any reason, write me a note and give it to the court deputy. In your note, do not disclose any vote or split or the reason for your communication. I will tell you it will take some time for us to reassemble, because I think I have already told you that this room is going to be closed and people will probably be outside the building or maybe be off campus. So to the extent you are able to continue to work ahead, please do so, because it will take some time. Now, we're going to pause there before I go to the last instruction. There's a couple more matters, last minute matters we need to address. The first thing is what I have been dreading for 9 weeks. And there's no other way to say it. The law that allows for the deliberations only allows 6 of you to deliberate. I see some of you are shaking your head thinking that that might be the case. We have alternates. We had 6 alternates in case one or more of the individuals that are on the jury actually fell out. Yesterday you saw we lost, he was an alternate, but we lost somebody. And assume we had no alternates. Had that happened, we would have had to start all of this again. I will tell you, I've had trials that last a half of a day where I've lost members of the jury. For 9 weeks, until the day before the last day, we lost 1 person, is a testament to all of you. I feel horrible, or maybe the alternates are going to be relieved that they don't have to deliberate. But there's a couple of things that I need to tell you. As with yesterday, when I separate the alternates, I can't have the alternates interact anymore with the main jury. To the extent that the alternates have the main jurors' telephone numbers, you cannot use them to call the jurors
or text
until this is all over. Please don't have... I know you might want to talk to them, but you have to wait until this is all over. We do not want to have a mistrial at this point and have to start this entire process over. So in a couple of moments, I'm going to excuse the alternates. What we're going to do is the alternates are going to go back to the deliberation room. I'm going to leave the 6 jurors here. The alternates are going to get all of their materials that they might have in the back, and the court deputies are going to take you out to your car. To add insult to injury, I'm only ordered lunch for the 6 jurors because the county does not like me spending money for people who are not actually deliberating. So that's like the cherry on top of being told that you're the alternate, is you don't get lunch. And I apologize for that. I know many of you have jobs and that your employers have also put up with you not being there. I do have notes for those who may need them, and I'm going to hand this entire package to Deputy Coley, who will pass out those juror notes for your employers. I also have the sheriff's office has been so kind and actually ordered lunch, but you're going to have to take the lunch for the alternates. We can't have them back there, so at least now you have the cherry on top. You get lunch.
The sheriff's office just bought the lunch.
That's very nice of y'all. As I was saying, I also have some certificates for the jurors who are alternates. It in no way conveys the amount of appreciation that I and the parties and the lawyers have. You have put your life on hold for 9 weeks, and it's
now
incredible
go eat in your car.
Civic duty that you have engaged in, and I cannot tell you how appreciative I am for your service and how sorry I am that you're not going to get to deliberate. Now, there's a few more things. The alternates know the names of the jurors, and you also know where they work. I'm presuming you know where they work. Long before this trial started, I entered an order that protected the names of the jurors until this is over. For the alternates, You may not disclose the names of the actual 6 presiding jurors or their location of where they work or any sort of identifying information about them until everything is over. Okay, do we understand that as a group of 11? I know I haven't told you who the alternates are, but do we all understand that the alternates may not disclose the names, where they work, or any identifying information of the jurors? We all understand that? Okay. Now, you have been given an instruction that you can't talk about this case, you can't do any research. After you are outside of this building, that instruction will end. At that point, you are free to talk about or not talk about this case. Just make sure you are outside the building. I do not want to have a mistrial because you all started talking about this in the presence of our jury. You will be free, like I said, to talk about or not talk about anything having to do with your experience, your thoughts, whatever. Totally up to you. And in a moment, I'm going to give you the official instruction on it, but let me kind of give you the Cliff's notes on it. The attorneys and their agents may not approach you. You may approach the lawyers, but the attorneys will never be allowed to approach you unless you approach them first. Okay? You are free to talk to the media. You are free not to talk to the media. That's going to be totally up to you and as to what you individually want to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do other than you cannot say who those jurors that are actually deliberating are or where they work or any personal identifying information. I would ask you, though, to contemplate would the other jurors want their personal identity out there if they're not wanting to talk to the media. So I just ask you to consider that. If you want to leave your telephone number with Deputy Coley, he can give it to my judicial assistant, and when there is a verdict in this case, we can call you. You are actually free to come back, and when I say sit in the audience, we're actually going to close this courtroom so you won't physically be able to come in the courtroom unless and until the jury is actually in the room. But you're free to do that if you want. If you want to go home, that's fine too. If you want to go to your favorite watering hole, that's also fine. Just no drinking and driving afterwards. Okay, so I'm going to give you the official discharge because as soon as I read you this, I've got to separate you out from the jury. And again, on behalf of all of the participants and the lawyers, the court staff, the sheriff's office, the clerk's office, thank you. Members of the jury, the alternates, on behalf of the parties, the attorneys, and the people of the state of Florida, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors, including the alternates. No juror can be required to talk about discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. Now, I know the alternates have not done any deliberations, but I'm just going to read you the instruction anyway. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. The lawyers and their representatives are not permitted to initiate any communication with you about the trial. However, you may speak to the lawyers or anyone else about the trial, subject to what my instruction was not to disclose the information of the deliberating jurors until this is all over. A request may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to find fault with you, and it will be up to each of you to decide whether you wish to preserve your privacy as a juror. At this time, plaintiffs and defense, is the court able to discharge the alternates?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, the alternates are, and I'm going to use your jury numbers. Juror number 106, juror number 115, juror number 137, 138, and 155. I have your certificates here and jury notes. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your service. We'll all rise as the alternates leave.
All rise. Jurors exiting.
Alternate jurors exiting. We have to distinguish them with the mark of shame which they've been branded. These poor people did not know till right now.
And Debbie DiMizio, if you can give me their note packages and bring them to me so I can shred them.
We are not setting the deliberation time
I know their note
yet.
packages are heavy. Everyone's been taking lots of notes. Okay, everyone can have a seat.
And their notes get shredded.
There's a few more instructions we need to give because I need to give the alternates some time to get out of the jury deliberation room. Speaking of the jury deliberation room, this is important. I have stopped all sorts of cleaning services in that room on a going forward basis. So, there's going to be no one taking out the trash.
So don't.
Obviously, there's going to be food, maybe some smelly food. So, if you want your trash, give the trash can to the court deputy and we'll take care of it. Make sure that there's nothing in that trash that reveals anything. Okay? But I'm more concerned about any sort of smelly food. So, for however long you deliberate, that you're not having to have that odor in there. But all cleaning services are stopped. No one's going to be going into that room. We are sealing that room. Even if you are coming back after a night break, no one's going to be going into that room. Your ability, like I said, you can go as long as you want tonight. If you want to order dinner, it will take approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours from the moment you say go to order dinner for it to come and arrive. So keep that in mind as you're deliberating. If you're going to want dinner brought in, give court deputies an hour and a half to 2 hour lead time so that they can arrange for that for you. If at some point you want to keep going tonight or call it a day, give us a note and let us know what you were thinking about as far as timing perspective. And like I said, when you send us a note, it's going to take us a little bit of time to get back together. So give us a little bit of a lead time. Like if you say you wanted to end at exactly 6 o'clock and you send us a note at 5:55, I'm not going to be able to get everybody here by 6 o'clock. So give us a little bit of heads up as far as what you want to do. Now, I'm not going to tell you when I'm going to stop you tonight if you want to continue to go into the evening, but at some point I will say, we'll bring you back tomorrow. You can go as little or as long in your deliberations. That is going to be totally up to you. Okay, so I did that one.
Jules is going to probably let us know who left and who stayed.
Exhibits in the courtroom. And Madam Clerk, are we now good with all exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, I just need to find it.
I'm sorry?
I just need to put it in the book and that's it.
Okay, so, and I believe the attorneys both have reviewed the exhibits. They know everything is valid and that there's no inappropriate material.
Randy Churchwell and all the 13th jurors, welcome. Good to have you
There
here.
is when I say there's a computer back there, it has no access to the internet. It's not connected to any networks or anything like that. But there are thumb drives of items that are admitted in evidence. So if you want to review the evidence that is on a thumb drive, you have that capability back there. If ultimately, though, that computer doesn't work for any reason and you need to hear something, what we will do at that point is you would send me a note to say, we want to hear exhibit number X or whatever it is. We will then all reassemble, including the attorneys, and we will then address whatever that issue is. But if that computer is working back there, if you want to review an audio file, let's say, you can do that. We have also prepared a exhibit table of contents. And Alex, you have the thumb. And we also have an electronic thumb drive that has that table of contents electronically, so that if you wish to review a table of contents electronically versus in paper, you've got that ability as well. Whatever you want to do, if you want to do that at all. And the lawyers have checked that and made sure that that's the only thing that is on that thumb drive. If you end up not coming to a verdict today, and that we are going to break for the evening, there's a question of what we're going to do with the verdict form. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to send this envelope back with you. There's nothing in the envelope. My assistant wrote verdict form, the case number on here. Okay. What you're going to do is, when all 6 of you are standing around, you're going to place the verdict form into this envelope. You're going to seal the envelope, and then you're going to write, I would say, your juror numbers as opposed to your initials. When we bring you into the room, into this courtroom, to say goodnight to you, we will then take that verdict form from you. The clerk of court will then place tape over your verdict form, and so that you will be able to see that no one has gone into your verdict form or seen that it's been reviewed in any way, shape, or form. And in the morning, the court deputy will give it back to you with the tape left on it, so that you will know for a fact that no one has reviewed that verdict form. Okay.
Just checking off all the boxes.
It's going to take a little bit of time for questions.
Let's get this
I've
right.
talked about trash. Have the alternates vacated the building yet?
We're still waiting for the building.
I'm sorry?
We're still waiting on the building.
Okay, so it's going to be a couple more minutes, because I can't, until they're out of the building, we're not going to do anything.
Judge Magic Trick is not happening, I guess. We don't get to find out. All right. While we're waiting for them to do this, we've got a couple things. I've got a lot of questions I was not able to get to during that with the judge talking. We were not going to interrupt the verdict instructions to answer the questions, so I apologize. We had some very generous super chats come through there as well with some great questions, which I have now forgotten all of them. If you can try to retype it and just tag me in chat. Just, you don't have to don't do another super chat, but just tag me. If we can save the tags for those people who have asked questions, we'll try to answer them.
As soon as the alternates clear the building, then I'll let you begin your deliberations and have that lunch that's been sitting there.
That's been sitting there for a long time. All right. Let's see. When will Shapiro be sanctioned? I don't know if he will. The question of sanctions has been reserved by the judge, and I don't know when he's going to address that. Also, the DV, I did not hear him address that this morning. That was also reserved. But if the jury's deliberating now, it's a little late for a directed verdict, because they're leaving with the verdict form. It's a little late to direct them as which one should be checked. Because of that, we'll have to just see what's up. A JNOV is not as good as a DV. But I think it's a little harder to overturn an existing jury verdict than to just have the judge direct one. But we'll see. Anyway, so that's coming up right now. The jurors who left.
Plaintiff's defense made this jury begin its deliberations. Okay, members of the jury, this time you will take your notes with you. Okay, take the court instructions with you. Give the court deputies your cell phones and any type of electronic device with you, and at this time you may retire to begin your deliberations. We will bring in the evidence and the verdict form.
All rise, jurors exiting.
Okay, we are starting the deliberation time now, even though it's going to take them a few seconds to get situated in their deliberation room. We're going to keep the timer running. Let's see. Get it on my watch as well, so we have a backup. All right, just because RA in the chat is awesome. Thanks, Crazy Cat Queen. I appreciate that.
Okay, the jury's out of our presence. Are we taking
Yes, sir.
the evidence? Okay, we can do that. Madam Clerk, I'm filing the jury instructions as read, and I annotated that. Everyone can be seated for just a moment.
Just ended the poll in chat as far as the jury
Before
deliberation
you all
time.
leave, please make sure, when I say you all, the attorneys, make sure you leave with the clerk a telephone number that we can reach you. I would ask that before you disperse, kind of wait 15 minutes or so in case there's an immediate question from the jury. Try not to go more than 10 minutes, maybe 15, because I don't want to wait 30 minutes to reassemble, but I understand we don't have the facilities for you all to hang out here. Couple of other things. If the jury is still deliberating, come back at 6 o'clock and we'll discuss what we're going to do at that point in time. So if you haven't heard us before, make sure you're back at 6 o'clock. Any other issues?
Not that Clint, if you want to.
Okay. And one other thing that, I observed the jurors during closing arguments, and I would say that all of the jurors were attentive to both sides. And I will specifically note that juror number 1, for both sides during their arguments, continued his practice of taking copious notes. And there was no change in his body language or demeanor between the plaintiff's arguments and the defense arguments. So with that, we will be in recess pending.
Just a question. Did you give a verdict form? Did you give them the physical verdict form?
Yes. I gave it to the deputy who handed it to them.
Just one. Just one.
Just one.
Just
one and only one. And I did the version that I annotated that was a question 3. So.
What? I understand what you're talking about.
Okay. So with that, we will be in recess pending the call of the jury, and I'm going to ask that everyone please depart the courtroom. We are in recess.
Can somebody write my phone number on that paper, please? That would be great. Okay, so the video's still going for a little bit. We have audio as well, but here's where we are. We're going to stay live for a little bit because sometimes crazy things happen. Sometimes we get a question right at the very beginning of deliberation. Sometimes not. Just showing the family here as you're looking here. We've got hugs around from Ms. Lawrence, from Maya, from Jack. Looks like Kyle. That might have happened before I cut to it. Everyone's talking to each other. Mr. Whitney's talking to people in the back there. I think Jules will probably be calling in when she is able. So we'll watch for that. Let's see. There's a hug for Kyle as well. Okay, so we have a couple questions we want to answer. No. First of all, I want to give a shout out to Brandy Churchwell. She just rated us with her 13th jurors, of which many of us are. I count myself in that group. If you aren't familiar with Brandy Churchwell, she's a newer YouTuber like myself, a big true crime addict who is just phenomenal with how she's able to take data from a true crime situation, from a court case, and condense it and translate it into a graphical form and share it with people, whether it's pings from a cell phone, whether it's a timeline. She just does a great job. She is one of my favorite people on YouTube as well. If you have not checked out her channel, I'd highly recommend that. She does a great job. At times we follow the same case. Other times, right now, we're following different cases. I think she had a verdict yesterday in the Alderson trial that she was following, but just a big shout out to her. She does an incredible job, and thank you, all you guys who came over, the 13th jurors. Let's see, a couple other things we wanted to talk about as people are filing out. They're going to drop our feed here probably momentarily. Oh, look, handshakes from Mr. Hunter all around. From Ms. Lawrence as well. Good. Nicely done. All right. As they're leaving, let's talk about a few things because we're going to stay live. We are going to be monitoring all the feeds while the deliberation goes on, at least for the foreseeable future, right? For the foreseeable future, we're going to be monitoring the feeds to see where we're at. And when a question comes in, when we know that the court is going to be in, we know they're going to be back at 6 p.m. Whether or not something happens, so there's going to be that we're going to listen to. But when that happens, we'll go ahead and bring that to you and carry that with you. I'm only going to have to take one little break today, and that is because it is my local municipal elections today, and I have to vote. I don't have to vote. I choose to vote is my right and my civic duty, and I like to do that. So I'm going to go vote. I think I'm voting for mayor right now. And, the mayor has a big impact on what happens around town. Anyway, so that is the only break. We're gonna stay live, I think, throughout the day. I think so. I think we're gonna stay live the whole time. Let's see. I think Jules is probably talking to everybody right now, so we'll give her a minute to become available. What was the final objection count? The final objection count was 1783, and we had 2 winners. The 2 winners were right here. They were Hippie Chicky Chick and Opinions of Drews Alone, and both of them are winners. And so we are going to take care of both of them. I saw a couple. I was talking to Mrs. RA actually during when we saw the results, and Mrs. RA and I determined that we would like to get both of them a hoodie since there were 2 winners. They picked the number right on the nose. I would feel awful if I had guessed the exact number, of jelly beans in the jar, and when it was counted, because someone else guessed the exact number as well, that I didn't win. So we're gonna give both of them a hoodie, and make that right for both of them. So thank you for both of you. So we'll reach out to you on that. We have, let's see, a couple other things. Hunter's handshakes felt like a concession. His face, he wasn't happy. This was not where he wanted to be. I mean, that whole thing. I think we've got Ayden on the phone. Hold on one second.
Call from.
Good vibes.
Hey, Ayden, how's it going?
Hey, I'm going to be quick here before Jules comes in.
Yeah, because I'll have to hang up on you if she calls.
Yep.
Yes, I'm just kidding.
100%. I just wanted to say, I know it's been a wild trial. I know I've probably irked some people, and you and rightfully so, and it hasn't been intentional. Like, I kind of said it in trial earlier. I can't wait for a good old-fashioned murder after this marathon, because it's been exhausting, and I'm sure I've been on the line like I am often, and anyway, I just can't wait to get back to like how it normally is. Like this trial is just something else.
We'll get back to a good old-fashioned 3-day murder trial. It looks like Jules is calling, Ayden, so I've got to dump you. Love you, man. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Bye. Okay, hang on. Swap. Here we go.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hey, Jules, are you there? Oh, come on. It's got to do this. Hide this. Hide. Jules.
Call from Jules.
Jules, are you there? Okay. So give me 1 second here. We're going to leave that. I'm going to see if I can call Jules directly. There we go.
Call from Jules. She's right around.
Hey, Jules.
Hey.
Hey.
How are you?
Other than hanging up on you, I'm doing really good. But sorry about that.
Are you still on, or you're done?
We're live right now. So anything you say goes out on the RT. Would you rather not be?
No, it's fine. Let me just get my jury numbers. Okay, so these are my numbers, all right? The numbers that I have been working from day one, and of course we know that my number 7 was their number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so he is obviously part of the jury. So along with that, we have juror 1. So I'm still gonna refer to him as number 7, okay?
Okay.
Because it makes it easier. It makes it easier in my brain. So it's 1, 2, 7, 9, 10, 11. So we have. No, I'm sorry. No. Wait. No. forget what I just said. It's 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we have 2 males and 4 females.
2 males and 4. Wow.
Yeah, 2 males, 4 females, and
we know that the one of them is the retired law enforcement number one of the males.
yes, my number 7.
The 106, the first alternate that was excused, that was the retired electrician that the defense wanted on instead of number 1. But he's excused and he's leaving now, driving away with his celebratory sandwich. I think that's pretty much all he got.
Mm-hmm.
But
yes.
What was their reaction when the jury heard that only 6 would deliberate? Did they not know?
They were like, they did not know.
Oh my goodness.
They did not know. So they were like, what? But they kind of sort of figured it out when there was only 11 and not 12. Because, so I mean, they just didn't know who they were. So, yeah.
The jurors that left, all their notes got taken by the sheriff and are being shredded. And I realized there's enough to write a book there. This is normal practice. And even the notes of the jurors who are remaining, the deliberating jurors, they're also going to be shredded once the deliberation is done. No one gets to take their notes with them. And that's normal across the country.
That's true.
What's the general feel in the courthouse? What are you thinking right now?
I don't know. I think they both had strong closings. And the jury instructions, in my opinion, were, I wouldn't want to be sitting on this jury. That's all I could say, is I found the instructions extremely confusing.
It's like a choose your own adventure. It's like, if yes, then turn to page this. If no, then turn.
Yeah.
As far as the 4 women who remained on the jury, was one of them the nurse?
No.
She's off. Okay.
She's gone.
Wow. Okay, so the nurse was not on.
Yeah.
That's so very interesting. Is there anyone you saw that is on the jury that maybe was not very less attentive than other jurors?
Yes, sir. My number 8. The one that I told you that took very little notes and never asked a question. She's on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, interesting. That'll be fascinating to see how it breaks down. So, what are your plans as we go into deliberation? They've been gone out of the room for 13 minutes.
I'm going with crew to go get something to eat. I'm gonna do a couple of photos and stuff, and then come back here. And then if there's no verdict, the judge will call us in at 6 o'clock to let us know and figure out what time to start tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. If I could put a bug in your ear and ask for a little heads up, you might hear before anyone else does.
I will. Absolutely.
If there's a call or a question or something like that, we'd love to get a little heads up so we can try to catch all those that we can. Thank you very much. And
You're very welcome.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Did number 8 ever cry? Ask Jules, please. I'm sorry. I just barely saw that, Jordan. I apologize. Apparently, she never took notes, or he or she, I'm not sure which one it was, never took notes. That was the nurse. I think we heard that pretty much everyone was in tears this morning, even the men, when Mr. Whitney finished with a very emotional big finish on his portion of the closing statements. All right, welcome Megan Fox and friends. No, it's Fox and Foxes, I think it is. Megan Fox, welcome. Good to have you all here with your crew of foxes. We have some questions we need to answer for you guys. I think we can go ahead and I'm going to leave the webinar there. I think we're going to open the phone to some respectful comments or questions as we're sitting here in the. There's a dog under my desk. It's Zoe. I did not know Zoe was here. Hey, Zoe. Zoe's here. I wonder if Zoe has met my cat. Anyway, if we're going to open the burner phone to respectful questions, I would ask that that any comments you share I'd like to have some questions, really, or if there's something that you saw in this trial that was most impactful, maybe that was really the turning point or the foundation of where your opinion was based. Speaking of opinions, we had 2 polls. We closed both of the polls out. The first one was, do you feel that the jury will return a verdict with an award for the family? And 95% said yes. So 95%, that's just any award. That could be $1. That could be a nominal finding. And yes, that can happen when they find that, yes, the hospital is liable, but no, the plaintiff has not proved any damages, then they could do that nominal finding. So that's a possibility. The other poll was specific to how long the jury was going to deliberate. We have 44% say it's going to be 4 to 12 hours, which would mean it would be a verdict tomorrow. 38% say plus 12 hours, which would be Thursday or later. Realize we're not in court on Friday. We have the day off on Friday. Only 15% said a verdict today, and a hung jury with 2%. Let's see who we have on the burner phone here.
Call from Jordan.
Hey, Jordan, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. What's on your mind today?
I just wanted to thank you and Jules. I really don't have any other questions, but I just wanted to say thanks for everything y'all have done the last 9 weeks.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. It wouldn't be the same without you on the other end. So it's definitely a team effort on all fronts. But was there a certain point in this trial that just sticks with you as far as memories or impactfulness at all?
I think there's a lot of it. I'm not a fan of CPS, and I think that a big thing for me is how the jurors weren't allowed to know of, is it Sally? Yes, Sally Smith's previous charge. That, to me, I don't understand why that wasn't let in.
I can tell you why. I can answer it. I believe it was an arrest, but not a conviction. And because there's no conviction, then that's not on a record. It's like you can be arrested for something you didn't do, and that shouldn't be able to be held over you. And I believe that's the situation as I understand it.
Yeah, I think that still shows her character, though. Yeah.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. All right, we'll see you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. I will say that we are going to start a new stream when the verdict comes in. So if you click the subscribe button and ring the bell, you'll be notified.
Mini Banana.
You'll be notified when it happens. Hey, Mini Banana, how are you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Great. It's been a while since we've talked.
Yeah. So I went back and forth this whole trial, I'll be honest. I mean, I was pro Maya, and then I was pro hospital, and then I was back to pro Maya. But I think the turning point for me, being a nurse, was the IJ.
Yeah. That was, and the IJ, this is still, I will say this, the IJ issue, that was won by the hospital. They stalled for 5 years, and they stalled through 2 sort of orders by the judge to release it, and they were able to successfully not release it. And so I still believe this was a calculated decision by the hospital and the defense team to not release it and to try to get around releasing it because the damage that could be done to the hospital if it was released is greater than the damage that would be done to the hospital. Is greater than what could be done to the hospital in this trial if it wasn't.
They still didn't release everything, I believe.
Yeah, I don't believe we have that report. That's my understanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Meanie Banana, thank you very much. Good to hear your voice.
Sure.
All right. We'll
Good
talk
to
again soon.
Talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Bye.
Let's see. I just barely missed that other call. Sorry about that. K-Rab says, I disagree. Whitney got enough in on the IJ to hurt the defense badly. And Whitney definitely felt that he had enough. That's why he said, Judge, we're ready to go right now. We don't need longer.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, it's Pam in Blairsville, Vins.
Pam, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good.
What's on your mind?
Oh, goodness. I love Jules.
She does a great job. I realize she comes from a person. She has a perspective. She's on the family side, and a lot of times
I watch her.
Yeah.
I watch her on Popcorn Planet with Andy, and she's awesome. So I just wanted to call and say, hey, I'm here.
Wonderful. We'll pass that accolades on to Jules as well. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you. I think my phone's working. I'm not sure.
To accept, press.
Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Steph Fox.
I can barely hear you. Say that again.
Hi, it's Steph Fox. Steph Fox.
I can hear you, but I can't tell what your name was. Go ahead. What's on your mind today?
Oh, okay. Hi, it's Steph Fox, like Persephone. Steph
Okay.
Fox.
I'll call you Persephone because I could hear that one.
Okay. Can you hear me a little bit better now?
Yeah. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Awesome. Two things. I think that Shapiro conceded the 10K or the 15K because of the liens that they were talking about earlier in the trial.
Ah. Yes.
I think that
wasn't brought up in closing.
That would go straight to the hospital.
Yeah. Well, I think it'll go to the insurance. I think the liens come from the insurance company that paid out the hospital bills. And if the family gets reimbursed, then the insurance company says, hey, that's our money. They'll come and take it. But yeah, I think that you're right. That might be why he conceded that little amount. And it was a small amount. The numbers defense presented were so much smaller than the numbers that the plaintiff presented.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, the defense was so very calculated in every move that it made. Anderson himself said it best. I think he should have hit on it in his closing. That the reek of desperation came from the defense side. Even like if you were to take away the stuff that we saw that the jury didn't, I would think that you would see some of that in how they presented their case, switching back and forth from it's this to now it's this, and contradicting themselves in quite a few manners that struck.
Yeah. Interesting. Great ideas. Thank you very much for sharing those with us. Appreciate your call. I'm going to call you Persephone, though. Go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you. Just one more thing. My son is actually seeing one of the neurologists that were cited in the case, Casadante. And I thought it was interesting when I set up his appointment, his first appointment, I was like, are we going to have to go to Johns Hopkins to be able to see Dr. Casadante? And they told me that he has switched to what's it called? St. Joseph's. He does not practice anywhere near Johns Hopkins anymore, which I thought was telling.
Interesting. Thank you for the inside scoop on that. I appreciate talking to you.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye. All right. The phone is going like crazy. Both text message. Those are the text messages coming in very quickly, and phone calls as well. We'll see. We'll take as many as we can here during the break.
Call from Kenna.
Okay.
To accept.
Hey, Kenna. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely fabulous. Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from Knoxville, Tennessee, and I will tell you, I have a baby right now. I just fed, so if you hear some gurgling sounds, I guess it's your gift, right?
Yeah.
If you've had a baby, that's like the best sound ever,
Yeah.
right?
Happy baby sounds. I was going to say, it sounds like you were like right next door. The call is crystal clear. That's why I asked. But
oh, that's nice because usually people don't say that.
sounds great on my end. What's on your mind today?
Okay, so one thing I just thought, and I don't know, I feel very central, which I'm like your wife. I'm not very central usually, so. But I don't feel like the photo story makes sense from either side. It's weird that they would take pictures, move bed sheets around, change her into not the clothes she would wear to court, and then take new pictures, but it's also clear, well, to me, it seems like Miss Beatty's hand as well. And so this whole time, I've just been I'm like, neither one of you guys are telling, it just seems like both of them are lying. So I don't know. That's kind of the thing that I'm still pondering a lot is, Who's actually telling the truth here?
I would say to me, I think the hospital story made more sense on those. You've got the two different outfits. Why would they change the clothes? Why would they go to the effort to fabricate the emails saying, I'm going to go take the pictures now. I just took the pictures. And it didn't make sense. The daylight coming through the window. I Googled that while we were doing it, for that date. Okay, the sunrise in Venice, in Florida, where they were at, the sun would be setting at about 5:55 p.m. And they're saying it was after that, and you clearly have sunlight. So that picture had to have been taken at a different time than when Maya, than after. Well, that had to have been a before picture. Okay, that had to be before court.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there might be a little bit on there. We are dealing with a memory of a 10 or 11-year-old girl. And there was a lot that she remembered. Amazing what she was able to remember. But I think there might be some inaccuracies there that are not they're not done on purpose by any means. That it's just this is how she remembers it, and that's especially a traumatic experience. That day in and of itself was an awful day for her, and there was so much going on.
Absolutely,
you could conflate things very easily, but it did seem strange that they stuck so much to it.
Where it's like it doesn't really matter because that was, in my opinion, that was Miss Beatty's hand.
Yeah.
So if that's Miss Beatty's hand, regardless, it's she shouldn't have been doing that. She shouldn't have been pulling down her shirt.
It's important to the hospital that not be Miss Beatty's hand, because that is a photograph of the battery that was taking place, right?
Absolutely,
this is the photographic picture evidence of it occurring. And if that's Miss Beatty's hand, according to the hospital, how do you say there was no battery? Because it shouldn't be her hand. She should not be touching her, right? There should be no contact there. And so.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But it's like, so I could see why the hospital did, but it's always just been weird to me that they've stuck with the fact that there was only one set of photos. And, I believe Maya, that's what she thinks. Yeah. Like, I don't think that she knows she's fabricating a story. I don't think she's. I think it's just memory's tricky.
Yeah, in her head, I think that's how she remembers it. I mean, I know events that I've been to that I remember very differently from other people who were also at the same events, and they remember things that happened that I don't, and vice versa. So it's all right there.
Well, it's just like think about 9/11, right? Like we all remember that, and they've done research, and it's like only 20% of people even, well, I don't know the actual statistics, but it's a really small amount that actually remember like firsthand accounts. Like if they did a group where it's like they had them right after 9/11, and then they checked the memory 5 years later, and everybody's was different.
Yeah.
So it's not, I don't think she's lying on purpose or anything. I just think that neither of the stories really make sense.
Good take on that. It was Kendra, right?
McKenna.
Well, I had a K in there and an E and an N. I got most of them.
Yeah, and I think, and it's not,
McKenna.
My name is also, like the first day of school when they're going through roll call, like my name was always mispronounced. So I'll go by anything.
All right. Well, McKenna, thank you very much. Appreciate the call.
And
we'll have to call again.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. And thank you so much just for your coverage. It's been great watching you.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. All right. We'll catch you later.
All right. Bye.
All right. Discount Rob has shown up in chat. Let's see. Uncivil Law. Kurt, we see you there. Kurt is doing a live stream tonight where he's going to be breaking this down. Rob is not tonight. Kurt did a 4-hour live stream yesterday and broke down the proceedings yesterday. Oh, somebody just dropped off. Where was that? Come back. Oh, they dropped. He did a 4-hour recap last night. Did a great job with that. He's doing another one tonight. Rob is traveling, so he's not going to be on. Rob will be on tomorrow night to break it down. We don't know. Somewhere in there may be a verdict, which is going to be huge as well. Laura Bronson says everyone should like this video. RA does a fantastic job. Laura, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that, and thank you for the huge super chat as well. Your support and all the support makes all this possible. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's see. Phone calls coming in. Let's see.
Call from Tracy.
Wow, this one's like on 2 times speed. Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Tracy.
Tracy, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have been watching you throughout the whole.
The whole thing. You've done all 9 weeks?
Yes, I have. Yep. Okay.
Well, you
I
should.
did the dentist
There should be
today with my iPods in my.
There should be an award, a trophy of some sort. That's like I was present for all 9 weeks of trial. That is an accomplishment in and of itself.
Well, I'm a nurse. My daughters are nurses, and I just found it very eye-opening, interesting. Both sides had very, very good points. I'm just so excited to be finally talking to somebody who's been watching it.
You don't have friends or somebody who can be like, hey, are you following the trial? You catch up around the water
I
cooler?
tell them all. I walk around with this phone to my hip, and I probably haven't talked to my husband really that much in 9 weeks. I've just watched it from a constant.
Wow. Well, it has been, I will tell you, this has been very educational for me. There's very few trials where we have received the education and the deep dive into the medical world, nursing, doctors, patient care, records, billing, that we have in this trial. It's been a ton, and it's been so helpful to have people like you, and who have been able to call in and say, hey, when they say this is what it means, or maybe make some clarifications and understand, the background to some of the testimony we hear throughout the 9 weeks.
Right, and it's educational for the general public. The general person who might need health care, to make sure you have a notebook, to take notes, to speak up, to know who you spoke to, what time you spoke to them.
To know your
Our
rights
health care
as a
is
patient.
in crisis.
Yeah.
Yes, our health care is in crisis all around.
Yeah.
The only hospital that these issues are happening with.
Yeah. That is, Tracy, I appreciate your input. I'm glad you've got... I'm glad for your husband that you're back, that you're able to talk to him again. So I don't want to get in the middle there. Yeah.
I wanted to ask your opinion. I guess my main question is, if this treatment that Maya was receiving was so outlandish and so horrible to get, and nobody could believe that she was getting this, why were the doctors never investigated that were giving her these treatments?
Yes, this is the question. Mr. Anderson brought it up on closing. He says, if this was
finally,
so bad,
I was like, yes, finally.
Why focus on Beata? Why was she the center? I think he was right that she rubbed them the wrong way. She irritated him. She was asking too many questions. She was getting pushy, or maybe just not accepting their word for it. Maybe the fact that the hospital heard the family had a lawyer early on.
I have two theories on that.
Yeah.
First of all, I think Smith is a narcissist, so I don't think she was going to ever sit back and say, "Oh, I was wrong," or you were right. I think she had to prove herself right in her own mind for her own self-worth. And secondly, I'm wondering if, with all the IJ tags and all that, I'm wondering if Maya kind of became a pawn for them to have their saving grace to make their hospital look better, if they could prove it.
I'm not. I realize that with the IJ, it says words like widespread and systemic. I still am not convinced that this hospital was bad, that this was a bad hospital, that they were out to get them, that this was... I can't see that level of evil in it, because, we've seen there are so many good people at the hospital. There's so many good things.
I believe they went in with good intentions. They went in with good intentions, but they did it so wrong. If they would have handled it better, I would have questioned it.
I can see the problems with leadership, with the risk management that allowed those people who had, either bad intentions or good intentions, and they were doing it the wrong way, allowed them to get out of hand and allowed some of these things to happen. But I mean, I've walked through the halls of children's hospitals, and if you want to just be humbled and brought to tears, just about any children's hospital in this country, you're seeing people who are doing amazing work, both doctors, nurses, donors.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable. But,
just handled it 100 miles per hour instead of really just doing the whole process. There was no reason for them to rush it the way I think they did. They could have really spent a little bit more time and thought into what they were, how to proceed.
Yeah. That's a great point. Tracy, thank you very much. Appreciate your call.
Oh, thank you so much. You have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Call from Melissa P.
Hello, Melissa. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. First, I'm going to say, like a lot of people, thank you for covering this trial. Thank you so much. I just became 5 in Dallas, Texas. I was in Scottish Rite Children's Hospital. You're right about children's hospitals and being humbled.
Yeah.
But the reason I wanted to call, though, is the reason this case has meant so much to me is because I have been treated this way in hospitals. I was in a car accident after having a neuromuscular disease. I've been in a wheelchair most of my life. I can still get around, but not great. And I've been treated this way in hospitals. I've had risk management involved. I have been they tried to Baker Act me last year because when I asked for pain meds, they said, "Oh, well, you must be faking." And pain is real. And the way that you've handled this has been amazing and so sensitive. And I've been off opiates for a year and a half now. I live every day at about 6 to 7. I know what Maya's life is like, and it's not easy. But I did it, Christian, by the way. And even he was like, "Good question. Keep the cop." I'm an electrician. I'm telling you, keep the cop.
That's
so
funny.
I just want to say again, thank you. God bless you for everything you're doing.
Thank you,
So
Melissa.
you have a great day.
You too.
Keep it up.
All right. We'll see you.
Bye.
Okay. I think we broke the internet. We've got the stream having issues. I'm pushing a signal just fine, but it's not connecting very well.
Call from
Sushi Unicorn.
I heard unicorn on there. This is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Sushi Unicorn.
Sushi Unicorn. How are you doing, Sushi Unicorn?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, well, the internet's having some troubles, so I'm not sure how many people can hear us. I think we're live right now, but we've had little ups and downs. But what's your thoughts as we finally have the jury deliberating now?
So it's weird because I'm only a few years older than Maya, and I also have CRPS. And, I'm still kind of mixed on whether or not she really does. It could be conversion, and I still have mixed feelings about Beata's actions. But at the end of the day, I don't think it mattered. I think the hospital is so focused on trying to prove that they were right, when really if they had just come out and said, yes, maybe we were wrong, but at the time we did what we believed to be best, I think if they had gone that route, they might get a lot more sympathy from people.
Yeah, that's a good point. The judge raised that actually during the trial. Basically, he said, we are arguing back and forth on these issues, but really, how does that address the battery? How does that address, these other factors that weren't covered, that weren't best practices? So, great point, Sushi Unicorn. I'm sorry to hear that you're experiencing the same thing and know firsthand what it's like to have that type of pain. I hope it goes to, I guess, remission. It's not really remission, but I hope it's better for you.
It calms down.
It calms down, and I hope you're able to go about the things that you love to do.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say thanks for, bringing light to this trial. I think I had no idea about this until I saw Rob covering it. It's super important, and it's bringing a lot of awareness that I'm really glad for, because it's scary, because I could have been in Maya's position if I had been around her age when my CRPS started to develop.
Yeah. Sushi Unicorn, thank you very much for the call. Appreciate the kind words.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye.
Bye. All right. I don't know what's wrong with the internet today. We might have to take a lunch break and then come back and see what happens there. Maybe I can go vote on lunch. Do you think that's an option? We are 41 minutes into deliberation, and the internet's... I don't think it's my side. I'm still showing that I've got a 2 gigabit
Call
connection,
from
which is...
Fun and Funky.
Oh, here we go. Hang
To
on one second.
accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hello, Fun and Funky. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hello, Fun and Funky. Oh, no, I'm Fun and Funky.
You're Fun
Hello,
and Funky.
Recovery
I'm
Addict.
Recovery Addict. You're calling all the way from the UK somewhere. Where are you at?
Yeah. I'm near where you visited before. I'm in Hertfordshire.
All right.
In
Wonderful.
England.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
What's on your mind this evening, I guess, for you?
Well, I too have followed this for 9 weeks all the way
over in the UK. It's absolutely exhausting.
Sorry about the
especially
time
when
shift.
you're trying to work.
Yes.
Oh, no. It's fine. In fact, it's better for me because, you know, you usually come on about 2:00 my time, although it's been earlier recently. But work gets in the way. It's so rude. No, just a couple of things I wanted to say other than thank you so much and what a great community we all have. I'm really glad that Anderson put that little comment in while he was waiting for IT about just go and listen to those 2 phone calls. It's the same voice.
Yes. Just,
and I was
jurors, write down these exhibit numbers and ask to hear these 2 side by side. You'll hear it's the same person.
Absolutely. It was like, you've been watching RA, haven't you? Yeah, I know. But also, it's awful. My mum went through nothing like this, equally as bad. When she was diagnosed with cancer, she had an operation. It went terribly, terribly wrong. And we, in England, we're not quite so litigious. And we talked about, should we take it further? But the surgeon was so humble and owned up to his mistakes and said he would do everything in his power to help and this, that and the other. And it was an awful time. But it was like, with what she's going through at the moment, we just don't need it. He's held his hands up. He's not tried to cover anything up. And it was just like, let's just get on with trying to get her recovered, you know? So that's the only sort of comparison I can give this sort of thing. Obviously, it's not like that poor young lady. But, yeah, it's fascinating to see how things are done in the States because we just don't have that culture over here.
Wow. Thank you so much, Fun and Funky. I'm glad you were able to join us with us all 9 weeks of this. I'm not sure what you're going to do with your life now that we're done or close to it.
No. Weekends have been a bit bereft, I must admit, but I'm sure you'll find something else. I mean,
there's always another trial.
Coming up.
There's always another trial. We've got several on the back burner that we're watching right now, so we'll definitely have another trial. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Bye. Thanks. Take care. Bye.
Call from Jess.
Hey, Jess. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing just great this afternoon.
So I want to call in and explain the whole medical lien thing because I've worked in asbestos litigation where we've had to deal with that.
Okay.
Basically, what happens is, as everyone knows, you get billed by the hospital and the medical insurance gets billed. From there, whatever the medical insurance pays to the hospital can then be reimbursed by anything you recover in the lawsuit. So say that they paid John Hopkins, $10,000 as care for the care that Maya received. They are then entitled to recover that $10,000 from any money that the family wins in the lawsuit. So it's kind of
that would be
basic rundown.
That would be up to the amount they paid out, right?
Right. So they can't recover more than what they've paid out.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense. So the lien, it's different than a normal lien. It's not like an existing lien where the family owes this currently, but only if they get awarded in this case, if they're awarded damages for that, then the lien sort of kicks in and the insurance company gets reimbursed.
Yeah. And what'll happen is because obviously there's going to be appeals for this, but say that John Hopkins ends up paying out after the award, what they'll do, assuming, again, say they aren't going to appeal because we're going to kind of, that throws in a different wrench. They'll take, the money that's paid from John Hopkins, they'll pay out the liens first, and then they'll take, the attorney's fees, depending on what the, family and the attorneys agreed on. And then the family kind of gets the balance from there.
Right.
So it's just them recording their interest saying, hey, if you do recover for this, we get to take this amount.
Yeah. Great insight. Thank you very much, Jess. I appreciate that. The phone's ringing off the hook, so I'm going to try to fit a few more callers in.
Yeah.
I appreciate talking to you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Call from
Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hello, wonderful human. This is roaming around from Alaska.
Roaming around all the way from the great state of Alaska. How are you? Is it wintertime up there? It's got to be dark and cold, right?
So you'd think that, but I actually live in the largest temperate rainforest in the U.S., so it's raining.
Oh, okay. You're down a little further south than the North Pole. We're not all the way up to the top.
Correct. I'm about 1,000 miles from the North Pole.
That's quite a ways. That's quite a distance. Roaming around, what are your thoughts today on this trial?
Well, my thoughts are, from this whole trial, it's been absolutely mind-blowing because I came here working for a hospital, working in behavioral health with youth, more in a behavioral health sense. So it has been really interesting to see the side of what it would have been like for the PICU. But what I was calling in today is something that I have not been able to shake off since seeing it, and that is when one of the defense witnesses winked to not only one of the defense attorneys, but also to a jury member. And I don't know if it's just me, but that was such a gross feeling. And to me, that said a lot about the culture and what they think is appropriate in leadership with JHatch.
Back up. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Maybe I heard it wrong. Say that one of the witnesses or one of the...
The defense witness who testified about revenue cycle.
The wink.
I don't know if you remember that gentleman.
I thought you said somebody leaked something, but the wink. The gentleman, he was the billing guy, wasn't he? He's the one that was explaining how the hospital works on the billing and the wink.
Yeah.
That was...
Wasn't an expert, but he had been with JHatch for less than a year. But to wink both at, I don't know how to properly pronounce her name, and I don't want to come across as rude, but it starts with a C, and she
Miss
has
Crowells.
Yes, thank you. I've heard a lot of Cruella, and I don't want to go down that road.
No, we try to. I mispronounce it, but I try to get closer to it. But that's the
but
wink,
I noticed he first winked at her, and then he winked again at a jury member after she corrected the judge.
Maybe he's just super nervous, and this is like his go-to when he's nervous. He's like, haha.
As someone who's worked in a hospital, that's not super uncommon. Yeah. So I think that says a lot more about the culture of what's allowed if someone thinks that it's appropriate to make those type of gestures.
Well, roaming from Alaska, I had successfully blocked that wink out of my memory until this moment, but now it's back thanks to you. Oh man, that was
no problem. Now you know there's two.
Yep. Well, thank you for that. Good hearing from you, and enjoy the rainstorm. So.
Absolutely, I appreciate not only everything you do, but everything the mods do. Absolutely incredible people. Absolutely incredible human.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from you. Catch you later.
You too. Bye.
The phone's buzzing nonstop.
Call from RK.
Hello, RK. This is Recovery Addict. RA. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm a new subscriber to your channel. I came from Law and Lumber.
Wonderful.
And I'm glad I did. Yeah, I love Rob's coverage, and I'm really glad he referred everybody over to you.
I wish I had half of his brain. I really do.
Oh, my gosh.
and
his compassion.
His ability to connect with people and understand what they're going through is unbelievable. That is a gift. Just incredible.
Yeah, he seems just so down to earth. If I had a family matter and I was in Virginia, I would definitely be looking at hiring him.
Yeah. Well, what's on your mind today from the trial?
Well, two things. One, you asked about a turning point in the trial, and I actually think that for me, there were two things that conspired at the same time that felt like a shift in the way things are going. Again, I'm not there, so who knows what it felt like in the room.
Right.
But the insistence from JHatch with the Munchausen's diagnosis, or not even diagnosis, just that Munchausen's, they kept trying to shoehorn that in, it felt like. And it coincided with the timing of Whitney starting to take over, and not even take over, but he started to come in more forcefully and be more of a presence for the plaintiff side. And I think Anderson is fantastic. I think, I take all the points about him. I think he's, phenomenal. But there's something about Whitney's style, especially when time was short, that he minded the time, and it seemed like he kind of kept things going when the plaintiff's team really needed it. So I think it felt to me like a turning point. Those two things coinciding.
There have been so many moments. What was the biggest jaw-dropping moment for you in this trial? What was the thing where eyes popped out? Did I hear what I just think I heard?
Obviously the Joint Commission report, but also, I think that watching the depositions versus the in-person personalities of Kathy Beatty and Dr. Smith, I felt like watching those in real time versus the depositions was incredibly stark and to me a little bit telling, especially how they physically changed their look. They softened their look
and their sound, their voice,
their sound,
the way they that was huge. Those are some great points.
And actually, and all the other thing about Mr. Hunter, about how when he was glaring at the judge and the judge had to reprimand him, I thought that was out of line that he would look at him like that, and I found that to be shocking. So
yeah, that was interesting. We should go back and watch just all these highlights. And there were, for me,
I agree.
There were so many soundbite moments.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's so many soundbite moments where Miss Croels just says, "I can't deal with anything else right now," something like that. She's like, "We're buried over here on the defense side." But it was,
she kept scoffing. Like every time somebody would have a point, or like she kept like almost rolling her eyes every time Anderson would speak. It seemed like, what?
Judge.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Judge, well, and I have one other thing. I sent a long text message last week, and I would love to potentially help y'all out in court. So maybe I'll send a follow-up to that.
Please do.
Because I need some help and some guidance on that. But I would love to be in court where there are a lot of things happening. So
wonderful.
Thanks for taking
Send me
my call.
another text message as well, and we'll see what's coming up and what we can do. So thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Good day.
Bye. Amber, I don't know how you did it, but you made it through the deluge of calls. Are you there?
I haven't. I'm here. I have no idea how I made it either. I
was
was like, this is probably a long shot.
It was the next call on the screen. Every time we take one call, we miss about 7, and yours was the next one right when we picked it up. So let's quickly. What's on your mind?
I swear we got to figure out a multi-line system for you.
I don't think I could run it. Think how many buttons it would have.
You've got so many buttons already.
Yeah. What's on your mind?
A couple of things. Just to blanket answer all of the same question in chat real quick. Rob is not doing a recap tonight. He is traveling and has trial tomorrow.
Yeah.
He will not be recapping.
Kurt's going to be doing one tonight on civil law. I think Peter Tragos, has one going this afternoon that he'll be starting in a little while. So maybe he'll end. Peter's usually under to be a little shorter, but so you'll probably have Peter Tragos followed by on civil law. I don't know if Melanie Little's doing one or anybody else, but
probably
you have a lot of options today while we're in deliberation to watch some legal analysis on some of this stuff.
Right. Two other things, unless I think of a third. Over on Discord, we are actually going to be doing a watch party of the Netflix documentary for Take Care of Maya. So if you need help with Discord, please put that in the Discord chat that you are brought into when you join the server and just say help. The mods over there are fantastic, and we can help you get acclimated to the server and in for the watch party.
Sounds good.
The other thing was, crap, I just lost it again. Oh, no. Oh, for those that are asking
you'll have to call
about
again.
jury notification.
Jury nullification?
For those that are... No, not jury nullification. Notification.
Notification, okay. Don't go there. Don't go to nullification. That would be awful.
Yeah, let's not. I'm not even speaking that into existence. That will be your fault if that happens.
Not going to happen here. Not going to happen.
No. For anybody that's asking about how you'll be notified, we do not have a text system in place. However, Discord and Facebook page for Recovery Addict is a great place to be tuned to, either or both. The mods in both places make an all announcement for everybody when a verdict comes in or when something big happens.
Yeah, and that. So if you're not in Discord, Facebook's a good one. Those are the only two. I might be able. I'll cross my fingers. I might be able to send a tweet out if you're on Twitter or X, whatever it is now. But really, YouTube, ringing the bell, clicking the subscribe button. I know it's a gamble, but that's been like the most useful way for me on some of these.
Yeah, I figured I'd just kind of help you with really help us mods with answering the same question in chat.
Yeah, it'll still pop up because people just join and they're going to ask the same question, but that's all right. Amber, thank you very much. I've got a couple other calls I want to try to take before we break for lunch or something, or verdict. You don't know. Anything could happen. Is that all right?
Break for dinner because lunch is long gone.
Oh, man, it's 3 already. The day's flown by. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Have a good day, y'all.
Bye. All right, the phone is free. Take a deep breath. Everyone who's trying to get in, they're all going to call at the same time. And there's the first one. There we go.
Call from Lori.
Hey, Lori, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, Scott, I'm doing good. This is Lori from the AZ DCS Oversight Group.
Hey, yes, wonderful, wonderful.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you so much for covering this and bringing just awareness worldwide, basically, of that this actually happens.
Well,
it actually happens.
It has been a pleasure to learn from so many people about things that I did not know about that have been, outside of my viewpoint for so long, and to hear so many people dealing with this and knowing what goes on and sort of shedding light on a little bit of this on this situation, it's been very enlightening for me.
Yes, I'm just wishing that the plaintiffs would have dug a little bit deeper. More than likely, there is a contract between the hospital and DCF. Most children's hospitals do have those contracts in place. And for your listeners, it's on the state procurement sites that they can find the different contracts. Sometimes they're buried, so it does take some digging, but they're usually there.
Are you hinting at follow the money? Is that what I'm smelling here?
That's what I'm hinting, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I know in the Phoenix Children's Hospital has a very lucrative contract with the Department of Child Safety. So, it took a while, but we got that dug up. But anyway, Scott, I just really wanted to thank you so much for your whole community and the chat mods and for just bringing awareness that this is happening. Either way the verdict goes.
Yeah.
You brought awareness.
Lori, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I've got a call coming in from England I'm going to try to grab before I lose it. Is that all right?
Yeah, thanks Scott.
Lori.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from.
Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, whatever. I'm calling from UK. My name is Beata.
All right, welcome. What's on your mind today?
Thank you for covering the trial. I really enjoy watching you. I'm one of the Law and Lumber tribe and really, really like your coverage. And one thing that I wanted to say is, obviously, I'm Beata, not Beata, like everyone pronouncing in America or UK. My name. And I wanted to say that I fully understand how Beata was dealing with her daughter. And I live in UK for 20 years and come over from post-communist country, so I fully understand why and how Beata was dealing with all this situation. We are very inquisitive. We always fighting for our children and, always challenging the, challenging the narrative. So we never settle and never go with first given answer. So and now what about I did for her daughter? I would do exactly the same myself, I have to say. And it's not just with the similarity that we have. It's not just a name, but obviously characters. And I understand why she was not understood over there in America, for sure.
Yeah, with a tragic outcome too. This seems to spiral out of control. Where I think at the very beginning had maybe some people not taken offense where none was intended, or maybe had a little more understanding. This could have ended very, very differently.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I remember myself right on the very beginning when I moved to England, and, how I was coming across when I was speaking with Polish accent, and how people perceive me as my tone as aggressive. Now, obviously, everything's settled, and after 20 years of living in UK, I do hope, though, that I'm much, much more mellow and so on. But but it's still sometimes when I speak out with my Polish accent, it's like, wow, what it really meant, was it that aggressive and so on,
Well, thank you so much for sharing the insight, and thank you for calling all the way from the UK. I know it's not cheap to make the calls. For the US, it's free for everybody, but I appreciate you making the call and trying over and over to get through. I appreciate that.
No worries. Thank you, Scott, for covering this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from
Sherry.
Hey, Sherry, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing today?
Hi. I wanted to tell you something
Okay, go ahead.
that I have seen that nobody has actually put in your chat.
All right.
The fact is that Mike Kowalski hated the color purple. Okay? And what did Mr. Shapiro wear today? A purple tie. And that was the thing that really got me. I was like, wait a second. I'm like, when she was on the stand, she said that she hated that color, that it gave her PTSD and everything, right? When that actually occurred, what had happened was she decided to actually say something to her father. And left the room. Did not come back until Anderson came back on the stand.
Yeah, I think she does like pink, though. And we saw...
She likes pink, but the fact he wore purple, she said Kathy Beatty always wore purple.
Yeah.
And she said, I can't deal with anything that's purple anymore.
Yeah.
Same as with her jewelry. That Kathy Beatty always wore gold jewelry, so therefore she had to actually wear silver jewelry.
Interesting. She doesn't have to do many more days. I think we're going to get a verdict here probably within. My guess is within 24 hours.
I have a feeling we'll probably end up having a verdict this evening.
That would be remarkable. So, if that's the case, I have to go out and vote before this evening. So, we'll see.
I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, if you really think about it, I think that was another ploy of defense to see basically if the fact was there that she actually did have PTSD.
Yeah.
Because if you remember, Kathy Beatty was always like touching her legs and everything.
Yeah, that seemed very out of place considering what she was complaining of. Yeah. Sherry, thank you very much for your insights. Appreciate your call today.
Oh, you're welcome, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you so much. Have yourself a great afternoon.
Yep, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate that. Let's see. We have this one. Don't know the area
Call
code.
from Seashell.
Is this Seashell?
Hi, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself, Seashell?
Oh, just been up since 5. I'm on Pacific time in Seattle.
Oh my goodness, up since 5.
I'm
sorry. Occasionally we follow trials that are on the West Coast, so that's when you guys win, and the rest of us suffer.
All the trials are in Florida. Everything's in Florida and Wisconsin. I swear to God.
It's the open courts. It's so easy.
Yeah,
it's so
you're
much easier
right.
to get the access. Whereas in California, in that part, they have plenty of stuff going on. California's full of amazing trials going on, but it's so hard to get access to them.
That's true.
So.
Well, I just, of course, want to thank you. And I kind of wanted to tell you how I found your channel. I watched the documentary and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I have to watch this trial when it goes to trial. And so when it came on YouTube, I just was watching it alone, kind of like some other viewers said. And I'm like, why isn't any lawyers covering this? It was so frustrating. And then I found you. I'm like, oh, he's not a lawyer, but he's a person.
Sorry to let you down there. Yeah, did not go to law school. Don't have that. I do love the law. I love learning. I love watching this with other people. But I realized.
Well, it's great. No, you're great. Like you do great coverage. I can't wait to see what you do next. So I wanted to know what you thought of Mr. Anderson. What did you think was the strongest point in his closing argument today?
Oh, let's see. I think I would have to go with his emotion, where he clearly went off script. Where he could talk through the PowerPoint and run the meeting and click through the screens and have the right things on. But where it came in and you saw this means something to him. This is more than just words I've assembled in a document and can show you pictures to go along with it. Where it became very personal and he was speaking from the heart. I think that's where he did the best. It did jump around a tiny bit, but I think that gave it a sense of authenticity that it needed, and that to me I think was his most effective part.
I felt like watching his opening statement, I was really worried going into this. And then you just see how far, he's just, this is so personal for him. And he's so protective of that family and Beata. And I just really appreciated that. I did not like how Shapiro put Beata under the bus. And he did really good. Mm-hmm. But he also called Maya a liar, basically, like multiple, that bothered me.
Yeah, that was tough. Seashell, thank you very much. Hopefully you'll be able to get some sleep here soon as we're finally through 9 weeks of trial. But thank you very much.
Well, we'll wait. Hopefully we'll get a verdict tomorrow or tonight, maybe. Yep. I don't know.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much. We'll catch you
again. Thanks, Scott. Have a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from Haley.
Haley, hello. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing, Haley?
I'm good. I just wanted to add, I know there's a lot of chronic pain sufferers in the chat, but I noticed there's a lot of people who suffer from PTSD and CPTSD, and I'm one of those people. And I just wanted to add some insight into how having CPTSD or experiencing trauma can affect how you react to trauma later on in life. For me, mine stemmed from my dad as a kid and how he treated me. And I can tell when I was testifying about the trauma she's undergone that was real. Like having PTSD, that's not something you can fake. And so, and that can affect like how you react to things that your brain thinks of as scary, that like a person who hasn't gone through CPTSD or PTSD wouldn't otherwise think, that wouldn't be anxiety inducing or scary to them. And especially like in instances where you're finding yourself having to advocate for yourself and speak up to authority, and being a woman, like often, and I know for people of color and people who have ethnic backgrounds, they're at a great disadvantage in this country because of, the culture of American pride and patriotism. A lot of times people who are have that ethnic background or who are people of color are often left behind. But also women in general, like when we're under distress or try to express our emotions, or we feel like we're trapped and we're trying to advocate for ourselves in situations where there's a unequal power dynamic, we feel helpless and especially if you have like PTSD or CPTSD, and I'm sure Beata had some of that with her father being taken away when she was a kid.
So Haley,
that can compound issues.
Haley, looking at Maya in this case, I think the plaintiff did a good job sort of addressing some of this and the future problems that can come as a result of what's happened. And they tried to spell this out and listed some things like saying, look, down the road, I mean, even right now, she's scared to get treatment. She's worried that if there's a relapse and she has to go to the hospital, what could happen? And then they took the next step and said, okay, so this is her life now. She has this fear, not just the difficulty of getting insurance or finding a doctor that will see them or something like that, but down the road, say she does, is able to marry and has a child. What about that fear? How does that display then? Yeah. Is she afraid to seek medical help, preventative care, or just things like that? It really can. That the ripples can echo, through generations, literally. So thank you, Haley, for sharing that. That is a very important message, and I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you for letting me share.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll catch you again. Right. Bye.
Bye.
Call from
the Brown Barn.
The Brown Barn. How are you doing, this Recovery Addict?
Hey, good. How are you, Scott?
I'm doing great. I have a confession. I write everyone's name down when you call in, or else I'll forget it. I have the memory of a goldfish. So the Brown Barn. I know we've spoken before, though, many times. What are you thinking right now as we're watching? It's been over an hour of deliberations.
So my feeling is it's going to be quite a while. I mean, I thought that the judge was being very optimistic when he said, if you're not finished by 6. I mean, I think as long as that verdict form was, that's going to take quite a while to work through, even beyond the deliberation part.
It has like 48 multiple guess, if yes, then turn to this page questions in it. It's nuts. It's crazy. I mean, it is logically laid out, and if you follow all of it, it will lead the jury through the form. But that just goes to show why that little manila envelope thing about handing it to the court clerk, and choosing to keep it under seal, because there's a very high likelihood that come 6 o'clock tonight, they are partially through that form, but not all the way through. and at that point, they're like, we need it sealed so nobody else can access it, and it will be safe, and we can just pick up where we left off. So that's why he's doing that. Yep.
This is not the typical jury verdict form. No. But I just wanted to make a comment. Mm-hmm. This has been an epic trial, and I think, of course, as usual, I'm so happy that I found you and chat, and y'all have done great with the coverage. I've been on the beach riding my horse. I've been on a cattle drive with the horse, and I've had my earbuds in listening the whole time. But my comment was just to think that there was strong consideration on your part to not even cover this trial.
Yeah,
and how epic it is now on so many levels of coverage and I think precedents too for hospitals and healthcare workers. I'm a healthcare worker also, and it certainly has made me given me pause to think if I'm ever in a situation just to double check and make sure that I'm doing everything just right with my documentation and my patient care.
Yeah. We have all learned so much in this trial. It's been crazy. Just so much from the trial and so much from each other. Just hearing all the experiences of everyone who's lived, some aspects of this, or has family members who have lived it. Brown Barn,
very true.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words as well. Thank you.
Yes, always appreciate you and your fam. All right.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, before we take this next call, just know, I'm going to take the call. Hey, Alicia, can you hold on for just 1 second for me?
Sure, thank you.
All right. Before we get to Alicia's comment, I'm going to do a redirect on our live stream right now. The lawyer is starting in about 12 minutes. He's going to do a recap on these closings. I have to go take a break because I have to go stand in line and vote for my mayor. And this is something I feel is very important. I need to do that. We're going to come back. I think I think we're going to come back and go live, but I want to hear a take on this. I know Peter Tragos is going to do a analysis of this. It probably be about an hour long. Later tonight, we've got Uncivil Law, who's going to be doing one that's going to be available. So we're going to redirect to Peter Tragos in just a few minutes. So I think we'll make this the last call. Who was it? Is it Lisa?
Alicia, yeah.
Alicia, okay.
I'll try to be quick so you can go vote.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I just found you through this trial. I just wanted to thank you first and foremost. But I think what the problem is with this whole trial is how defective the Child Protective Services system is for their rewards that they're given in taking children. And it's my hope that they have to pay through the, regardless of the situation. But it's my hope that they get charged a phenomenal charge in this, because I want other hospitals to think twice before calling their buddy who's at CPS. I
will tell you that the punitive, the word punitive goes right along with punishment. Those two are hand in hand, and that those punitive damages are in there to punish the offender, to punish the hospital in this case, to say this wasn't right, and this should make you think twice about doing it. So we'll see.
And that's my hope.
We'll see how those come. I know these situations are incredibly complex and difficult, and no two situations are the same. And there are some situations where we may even be on the other side of the fence saying, why didn't DCF do something? There's a full spectrum out there, and so it's hard to.
Well, with the immunity too, that's hard, right? So it has to come back to the hospitals.
Yeah.
For carelessness and decision making, and I'm just hoping that it really hurts, and that all other hospitals are on, their radar goes up, and before they call Child Protective, they really get that extra help and discernment. So, thank you.
All right. People are making. Thank you very much, Alicia. People are making fun of me for leaving you to go do politics, because I do a Pickles Not Politics channel here. But Alicia,
I don't vote, but you go for it.
Thank you. I'll vote for you. All right.
All right.
We'll see you, Alicia.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I'm going to turn the phone down for now. Let me see if we can wrap up here. We're approaching 80 minutes into deliberation. I thought I'd turn my phone off. Hang on, we've got Lil Miss. She's been trying for a long time. Just one second. Hey, Lil Miss, you're going to be our last call for sure. Okay.
Okay, Scott. I'm just calling to let you know I would like to thank you for showing this trial. I normally don't like civil trials, but I'm glad you did this one.
Yeah, this was.
I was diagnosed about 10 years ago with CRPS, and I had been trying to be diagnosed for 10 years with something, because something was definitely wrong, and nobody could figure it out. So I was even given a prescription for a book to read, because they thought everything was all in my head.
Wow.
So I've actually had CRPS for 20 years now, 20 plus.
Wow.
I saw 19 doctors before I was in physical therapy, and they're actually the ones who diagnosed me and sent me to a pain doctor, and he actually saved my life. So if it weren't for him, I would still be in pain and trying to be officially diagnosed. So this trial, Maya was diagnosed immediately, which is to her benefit and to her, to her being able to be as well as she is today. Because the sooner you're diagnosed and the sooner that you're treated, the better off you are. Yeah. And I'm as bad as I am today because I was not diagnosed immediately and treated immediately.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm glad this trial is going on now, because it brings awareness to the disease. And a lot of people never did know about it back when I was diagnosed or not diagnosed.
Yeah.
So this was a very important trial for the medical community, for the doctors, for the surgeons, for everybody in the area of the people who treat this disease. And
brings awareness to the families of the people who have CRPS, because we don't look sick. You know, in fact, my family goes to hug me and they want to hug me gently. And that's not the way to do it, because gentle touch is what hurts.
Yep.
So when they go to hug me gently, I pull them to me really hard, you know. So this is a really important case, and I'm not going to keep you on any longer.
Well, thank you, Little Miss. I appreciate you sharing that. I appreciate you having the insight and being willing to share that personal side of what you deal with on a daily basis. Thank you very much. We'll talk again. I appreciate you. You've been here. You're one of our OGs. So we'll talk again soon. Thanks, Little Miss.
Scott.
We'll see you.
Okay.
Bye.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Oh, I cut her off. I pulled the judge and hung up when she was saying something. I'm going to go vote. I think that's what you wanted to tell me. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to do a redirect to Peter's channel here in just a minute, but we're going to wrap up for a little bit. I'm going to be monitoring for a verdict. Obviously, if there's any verdict, we're going to have a new live stream going out. The best way you can be notified of that is, first of all, be a member in our Facebook page. If you apply, make sure you answer all the questions. Don't just say join. If you just click join and think you're done, you did it wrong. There are some questions on there we want you to answer. Do your best on the questions. If you have any doubts what the answer is, just put your explanation of where you found us and why you'd like to join in there. We just try to filter out the trolls that way, and it makes it a little easier on the tail end. Or join on Discord as well. And either one, that's your best way of getting notified. Hitting the subscribe button and ringing the bell is the best way as well. Weather Watch reminds me, yes, we have podcast on Thursday this week, not Friday. Thursday. So 2 days, not today, not tomorrow. It'll be the next day. Podcast on Thursday instead of Friday. So we're going to do that. It works a little bit better with all of our schedules. So we're going to try to do a Thursday night podcast for you as well. So encourage that as well. Is there anything else? Wait, who is the next YouTube channel? We're going to send you over to Peter Tragos. Peter Tragos is the lawyer you know. He has the best hair in LawTube. He really does. He's a great lawyer. He's down there in Florida. He's down there. He knows this courthouse. He knows this system. This is where he operates. And he's got some great insights. So I highly recommend him. I think he's the first lawyer I ever watched on YouTube. But he's a great guy. We like him. And so we're going to send you to his channel. He has a live stream starting in about 4 minutes. So if you want to go there, here's what I would do. If you can go there, just make sure you hit the like button when you show up, just to show him appreciation. I can tell you, being a YouTuber, being a content creator, it's a lot of work. There's a lot that goes into it, whether it's even on the backside with the mods, with everything else. When somebody puts it out there on the line to give you some great information, especially like Peter Tragos does, please show him some love. Hit the like button and tell him thank you from all of us. That would be great. All right. We've got one more super chat right here from Ravonda Mills, a super sticker. Thank you very much, Ravonda. We're going to be back. Keep watching here. If there's a verdict, if there's an announcement, even if somebody else is live, we're going to go ahead and go live and carry that verdict. Obviously, we're going to go live at 6 o'clock as well. So that gives us, let's see, it's 3, 4, 5, 2.5 hours. At a minimum, we'll be live at 6 o'clock when the judge ends the day to see if we have any live video from court there and to give us an update. Other than that, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. Look for 6 p.m. or sooner. 6 p.m. or sooner. Thanks, everybody. Be good to each other. Have a good night.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Alex Stollett.